Ghost Story, Matching Fire. Author, Ha Duong. In the past, in my hometown, there was a woman who died clinically 3 times. Her family announced her funeral. The whole village came to the memorial service and she all came back to life. At that time my grandmother was still alive. I went to pedagogical school on the weekend and had the day off, so we sat and talked. My grandmother suddenly sat there dumbfounded and asked, "Did you hear anything?" I listen and listen, but I don't understand what I'm supposed to listen to. Grandma said, "There is a gull calling. Surely someone will die today. The sound is so close. So they are people from our village." My grandmother said that for about an hour when she heard the neighbors say that the old lady in the village had passed away. When Grandma heard her name, she frowned slightly. This old lady had died 3 times before and suddenly came back to life. "This time I won't make it anymore." Hearing her say that, my ears suddenly started ringing. I didn't know if it was the sound she was talking about, so I asked, "I'm hearing the sound of grinding rice. Was it the voice she spoke just now, or was it something else?" She nodded. That's the sound of grinding rice. This person died, but his descendants also encountered disaster. And then there is the mysterious story of Fire Plate. Mrs. Land's family belongs to a wealthy family. In ancient times, she was a wealthy landowner. After the country was at peace, facing a wave of protests against landlords during the land reform campaign, she had to spend a huge amount of money in exchange for the lives of herself and her children. She gave birth to a total of 4 sons and 2 daughters. Because she had money, her children received a good education. All 3 of her sons who studied abroad returned home to start their own businesses and are well known in the business world. The oldest is her 2nd son. He worked as general director of a mining and geology company. The other 2 younger brothers both founded famous companies and businesses in the city. Her eldest son is currently the owner of a large chain of gold and silver stores in Quang Ninh. Her 2 daughters both got married and settled abroad. At first glance, everyone must admire her large family because everyone is successful, wealthy, and wealthy. Yet she never lived with any children. She clings to the land left by her ancestors, still living day in and day out in the house with pillars from her ancestors' time. Speaking of that house, in ancient times it was probably a big, beautiful, and rare house. Household items are decorated in the style of landlords. Seeing this, her children advised her many times to come live with them to be filial to their mother, but she firmly refused. Knowing they couldn't dissuade her, the doctors also sent someone to renovate and strengthen the house for her. The columns and beams were replaced with rare woods. Even doors, tables, chairs, beds, and cabinets are gradually replaced with new ones with incredibly high value compared to an old house. Mrs. Lan is older than my grandmother, but her health is very good and extremely alert. She is like a hard-working bee, all day working on the garden and vegetable beds. Yet suddenly Mrs. Lan thought about death. She called and asked Uncle Dung to make her an altar photo. Actually, in my hometown back then, it was not strange to make an image to worship yourself first. Even my grandmother, who was healthy at that time, had already called a craftsman to make an altar image 10 years earlier. She also said that when worship photos are taken early, when taken when healthy and happy, the photos will be beautiful. Later, when children and grandchildren worship and look at the beautiful photos, they will also be less haunted. Mrs. Land's request made her children surprised. However, her eldest son, Uncle Feng, did not agree. He said it wasn't something too strange, but when a prosperous family naturally calls a worker to make an altar photo, he's afraid it will negatively affect his fortune and bring misfortune to the family. Uncle Feng's analysis made everyone think it was reasonable, so he advised Mrs. Lon not to make an altar image too early, that she was still healthy and had to live a long time with her children and grandchildren to enjoy her old age. Mrs. Lon heard this without saying a word, but she was secretly angry with her children. When her children returned, she walked all the way to the photographer's house right at the top of the village to take a beautiful photo in a noble AO dye and scarf, like when women in the past made their own altar pictures. After finishing the photo worship, she started looking to buy a coffin for herself first. Actually, buying a coffin first or buying a grave first for yourself is not uncommon. Since the time of kings, they have prepared tombs before their death. Or like today's tycoons, there is also a trend of preparing unique and strange coffins for themselves before they die. This time, Mrs. Lon did not tell her children what she did but quietly asked the visitor to buy a precious coffin. The day the coffin was brought home carefully wrapped, the neighbors passing by thought she had bought a new cabinet. Some people were still watching curiously, but the coffin was taken directly into the horizontal house that was serving as a warehouse for Mrs. Land's house. She specially bought a stone pillar to place the coffin on top, placing it neatly in the middle of the warehouse. The fact that she bought the coffin was only revealed and the neighbor came to borrow her a spade to dig a pond. She told her to go into the warehouse and get it herself. The neighbor girl was curious, so she immediately overturned the coffin. She screamed in fear and ran out. Mrs. Lon knew about it but didn't say anything. The incident was rumored to bring negative criticism and gossip about Ms. Lon. However, when she heard that, she only said, "I'm just preparing myself carefully before I die. Now that I'm still alive, I can take care of myself, but when I die, I lie still in the coffin. Who knows where my descendants will let me lie? The coffin is just wood, the table cabinet is also wood, I consider it just a piece of wood carved according to my wishes. Why do people find it strange? Yes, it's not strange in some places, but back then in my hometown it was strange. The more strange things are, the more people talk about them back and forth. When her children found out about it, they were furious. She replied bluntly, "I want to do it my way. The house, the bed, and the shirt my mother bought herself, so when she died, so would the coffin and the bed she lay on. You guys don't need to worry." In ancient times, kings also prepared their own coffins, but their children's fortunes were still good, and the king's children were still kings. You children have grown up, become men and women, your fortune comes from your own practice, what does it have to do with your mother's coffin? If anyone keeps talking nonsense, don't come back to this house to avoid being an eyesore. If she says it like that, no one dares to comment. However, Mr. Feng did not agree. On the one hand, he remained silent to reassure her. On the other hand, he discussed with the sisters in the house to hire someone to steal Mrs. Land's coffin and take it away. Mr. Feng's wife had a sister who worked as a maid at the palace, so Mr. Feng's spiritual thoughts were quite severely affected. He gave an opinion that was agreed with Mr. Deng. A plan to steal the coffin was meticulously and thoughtfully outlined. Unfortunately, some people were hired to steal the coffin while carrying it out because the coffin was heavy and slippery, causing their hands to slip. The coffin fell and hit a person's leg. He was in pain, probably having broken bones, so he couldn't help but scream. When the incident was revealed, Mrs. Lon woke up and called the neighbors to come and catch the thief. The hired men were scared and rushed to the truck and ran away. Her coffin was made of ironwood, carved from the entire tree trunk. The value of that coffin is extremely high because it is a rare type of wood and was carved from the same tree. Although Mrs. Lon is old, her assets are measured in gold scales. It is not unusual for her to buy a precious coffin. It is rumored that she accumulated a large amount of pure gold and kept it in a secret place that no one knows about. Also, because of the rumor of being a golden billionaire, her children also worry day and night about her safety because they accidentally visited by thieves, so they installed a security system and dense surveillance cameras around the house. However, the day the thieves entered the house and took the coffin, she did not know, so she called her children to a family meeting and announced that they would disown them if they intentionally let someone take her coffin. The doctors guessed that she must have discovered something unusual, but they still denied it and no one would admit to having done it. She was very angry. She talked for a while and then suddenly had chest tightness and difficulty breathing. The doctors were scared and rushed her to the emergency room. She was tired but still told absolutely no one was allowed to take her coffin away. If anyone disobeys her will, she will never close her eyes even if she dies. After the incident that made her angry and forced her to be hospitalized, no one dared to disobey her wishes because the doctor told her absolutely not to make her angry or agitated. Her health showed signs of deterioration after that moment. Her daughter heard that her mother was sick, so she specially flew back to the country to take care of her elderly mother. Everyone also discussed welcoming Mrs. Lon to live with them and take care of her because she was old and her health was weakening. I don't understand why she decided not to go. She said, "This house belongs to my mother. Whether I live or die, I have to stay here to keep the house. Even if I die, my mother will die here. No one is allowed to take her anywhere." Ms. Lon replied, "Mother, how can we feel secure in doing business like this? Or if I take my mother to the other side with me, I'll also stop working and just stay at home and take care of the house so I can take care of my mother. Mom wants to go to the temple, so I also go to the temple with her. There are no fewer temples there than in my hometown." She waved her hand. "If I leave, your father will be very sad. Mom is here with him." Reluctantly, her children had to take turns staying with her and taking care of her every day. Everyone discussed hiring more housekeepers. The housekeeping was an excuse, mainly so that she would have someone by her side in case something unexpected happened. However, she firmly objected. She said that she was healthy, did not need to hire someone to live, and especially she did not want to see strangers in the house. Ms. Lon heard her say that and was surprised. "Didn't we have dozens of maids and workers in the past?" She replied, "That was a thing in the past, I don't need it now. Mom wants to be alone." Everyone saw that she objected strongly, so they didn't talk much about it anymore. Ms. Lon decided to stay home with her mother for 2 months and fly back to America. After Ms. Lon returned to America, her daughter returned from Canada to take care of her mother. Ms. Thoen and Ms. Lon do not get along, so mother and daughter rarely talk or confide. Recently, Mrs. Lon has changed strangely. She even showed her about the will she made to her lawyer and a map of where she kept her assets. It's called a map, but it's actually a piece of paper recording the location where she hid the pot of gold. Ms. Thoen told her it was best not to take it with her, but to take it all and deposit it in the bank for the state to keep for her. If you want to use it in the future, you can write it in your will, so you don't have to think too much about money. She replied, "The government only robs the people, but does not help them. Mom keeps the best of her money. But Mom is old, we won't let her lack anything. If you want anything, just shout and someone will deliver it to your hand." Mom kept that property with her in case of misfortune. Thieves and robbers now kill people like that. It's best that whatever you do, or give to anyone, you should give it to yourself. Mom keeps it with her and worries about it being stolen if she gets sick and suffers. 3 months later, both of her daughters returned to their country. Mr. Feng's wife took her turn to sleep with her mother-in-law. This is the first time Auntie has slept in that house. The strange feeling at home made it impossible for him to sleep. At night there was a murmuring sound in the house, making him confused. He stood up and saw Mrs. Lon sitting in a chair talking to herself. He turned on the room light and asked, "Mom, it's night, please go to sleep." Mrs. Lon did not respond to Auntie Guy's words. I immediately thought about sleepwalking and delirium. She called her husband. "Mom is sleepwalking, do you need to take her to the hospital? I'm so worried." Mom kept talking to herself. I called my mother but she didn't answer. "Uncle Feng, I sit next to my mother to avoid her falling down, which is painful. Tomorrow I will arrange for my mother to have a checkup." He had never heard Ms. Lon or Ms. Thoen say that their mother was sleepwalking before. Mrs. Lon kept sitting and talking all night. Uncle Guy couldn't hear what she said. All were very soft gurgling sounds coming through her throat. Although Auntie was very tired, she absolutely did not dare take her eyes off her mother-in-law. After a long time, Mrs. Lon stood up, pointed at the door and mumbled some unclear sentences. Her face was surprised and then turned angry, making Uncle Guy panicked as well. He rushed back to help his mother-in-law who was gradually falling down. Her body went limp. He hugged her and quickly called her husband to come take her to the emergency room. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Mrs. Lan's house was noisy because her children and grandchildren gathered and talked back and forth. Mrs. Lon suddenly passed out without knowing anything. Everyone quickly took her to the hospital. She was just like someone sleeping. In the morning she was awake as if nothing had happened. That incident passed. After that night she no longer sleepwalked again. She was alert, talking, and living normally. Her health is improving better than usual. She happily went from one person's house to another's house. One day, she suddenly called Uncle Feng and said, "I want to come to your house to stay for a few days. You don't mind, do you?" Uncle Feng heard the news from his mother and was extremely shocked because she had never proactively come to his house before. Even though he advised her to break her tongue, she stubbornly clung to the pillared house and refused to leave for even a day. Mrs. Lon saw that her son did not respond and said, "Mom is old and won't live much longer. The day my mother enters the coffin is probably not far away. I just want to come to your house to stay with you for a few days. This is my mother's last wish." Uncle Feng scolded her and went back to take her home. She warned, "Mom is going to lie to her old age, no one is allowed to touch her coffin. If you go against your mother's will, don't expect her to die without being able to close her eyes." According to her wishes, the coffin was placed in the horizontal house without anyone touching it. She went with Uncle Dung's son to the house to sleep and look after the house for her. However, as Tung lay down, he heard a voice in his ear that scared him. He turned on music and listened to headphones to forget the strange sounds in the house. However, while he was sleeping, someone pulled his hand to wake him up. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he had been lying in that coffin all along. He screamed as hard as he could and slowly closed the coffin. Too scared, he screamed, "Let me go. Please let me go. Slow down. We'll be quick. Don't cry in vain." When he installed the coffin and closed it tightly, a bone-chilling feeling surrounded him. Suddenly, the coffin became strangely hot. Its heat made him feel like his skin was about to cook. He no longer had the strength to struggle and slowly passed away. The next morning, his hands and feet were purple and dirty. He was afraid to talk to his mother about the strange dream. His mother was also very worried and immediately called Aunt Guy to ask her to decode the dream. Hearing this, Auntie became even more confused and called her sister to explain the situation. Uncle Lin heard the story and sighed, "Strange. Isn't a coffin with someone living inside a sign of something bad happening? This is definitely related to that coffin. I told my aunt to advise Uncle Feng to take that coffin away. But my mother doesn't agree. Hoa. It's a disaster. I don't know what it is, but absolutely do not leave that coffin in the house. Yes. Let me discuss with my family to move that coffin." When Mrs. Lon heard her daughter-in-law say that, she turned around and went into the house to pack her clothes and insisted on going home, determined not to stay at Uncle Feng's house anymore. Mr. Feng and his wife tried their best to stop him, but she did not listen. She took the car back home by herself immediately afterward. Uncle Feng saw that she was angry and quickly ran to help her and then took his own car to take her home. Uncle Feng stayed at Mrs. Lan's house that day to verify Tong's dream. However, that night he had absolutely no strange dreams. The next morning, Mr. Feng got up early and ran a few laps to exercise. It was more than 7 a.m. "I didn't see my mother wake up, but I thought she was tired, so I let her sleep more." He opened the front door and suddenly discovered that the coffin covering had fallen off. "I had a premonition that something was not good, my heart was beating wildly." Ms. Yen, Mr. Deng's wife, knew her mother was coming home, so she bought breakfast for her. She saw Uncle Feng standing blankly in the house and asked, "Where have you gone? You must be tired, so try to sleep. Please wake her up." Miss Yen got into bed and called her a few times, but she didn't answer. She touched her grandmother and felt cold, so she panicked. "Uncle, uncle. How are you? How are you doing? Her hands and feet are so cold." Uncle Feng quickly ran in and saw her lying neatly on the bed, sound asleep. He looked at her stomach and didn't see it rising and falling, so he put his hand to his nose to try. "Dead." Uncle blurted out what made Ms. Yen tremble until she couldn't stand. Uncle quickly took her to the emergency room. The car sped away and took Ms. Lon to the hospital. The doctor shook his head and said there was no time to cure him. The doctor's words were like thunder in my ears. Uncle stammered, "How is that possible? Mom, you were very normal last night." Mom was happy and ate 2 bowls of rice. Mom also said she wanted to go to Uncle Deng's house today. Mommy. The news of Mrs. Lan's sudden death spread very quickly. Everyone is sorry. Her children quickly received the bad news back. As for the family of 2 daughters who are abroad, they will only arrive at noon the next day. Uncle Lin, Uncle Guy's older sister, was invited to come at a good time to hold a memorial service for Mrs. Lon. After pressing his hand, he shook his head. "I don't understand what's going on. There's something very strange that I can't figure out." Uncle Girl was confused. "What's wrong? What's up? Or is it not possible today? If not, I will discuss with the aunts and uncles to postpone the memorial service to the next day." "Not. Now there's a lot, but I'm wondering why I keep having this strange feeling. Maybe I'm so tired that I made a mistake." He shook his head to clear away the confusing thoughts in his head and said, "It would be nice to have a memorial service for her at 1:25 this afternoon. Everyone prepare to go on time." At Mrs. Lan's house, the sound of mourning echoed endlessly. She has many children and grandchildren, so the house is always full of people passing by. There were too many guests who came to inquire. In my hometown, whenever there is a funeral, relatives and neighbors gather in large numbers, each person helping the homeowner with arrangements. In Mrs. Lan's room, her 2 daughters were prostrate on the ground and crying. The girls cried until they were dry, mourning their mother. Mrs. Yuan came in and patted the 2 girls on the shoulders and replied, "You too, please make me look beautiful." When Mrs. Lon was alive, she always liked to be beautiful, but now that she's gone, she must also be beautiful. Ms. Lon nodded yes, then took the powder box and lipstick to apply makeup on her mother's cold, pale face. Her hands were shaking so much that her lipstick was smeared. Ms. Thoen saw that and quickly took a wet paper to wipe away the smudges. She sat close to the edge of the bed and her heart jumped when she saw Mrs. Land's stomach bulging slightly. She put her hand up to her nose to check and saw that she was breathing lightly as if she were sleeping. She happily told Ms. Lawn, "Mom. Mom is still alive. Mom is breathing here." Ms. Lawn also looked down at her belly. It was indeed heaving slightly. She panicked and ran out shouting, "Everyone, Mom is awake. Mom is just sleeping." Uncle Dung heard that and replied, "What's wrong with you? Mom was returned from the hospital yesterday, so how can she live?" Uncle Feng's face was sad and his voice was hoarse and deep. "You feel less pain, I was just like you yesterday. But Mother passed away." Ms. Lawn asserted, "No. Mom is alive. It's real. Everyone please come in and see." After she finished speaking, she dragged Uncle Dung and Uncle Feng into Mrs. Land's room. Ms. Thoan sat stunned, tears still flowing endlessly. She looked up and replied, "Mom was still breathing just now, but now she can't see it anymore." Ms. Lawn sat down on the ground, staring at Ms. Land's belly and crying. Uncle Feng consoled, "I know you love your mother. Everyone loves their mother, so they hope she lives a healthy life. However, my mother really passed away. Yesterday, Auntie changed her mother's clothes and had to apply massage oil to soften her bones and muscles for an hour before putting her clothes on. The mother has been cold and stiff since yesterday morning until now. There is no way she can revive." Ms. Lawn muttered, "No. I see my mother breathing. I'm sure you're not mistaken. Go to the hospital. Everyone take Mom to the hospital." After speaking, she rushed up to hug Mrs. Land's stiff body and urged everyone to take her to the hospital again. She still hopes that the doctor misdiagnosed her because her mother was normally healthy and had no illnesses, so why did she suddenly pass away like that? Uncle Feng sighed, "Okay. You two sit here with your mother. Me and everyone are still preparing everything. It's almost time for the memorial service." Ms. Lawn refused and insisted on sending Ms. Lawn to the hospital again. Uncle Dung then called neighbor Uncle Tin, who is a physician, to check on Mrs. Lawn. Uncle Tin knew that Mrs. Lawn had passed away but still took a stethoscope and placed it on her body to listen to her heartbeat. Thump thuck thuck. He was scared by those thudding sounds. It's heart, beating, beating, beating. Ms. Lawn hugged her mother, "Right? Heart still beating, right? Is my mother still alive?" He was stunned and did not answer Ms. Land's question because he was full of questions. Ms. Land's body was so stiff, why could she still hear her heartbeat? Uncle Feng, Uncle Dung, and Uncle Koi were also shocked and they heard what Uncle Tin said. Uncle Koi quickly grabbed his mother's cold, thin hand and tried to find her pulse, but in vain. Uncle urged, "Mr. Tin, listen again. I do not see anything." Uncle Tin frantically placed the stethoscope on Mrs. Land's chest again. "Strange. Nothing. I don't hear anything anymore." Uncle Feng sighed deeply. "It's so miserable. I told people not to listen. When I took her to the hospital, the doctor concluded that she had already passed away. How can there be a resurrection? From yesterday until now, Auntie Guy and Miss Yen have taken turns sitting with her, but no one has seen anything. She was cold and her body was stiff." Uncle Koi nodded in agreement. "Okay, everyone prepare to go, the memorial service is about to begin. We also have to take care of the guests and welcome them thoughtfully or else people will laugh in our faces. No matter what, our family is famous in the area, there is absolutely no room for negligence." Ms. Lawn still hugged Ms. Land's body and sobbed. Her daughter sat down and hugged her mother to encourage her, "Don't be too sad, let her go in peace." My mother kept hugging and holding her sadly and she cried again. The funeral took place properly. Outside, the sound of trumpets and drums was loud. Inside the house, there were mournful cries. Guests came to pay their respects from the yard to the alley, filling the whole yard next door. At the beautiful hour, everyone held the coffin ceremony for Mrs. Lon. 4 young men were assigned the task of moving Ms. Lan's body. They carefully moved slowly, inching slowly out of respect for the deceased. Her children and grandchildren gathered around her, crying and screaming. A young man had just lifted Ms. Lan's body and suddenly shivered. It was clear that Mrs. Lon had passed away the day before. By the time she entered the coffin, it had been more than a day, but her body still felt soft, not stiff like the others. He blurted out to the person next to him, "Why is Ms. Lan's body still so soft?" The other young man then also replied, "Has there ever been a time when a family member massaged hot oil to relax the tendons and bones, making them flexible? In this cold weather, a person can die for a day and a half but still feels as soft as a sleeping person." The two shook their heads to clear away the vague thoughts in their heads and listened to the funeral director give the order to enter the coffin. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing from the coffin startled Hone. It determined that it had not heard wrongly even though it was mixed with the sounds of trumpets, drums, and screams. He pulled his father's hand. "Dad, I heard Grandma coughing." "Dad, please check again." Uncle Feng's eyes widened. "There's this guy again, he keeps obsessing and talking nonsense." "She's dead, baby." I quickly go out to see how the guests are still being welcomed. Hone whispered into Tong's ear, "I just heard her coughing." "Your ears certainly didn't hear it wrong." Tong looked towards the coffin and shivered. He still had goosebumps from the dream he had that night of being locked in that coffin. He replied, "What are you talking about? She's gone. It was your parents and my dad who brought her home from the hospital, right? You must have heard wrong." Hone walked out to receive guests, but his grandmother's coughing sound still echoed in his ears. He boldly leaned into his mother's ear and whispered, "Mom, will she ever come back to life? I heard a cough in the coffin." His mother was struggling to put on mourning clothes and heard him say angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Quickly put on the mourning veil and go out to welcome the guests." When his mother chased him away, he angrily accepted the towel and walked out. His eyes still glanced towards the coffin that had just been installed, then turned back and told Ms. Lon, "I heard you cough. Please tell someone to open the coffin and check again. I'm sure I didn't hear it wrong." Ms. Lon, who was sad, heard him speak and was startled. She still cannot accept that Mrs. Lon suddenly passed away. She herself even saw her breathing before entering the coffin. She looked at the temporary coffin and boldly pushed it with force. Assembling the coffin out of good wood so it was heavy, she shouted, "Hone, help her open and assemble the coffin." Auntie heard that Ms. Lon ordered Hone and ran over. "What are you two planning to cause trouble? Installing a coffin, how can it be opened at this time?" Ms. Lon glared, "Get out of the way, I want to check one last time. I can't bear all the blame." Auntie shouted, "Are you crazy? How can my mother rest in peace like this? I want to check one last time so I don't regret it." She quickly got out of the way. Hone opened and installed the coffin for her. Several people gathered to argue. Some wanted to open the coffin, others were angry. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing echoed in the coffin again. This time, Auntie Guy's ears heard clearly. He was stunned and turned around, hugging the coffin, trying to listen. Inside was completely silent. Uncle looked confused at Ms. Lon and Hone. Ms. Lon shouted, "Are you still standing there blankly? Quickly open the coffin. No matter what fate your mother has, don't blame her." Auntie Girl quickly ran out to tell Uncle Feng what happened. Uncle Feng, who was leaning on a cane, bowed his head in response. Hearing what Uncle Guy said, his face turned red and then turned pale. He quickly went back into the house and shouted for Hone to help him push the coffin out. The heavy coffin was moved little by little and finally opened completely. Mrs. Lon is tilting her head to the right. Everyone who saw it was frightened and frightened. Uncle Feng urgently said, "Quickly, help her out." Ms. Lan's children also rushed into the house and were horrified when they witnessed the scene before their eyes. Mrs. Lon actually lay her head sideways in the coffin. Uncle Feng and Hone quickly lifted her out of the coffin. Uncle Koi was confused. Quickly, informed the funeral committee to immediately stop the memorial service. Ms. Yen stood frozen on the spot. What is this all about? Mom, go to the emergency room quickly. She pulled her husband's hand. He quickly took the car to take his mother to the hospital. We have committed a heinous crime. On the other side, Uncle Feng put her on the bed and then told everyone to stop the funeral and apologize to the guests who came to pay their respects. Mrs. Lon suddenly opened her eyes and lips moved and asked, "Is it dawn yet? Why is it so noisy?" Uncle Feng knelt down to worship his mother. Mom scared us so much. Oh my God. Mommy. Mrs. Lon glanced around the room and exclaimed, "Why is our house so strange?" Just then I heard the sound of funeral trumpets. Has anyone died in our area? Mrs. Lon asked, making the children look at each other in bewilderment, not knowing how to answer. Ms. Thoen ran to hold her hand. Mom, it was a dream, there was no funeral. Mom, are you hungry? I prepare food for Mom. She winked and told the remaining people to go out and arrange the funeral outside. Miss Yen quickly closed the door and sat next to her, massaging her arms and legs. She whispered, "Where is our father? Why isn't he here with Mom?" Miss Yen hummed, "I miss your father again." The corners of her eyes were wet. She softly replied, He left me a long time ago. Last night he came home and took his mother with him. He even showed me the beautiful house. There, I saw Feng, Dung, and Koi." Ms. Thoen asked, "Mom, you just woke up and you must be tired. Don't talk too much or you'll get tired. Mom, just rest, we will all wait to hear your story." Mrs. Lon tilted her head slightly to look at the picture hanging on the wall. There. Your father is home. He's calling Mom. Quick, you two get out of the way so he can sit with me. Ms. Lon looked towards the wall painting with a slightly absent-minded look. Yes, Mom, my dad is always with you. She choked. That's a lie. He betrayed his mother before. Luckily, he apologized early. Where are Hone, Tung, and Xian? Have they reached shore yet? Ms. Lon replied, "The children are outside. Mom, let me call the kids in for you." She blinked. Good. It's good to get to shore. Mom thought no one would save the children, but she was so pitiful. Remind the children to be careful, demons are lurking right next to them. She said and then hiccuped slightly, Mom is tired. Mom wants to sleep. After she finished speaking, she immediately fell asleep. Uncle Feng carried her to the car and drove straight to the hospital. The doctor examined her for a while and said she was exhausted. If she worked hard to improve her health, she would soon wake up. Uncle Feng lit a cigarette and slowly brought it to his mouth. The faint smoke rose and disappeared into the air. Uncle Dung patted his brother's shoulder. Good. It's good that Mom woke up. If the matter had not been discovered in time, our brothers would have been guilty of murder. I still feel shaky thinking about it. How are things going at home? It's okay, sir. Everything was clean as if nothing had happened. The guests were happy for their home. Everyone in the neighborhood congratulated my mother on her recovery from the accident. Uncle Guy replied, "No wonder Uncle Lin kept thinking about the time to put on her coffin." Ba said there was something strange that he couldn't see. "Maybe Mom hasn't reached her number yet." "Thank God. Thank God." Uncle Feng threw the cigarette on the ground, moved his feet until it made a noise, and then got angry. "Damn doctors. I almost buried my mother alive with my own hands." Uncle Guy pursed her lips. "It's not your fault, is it?" Both Uncle Deng and Aunt Yen were there when the doctor declared her dead. Who would have thought that things would change so quickly? Ms. Lon also spoke up. "Mom went around the demon gate and returned home. We forget the past. The important thing now is to focus on being filial to your mother to make her happy. I think I should take her to someone's house to take care of her." Uncle Feng, "Unfortunately, she won't listen. From now on, each of us stays with her every day, taking turns looking after her. Not like this time. I'm so scared." Ms. Lon, "So you guys think it's reasonable Mom is well again?" "The doctor said my mother could leave the hospital and go home at any time. If everyone is not reassured, just let Mom stay in the hospital for a few more days for further monitoring." Uncle Koi replied, "Let's pick you up. Ms. Lon will come in and advise you to move to my house. Now, if you ask me to quit my job and come home to you, I'm afraid it will be too difficult." Mom doesn't agree. Mom insists on clinging to this house. We shouldn't disobey her wishes, lest she get angry and damage her health. Ms. Lon remembered something and said, "Oh, I have something I forgot to tell everyone." Mom woke up, but she was talking to herself at night, which was strange. Mom kept calling the names of Uncle Feng, Uncle Koi, and even Uncle Deng. Just now I heard my mother say that she followed my father to meet the fire worm. Uncle Feng frowned tightly. "What is a fire worm? Why am I just hearing this now?" Ms. Lon, "I saw my mother say that, but don't I know what fire worm is?" Uncle Koi replied, "Nonsense and nonsense. I have only heard this word at this age. Mom must be so tired these days that she's talking nonsense. I asked the neurologist. They said my mother was probably hallucinating. Moreover, the mother is old, so her nerves are often unstable. Many grandparents are younger than their mother but have been together for a long time, so their mother is still mentally alert." Ms. Lon nodded. "Yes, I just find it strange. Last month, I slept with my mother for many days in a row and never saw her babbling like that." Uncle Feng waved his hand to signal Ms. Lon to stop. "I met her. She said she was sleepwalking and talking alone in her chair at night. However, that is also normal." Uncle Deng spoke up. "It's good that Mom is stable and getting better. But to be honest, I keep this matter in my heart forever, and if I don't say it, I feel very guilty. About that coffin. Shouldn't we just leave that coffin in the house?" Many days when I came home from my mother's house, I was haunted. There was a time when I even dreamed of myself lying in that coffin. As soon as Uncle Deng spoke, the cold wind blew past, making him shiver slightly. He whispered, "Oh father, so cold. Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps and duck skin all over." Uncle Feng waved his hand. "Wow." He was the first to object to this matter. "However, everyone knows my mother's personality. If we disobey my mother's wishes, we will only displease her, and she will be upset and get sick. So let's find a way to destroy it. Who would?" Uncle Deng clapped his hands loudly. "That's right. On fire. Burn it." I took the opportunity while my mother was at the hospital to douse it in gasoline and burn it. If Mom comes home, just consider it a fire and burn it down. To be honest, from the day I dreamed that I was lying in a coffin to the day that tongue ran like a ghost and chased me home, calling that I dreamed of being locked in that very coffin. I was scared. Ms. Lon smiled. What era is it that Uncle Dung is still afraid of those things? Who is not afraid of death? The feeling in the dream is so real it's indescribable. If my family didn't wake me up, I'd probably pee in my pants. It's terrible. Uncle Koi shook his head. He is really old but like a child. Uncle Dung strained his eyes. Oh, what did you say wrong? Uncle Koi replied, try setting the house on fire to see if Mom will leave you alone. Even I could think of such a childish way. Mr. Dung scratched his head and replied, stealing is also not possible, burning is also not possible, so if you have any better ideas, please give your suggestions. Who cares if the house where the person is living in clearly places a solemn coffin right in the middle of the house? The world is full of malicious rumors. Uncle Feng, neither of us agreed with Mom buying a coffin to put in the middle of the house like that. However, I have no choice but to leave it alone. Moreover, our family just had an incident where my mother came back from the dead. She had already laid that coffin in there once, so keeping it now is certainly not good at all. Or we can just let someone burn it and that's it. Even if my mother comes home, the matter will be over. Uncle Feng decided to do it. He hired someone to solemnly enter the house to carry the coffin for cremation. The hired person saw the precious coffin being burned and felt sorry, so he took it straight home. His wife saw this and screamed for her husband to take her away immediately to avoid bringing disaster to herself. The husband hesitated for a long time and then found someone to recommend selling the coffin to a coffin farm for 2 million VND. The owner of the coffin farm bought the coffin as if he had found gold, cherished it, and placed it on the highest shelf for everyone to admire. Actually, it's okay to buy and sell coffins with normal people whose families are mourning. However, people abstain from bringing coffins home as if they were buying a coffin to bury a living person. Mrs. Lon is healthy and can go home. She happily chatted along the way. When her children and grandchildren saw her coming home, she slaughtered a cow and held a party, inviting the whole neighborhood to come and celebrate. The horizontal house is still decorated exactly the same as before. The coffin was moved, but the doctors were afraid that she would get angry if she found out, so they bought a square block of wood with sharp edges and placed it in place of the coffin. Uncle Feng also carefully ordered someone to wrap it in cardboard and then tightly wrap it, using a large sheet of cloth to cover the surface. Mrs. Lon returned home and immediately opened the door to check the first coffin. She nodded with satisfaction and then went up to the pillar house to light some incense sticks on the family altar. Neighbors saw her leaving the hospital and flocked to ask about her. She smiled happily and chatted with everyone. Absolutely no one dared to mention the fact that she died accidentally. Suddenly she felt tired, so she called Uncle Koi in to warn her. Mom feels a bit tired after sitting too much. If you see a neighbor coming to visit, please let me know. Mom went to lie down and rest for a bit. Ms. Lon quickly ran back to help her mother back to the room. She lay down and chased her daughter out. Go down to the kitchen and help everyone, and close the door for me, by the way. It's so noisy, I have a headache. Ms. Lon obediently walked out. However, as soon as her hand touched the door, her steps suddenly stopped. She felt that the room suddenly felt strangely cold. She turned back to look at Mrs. Lon lying on her side, facing the wall, breathing softly. It seemed like she was tired, so as soon as she laid down she fell asleep very soundly. She gingerly walked out and closed the door. Inside the house, Mrs. Lon slowly sat up. She opened the old wooden cabinet in the room, pulled out a small wooden box, checked it, and quickly put it back. She sat for a while, then returned to bed. Outside the window, a pair of dark eyes were staring into her room. It seemed like every movement in the room couldn't escape those eyes. A long time later, Mrs. Lon woke up. She just had a nightmare. She tried to scream out loud to escape it. Ms. Thoen heard her mother screaming and quickly pushed open the door and entered. Mrs. Lon shouted, "Get out! Get out of here!" Ms. Thoen was stunned. "Mom, it's me." "Mom, what's wrong? Did Mom have a nightmare?" She stared at Ms. Thoen, then grabbed the bag containing the beetle mortar and crushed it at her and threw it. "You bastard, get out of here right now." Auntie Guy also pushed the door in to witness Mrs. Lon throwing Ms. Thoen and was shocked. "What's going on, Mom?" Ms. Thoen ran towards Mrs. Lon and held her shoulder tightly. "Mom, it's me. Mom had a nightmare, right? No problem. It's over. Mom is here, don't be angry anymore." Auntie quickly picked up the bag containing Mrs. Lan's beetle mortar and mortar. "Mom must be tired and have nightmares, right? Normally, I never see my mother angry." Mrs. Lon rubbed her eyes with her hands and breathed heavily. "Miserable army. Call those ungrateful sons here to me." After she finished speaking, she stood up and went straight out. Today she is surprisingly healthy. Her footsteps were steady. She walked quickly outside the living room and said as if shouting, "Anyone who disobeys this old lady's wishes will step through here." Everyone was bewildered and did not understand what happened. Auntie quickly supported Mrs. Lon. "Mom, if there's anything wrong, just calm down." She pushed away her aunt's hand and pointed to the kitchen. "Bring me the knife. Hurry up." Uncle Feng and Uncle Koi ran up to the house and asked urgently, "What's going on? Who made Mom so angry?" She pointed her finger at Uncle Feng. "You are not filial, you brought the carved knife up here for me." Uncle Feng was confused. "Mom, what do you need a knife for? Whatever you want to do, we can help you do it." She nodded. "So you cut off the hand of whoever takes my coffin away. Can you do it yourself?" Everyone listened to her and their faces turned pale. Ms. Lon quickly supported Ms. Lon. "Hey Mom. Mom is angry again. The coffin is still under that house. Mom already watched it earlier, what else?" She shook Ms. Lan's hand away and walked down the stairs. She took the sickle, pulled out the coffin cover, and then continuously cut into the cardboard. The wooden block was displayed before everyone's eyes as the cover was ripped open by her with a sickle. Is this the coffin that covers your mother's grave? Tell me quickly, who dares to take the coffin anywhere?" All her children and grandchildren were silent, no one could say a word. Ms. Lon quickly explained in a soft voice, "Mom, we are wrong. We know we are guilty, please don't get angry and harm your health. It's all because we were so gullible that we listened to the fortune teller who said that when we brought the coffin home, our mother would be harmed by negative energy and become sick. We also did so because we were concerned about Mother's health. Mom, if you're healthy, we'll be happy for a day. Mom, don't get prosecuted for this, okay?" She scowled and looked at all the children and grandchildren in the house and then replied, "Who dares to move anywhere but come back here on their own? From now on until the coffin is placed in its right place, please don't call me Mother. Now get out of my sight," she said, and then loudly chased all her children back to their own homes. She asked everyone to clean up the food and drinks and move them away, no longer allowing parties to celebrate her discharge from the hospital like before. Ms. Lon and Ms. Thoen had to gently persuade her to calm down her anger. She replied, "If a coffin is left in the house, if it dies, will all the coffin dealers die? Guys, think carefully for yourself. If you want your mother to be less angry, quickly find and bring the coffin back to her." Uncle Feng looked at Uncle Dung dejectedly. Uncle Dung sighed. "Luckily Mom didn't faint from shock. What should I do now? Where can they find their coffin? They burned it." Uncle Koi, look, find out where a coffin like that is sold, then buy it and return it to your mother. What else should you do? Mrs. Land's voice echoed from inside the house. Find the right coffin for me. Brothers and sisters, don't try to steal dragons and exchange them. Land's two daughters looked at each other shyly, not knowing how to dissuade their mother. She suddenly stood up and said, "Go find the person you hired to carry the coffin and ask. If you can't find it, get the hell out of here." She staggered back to the room. Ms. Thoen ran after her mother. "Mom, don't be so angry. You will find it for your mother." "But what if they burn it, Mom?" "Isn't that?" "Burn what?" "Your father just informed me that the coffin is still intact. Why would anyone burn such a precious coffin?" Mom dreamed about my father again. He came back to take his mother away, but she was too angry to go. What does that mean? Where is your father taking me? Mrs. Lon looked at her wondering daughter and replied, "Where are we going to visit the underworld?" That's where Mom left, but it was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. If he was alone, I would have followed him, but I was expecting that demon to come, so I didn't continue. This child has been like a leech for many years, refusing to let go. Mrs. Lon talked to herself for a while and then said, "Mom is tired. Mom wants to go on vacation." The children were worried about bringing the coffin back to their mother. That night, Miss Thoen and Miss Lon lay on the bed next to Mrs. Land's bed. The two sisters stayed up until late at night before falling asleep. Suddenly, a hand slid into Ms. Land's body. Feeling cold, she pulled the blanket up to her neck and pushed the hand away. A moment later, the hand continued to slide into her body, making her feel uncomfortable. She woke up startled and looked next to her to see Ms. Thoen sleeping soundly. She frowned and thought briefly about her hand, then suddenly turned to Mrs. Land's bed and saw her sitting close to the edge of the bed. As soon as she saw her, she suddenly smiled. She shivered and stammered, "Hey Mom. Why isn't Mom sleeping so late?" Mrs. Lon did not answer, just smirked again, then crawled to the edge of the wall and lay down. Ms. Lon sighed softly and said, "Mom, you startled me. It's very late." Mom takes advantage of the rest to get better. Mrs. Lon remained silent and did not respond. Ms. Lon lay down and pulled the blanket to sleep, but suddenly remembered something and sat up. She pulled the lamp cord and jerked it hard. The white light just flashed and then flickered a few times before becoming completely bright. She pulled Ms. Thoen's hand. "Sister, wake up. I find my mother very strange." Ms. Thoen heard the call in her ears and slowly opened her eyes. "Is it morning? Why is it already morning as soon as I lay down for a nap?" "Are not. It's not morning yet. Mom is so strange. Just now, my mother put her hand on my sister's body." Mom still laughed. "So what's strange? Mom is just sleeping over there. Mom must have been dreaming and sleepwalking, right? Right? Why do I feel so creepy? Stop. Go to sleep, why think so much?" Ms. Thoen crawled to Mrs. Land's bed, pulled the blanket to cover her mother, then went back to the bed and pulled the switch to turn off the light in the room. Ms. Lon lay down but didn't sleep for long when she heard strange noises in the house. She woke up. The first thing she did was look at Mrs. Land's bed. Strangely, the bed was empty. She glanced around the room once and then pulled Ms. Thoen again. "Ms. Thoen, wake up, where did Mom go?" Ms. Thoen sat up and asked in bewilderment. "Mom was just sleeping on the side of the bed." "No, sister. Mom must have had to urinate and go to the toilet. Let me wake up and see." Ms. Thoen said, then quickly got out of bed and opened the door to go outside. The living room was also quiet, with no sign of Mrs. Lon anywhere. She called out softly, "Mom. Mommy. Mom, are you peeing?" There was no response from Mrs. Lon. Miss Thowen panicked, her heart began to beat erratically. She quickly turned on the lights to light up the entire room and called out to Ms. Lon, "Where have you gone, Mom? Why do two sisters sleep without knowing when their mother wakes up?" Ms. Lon trembled. "Quickly go down to the bathroom to see if Mom is down there." The two girls quickly ran through the open side door and rushed down to the bathroom and kitchen but could not see any sign of Mrs. Lon. Both were scared and worried, dead. "Where did Mom run off to at night? The door is still locked, so where can I go?" Ms. Lon replied, "Where is the camera? Would you like to check the camera? Have you ever sleepwalked and wandered off? Quickly check to see where Mom is going. Naturally, I'm very worried." Ms. Thowen frantically rushed to the TV and turned it on to check the camera. Ms. Lon opened the door and ran out calling, "Mom! Mommy! Where is Mom?" It seemed that Mrs. Lon was not near the house, so she could not hear her response. Ms. Lon ran back into the house to urge Ms. Thowen, "Did you see? Which direction are you going?" Ms. Thowen moved the mouse on the table, but the mouse remained motionless and refused to move. She angrily pounded, "What the hell is this? Why can't you review the camera? I'll call Uncle Dung to come here." Ms. Lon took the phone to call Mr. Dung and his wife. The two heard the news and rushed to Mrs. Lan's house. Ms. Lan's two sisters, one using a torch and the other using a flashlight, ran around the garden looking for their mother. The girls were afraid that Mrs. Lon would go out in the middle of the night and catch a cold and collapse in some corner of the garden. Time passed. Uncle Dung's family went to Mrs. Lan's house, but the two girls still could not find Mrs. Lan's whereabouts. Uncle Dung asked, "Why do you two sleep with your mother but she doesn't know where she goes?" Ms. Lon was confused. "We went to bed very late, but we slept so soundly that we didn't know when Mom would wake up." "So where is the camera? Have you checked yet?" "The camera mouse is broken or something. I can't open it to watch again." Mr. Dung quickly went into the house and turned on the camera again, but strangely the mouse was not frozen like before. He checked the pictures of her living room and bedroom again. Ms. Thowen spoke up, "We only looked for her after 2 hours, because when we woke up we still saw her lying on the bed. I even covered her with a blanket." Uncle Dung reopened the time stamp after 2 hours and checked to see that there was no strange movement in the room. In 2 beds, 3 people were still sleeping soundly. I continued checking at the 3 to 4 o'clock mark. Everything was not strange. Uncle asked, "So in short, what time have you two not seen your mother? Why doesn't the camera show anyone leaving the room? Why can it be?" At 2 o'clock she woke up and her mother was still sitting on the bed. When she urged her mother to go to sleep, she lay close to the corner of the wall and fell asleep. Ms. Thowen nodded, "Yes, she personally pulled the blanket to cover her mother." It was 2 o'clock and the room's electricity was on, so she couldn't have been mistaken. Mr. Dung moved the mouse to the time at 2 o'clock to verify and saw that there was indeed a scene of Mrs. Lon getting up and sitting on the edge of the bed looking at her 2 sleeping daughters, a scene of Ms. Lon sitting up and turning on the room's light, and then a scene of Ms. Thowen went to cover Mrs. Lon with a blanket. Uncle Dung wondered, "Strange. So when did Mom leave the room? It's only 4 o'clock. There's no way Mom can leave the house without the camera recording the image." Mr. Dung checked and there was a moment and the camera could not record at nearly 4 o'clock. His eyebrows furrowed. Could it be that Mom went out at the exact moment when the camera had a problem and couldn't record? Look at the time record. The camera was interrupted for more than 5 minutes. All 4 heads gathered together to look at the interrupted time. So where did Mother go? Why did the camera fail at that moment? Repeated questions that cannot be explained. Uncle Dung took out his phone and reported the situation of Ms. Lan's disappearance to Mr. Koi and Mr. Feng's family. Both families immediately returned to their hometown. Uncle Feng called to remind Uncle Dung, "Check to see where Mom can go. Where are you going at night like this?" Uncle Dung replied, "We searched the whole house. When I arrived, the gate was already open. Maybe my mother left the house, but I don't know which direction she went because the camera lost signal for 5 minutes at about 3 o'clock. I think she went out at that time. So everyone split up to find Mom. You guys will be back here right away." "Has Mom ever been angry with us about the coffin?" "No. Mom got angry and chased us away, but she definitely didn't leave home. Sometimes my mother's mind is not right and she sleepwalks." Everyone quickly took advantage of the search. Everyone ran in 2 directions looking for Mrs. Lan. Ms. Lan suddenly thought about what Mrs. Lan mentioned about her father the other day, so she pulled out her phone and called Mr. Dung, "Go to the cemetery, maybe your mother will come there." Uncle Dung replied, "Why did you go to the cemetery? Then you just go out there. This afternoon, my mother kept mentioning my father's name. I'm thinking it's possible that my mother is out there." Uncle Dung and his wife immediately turned around and drove straight to the family cemetery. It's called a cemetery, but actually this is a piece of farm land that my family bought a long time ago, built a wall and planned it into a family cemetery. Uncle Dung drove straight into the cemetery and saw a person lying on the edge of his father's mausoleum. He turned on the motorbike's headlights and was startled to discover that it was indeed Mrs. Lan. He urged, "Come quickly and help your mother." Ms. Yen hurriedly ran to call, "Mom. If Mom misses Dad, we can take her out during the day. Why did Mom run out here alone last night?" Mrs. Lan still did not answer. Ms. Yen lifted her up and felt her body stiffen and cold, causing her to panic. "Oh dear. What's wrong with Mom?" Uncle Dung also just went to the place and listened to his wife's words, and his mind was in the clouds. He lifted Mrs. Lan up. "Hurry up, Mom has a cold. I called the doctors to come to the hospital immediately." Ms. Yen trembled. Picture. Like Mom can't breathe anymore. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly call the whole family and keep the motorbike. Just learned that Ms. Lan and Ms. Thoen were also taken by Tung to the cemetery. 5 people rushed Ms. Lan to the hospital. At that moment, her body was as stiff as the day Ms. Yen discovered her last time. The doctor once again concluded that she had died. Uncle Feng came to the hospital angrily and shouted loudly at the whole hospital, "Hurry up and save my mother. She was healthy, why did she die?" Doctor explained, he didn't listen. He even threatened, "Last time you guys misdiagnosed, I forgave you and sent you to jail. This time, if you guys are even more irresponsible, I'll put you in jail." Because of the pressure from Mrs. Lan's children, the doctor had to examine her carefully, but the result was still that Mrs. Lan had passed away. Ms. Lan and Ms. Thoen struggled to hug their mother's body and cry. The doctor hesitantly suggested that her family should take her home to take care of the funeral, but in fact she had already passed away. Uncle Feng was angry. "What passed away? Is it as good as the last time you guys let my mother go home? What about the results? The next day she still woke up and is healthy until now? Please quickly save my mother. My mother is not dead yet. The doctor must have made a mistake." Ms. Lan spoke and cried, begging the doctors to save Ms. Lan. The doctors could only look at each other and sigh, "We really couldn't do it. You guys are doctors and talk like that? I will sue." Mr. Feng said it like he was shouting. A doctor spoke up, "Our expertise is only in saving sick people, but we do not have the talent to restore the dead. You can take your family to a higher level hospital and the results will be the same." Uncle Feng was about to attack the doctor. Uncle Deng had to quickly intervene. Calm down. We transferred her to the hospital. If it's like last time, Mom will wake up. The whole family pulled together to quickly take Ms. Lan's body out of the hospital. A nurse saw this and shook her head and said, "Heaven can save the dead person. To be saved, it must be thanks to Sun Wukong." Uncle Deng sat hugging Mrs. Lan in the back of the car. Her hand suddenly held his hand. He opened his eyes wide. "Mom, are you awake?" "Mom is awake, everyone." Mrs. Lan slowly opened her eyes. "Why are you all here? Have you found your mother's coffin yet?" She realized she was in the car and quickly asked, "Why are you here? Where has your father gone?" Uncle Feng spoke up, "Mom makes us so worried." "Why did Mom run to the cemetery in the middle of the night?" Mrs. Lan replied, "Oh well, Mom, sleep at home, why run to the cemetery?" After she finished speaking, she thought for a moment and then asked again, "Why are you all bunched together in one place? Didn't they say they were going to build a new house? Your father said that the house was too small to accommodate a large family, so he had to build a bigger house. You all agree, right?" Ms. Lan asked, "Mom, what are you talking about? Why don't you understand anything?" Mrs. Lan looked up at her two daughters and asked again, "Why are you two here? Just now, didn't he say that this matter was only discussed with boys, and that girls who got married were not allowed to interfere in family matters?" She babbled about her husband, surprising her children. Uncle Deng held her skinny hand and replied, "We will do whatever you want, but Mom, please don't get up at night and walk around, okay?" Mrs. Lan replied, "I don't wander around. Mom is at home. Our father and I took our mother to check the garden in preparation for building a new house, but where did we go? But where are you guys taking your mother?" Ms. Thoen, "So Mom, don't you remember where you went last night and what you did?" Mrs. Lan replied, "Mom just got up and left in the morning. Mom saw that the two of them were sleeping soundly, so she didn't wake them up. Our dad also said that this matter should only be handled by boys and that it wouldn't bother girls, so Mom didn't call." The brothers in the car sat looking at each other, but no one dared to say a word. In fact, Mrs. Lan was indeed sleepwalking. She woke up in the middle of the night and walked to the cemetery next to her husband's grave, then passed out again until she woke up. At that time, I asked my grandmother, "Why did such a thing happen? So do you think people who sleepwalk still breathe normally?" My grandmother replied, "She must have been sleepwalking to open the door herself and go to his grave lying there. However, at that time her consciousness left her body. She thought that her soul had gone somewhere with another soul before returning to her body before her children took her to the hospital." The story of people sleepwalking is not necessarily a strange story. I myself have also met such sleepwalkers. That year I was in 11th grade, my village organized a camping trip at the communal house to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. At that time, I had a group of sworn brothers. The brothers play together very closely, including 7 brothers and 5 sisters, including me. At our camp, we also lit a campfire, made floating cakes, and ate until after 1 o'clock at night before going to rest. That night I couldn't sleep, so I watched the guys play cards and drink water. They even teased me, "Girls, go to bed early, there are a lot of crazy ghosts here, be careful not to be hidden by ghosts." I even replied, "If you don't hide the ghost then that's fine, how can any ghost dare to hide it from you?" The boys, tired of playing, spread their mats out on the porch of the communal house and camped to sleep. The camp was quite crowded, about 30 people total. Waiting for everyone to fall asleep, I went out to the pot to boil the bon troy, wiped my blackened hands and then added lard. This type of fat is used to shape the bon troy so it doesn't stick to my hands. I entered the camp, one by one, with more than 20 people sleeping soundly, both boys and girls, leaving no one behind. This part is similar to Truong Juthuyan, but actually I was the one who did it. Look at each person's face. After being smeared with soot mixed with lard, I laughed so much that I couldn't close my mouth. I imagined what each person's facial expression would be like when they woke up the next day and smiled. After everything was done, I wandered out to the communal house gate to look at the pond in front of me when suddenly someone was coming in the distance. It was a woman with her hair down. The person seemed to have his eyes closed but was walking on the street. I stepped back slightly. The reason I knew it was someone was because on a full moon night, that person's shadow was printed on the road. I stood silently watching. That person just walked past me and then suddenly turned back and walked back the same way. I stood and watched the figure go quite a distance and did not dare to speak because, as she said, if you are sleepwalking, you must be absolutely silent and not speak, lest you startle the sleepwalker and harm them. Waiting for people to disappear around the bend in the road, I went back into the camp to find a place to sleep. The camp was small and crowded, so I went back into the pavilion. Everyone was sleeping very soundly. Of course I had no room, so I pulled the curtain where the tutelary god was and curled up inside and fell asleep. The next morning everyone woke up to the sound of drums. Everyone looked at each other's faces and held their stomachs, laughing and shaking. Everyone blamed one person after another, but in the end they couldn't find out who was the culprit. Mr. Kwong discovered that I was missing, so he told everyone to look for me. When I woke up, I was so flustered that I spilled the entire plate of baked goods on the altar. I mumbled an apology for the family's fortune, so I crawled out. Mr. Kwong saw me crawling out from behind the curtain holding 4 cakes and said, "Did you go in there to sleep yesterday? Aren't you afraid?" I raised my hand and held out the cakes and replied calmly, "I'm not afraid, but I still have this fortune." Only then did everyone discover that my face was not smeared with cat paint, so they started to question me. I looked at each person's face, then hugged my stomach and sat down on the ground, laughing. This forgotten pot soot and grease is extremely difficult to clean. Mr. Kwong said, "Ha went inside to sleep, so he escaped. My brothers and I were treated badly by someone." I forced myself to hold back my laughter as if I didn't know what happened and kept it a secret until 10 years later. At that time, I also casually told about a woman walking on the street at night with her hair down. They even teased me about seeing a ghost, but I threatened them, so the ghost was also afraid. I objected because I knew for sure it was him. Only then did Teacher Tien tell me that I had definitely met someone who was sleepwalking. I asked her again, "So Mrs. Lon also sleepwalks like that woman, right?" My grandmother nodded to confirm that once again. I asked again about the fact that if her consciousness escaped from her body, would it be true that she said her husband wanted to build a new, bigger house? My grandmother replied, "Yes. But that's not what she wanted. There was something more terrifying controlling her. Her consciousness escaped her body several times to the point that she was like a dead person but not dead." I was surprised. "What is it? Is it the same fire, ma'am?" My grandmother shook her head. "No. She is not destined to die. If she had died early, the painful things that would have happened later would not have happened." However, at one point my grandmother added, "Human life has cause and effect. Whatever you sow, you will reap. God is also fair. If you borrow, you will repay." "What is it, ma'am?" My grandmother replied, "We shouldn't care too much about family matters. Remember, you can listen a lot, you can understand a lot, but your curiosity must be limited. Sometimes being too curious can harm yourself." My grandmother said so I didn't ask much but continued to listen to her story. She said that Mrs. Lon at that time was exactly the soul going to the underworld. The person who picked her up was her husband. Mrs. Lon could not remember everything, so when she woke up, she could only piece together sentences or fragmented events. Her children did not understand everything their mother said and simply thought that she was dreaming, while not imagining that a firestorm was smoldering and preparing to explode upon their extended family. After reading this, do you think I'm a scary person? If you want to update quickly, please follow my personal page in preview mode and you will receive a notification when I upload the post to the group as quickly as possible. After Mrs. Lon came back from the dead twice, her children and grandchildren were more careful in everything. Her 2 daughters stayed behind to take care of her. Normally, she is still happy, laughing and chatting with everyone. However, at night she sleepwalks like that. Many times she opened the door to go to her husband's grave. Ms. Lon had to lock the door and hide the key carefully when she slept to avoid her from opening the door. Uncle Dung came to meet the person hired to burn the coffin and asked about their relationship. That person initially said he had burned it, but when Uncle Dung mentioned that Mrs. Lon had been told in a dream that the coffin would be sold, that person's wife was scared and told her husband to take it and resell it to the coffin farm. Uncle Dung went to see the owner of the coffin farm and asked to redeem the coffin. The boss saw Uncle Dung and was as happy as if he had caught gold. He didn't even ask for more than the amount of money he bought back from people and even personally packed the coffin and took the car back to Mrs. Lan's house. It seemed that the coffin had a mystery that made the owner of the coffin farm so scared that his face turned blue. When he finished returning the coffin to Mrs. Lon, he went out to the alley, took a breath and blurted out, "I gave it back, I did it." Mrs. Lan's neighbor heard Ben's story and told Mrs. Lon. She just smiled slightly. "If you want to keep things that aren't yours, you can't keep them. If dung can't be found, people will come to my house to return it." The neighbor replied, "How do you know that?" Mrs. Lon said, "Tell me about the fire." Ms. Lon heard her mother mention fireworm again and wondered, "What exactly is fireworm? Why have I seen you mention it so many times? Is he the one who told his mother in her dream?" Mrs. Lon looked at her daughter. "Soon, it will come soon. Then you will automatically know. It's a blessing you can enjoy, it's a disaster you can't avoid." Mrs. Lon left her meaningless words behind and went into her room to lie down. A week after finding the coffin, Ms. Lan's health improved significantly. She eats well and likes to go out and visit everywhere. Her children found it strange, but because their mother liked it, they tried their best to meet her request. She used to just like to stay at home. Her children organized a trip for her, but she used the excuse that she was tired and far from home, so she didn't go. Every time her daughter cooed and advised her to go to the house to show her filial piety, but she said she missed her husband and the house, so she didn't want to go. Yet suddenly she forced her children to arrange to take her to all the places she had never been to. Ms. Lon was very happy to see her mother getting better, but worried when she saw her suddenly change. She talked to Ms. Thoen. "I see how my mother has changed, what do you think?" "I think, but I don't understand. Or maybe Mom is preparing." Ms. Thoen waved her hand. "Don't think nonsense, only if your mother is healthy and happy, she likes to travel. Yes, if you feel tired, do you want to go? I'm just worried that on this trip, she'll lie to herself and then come back." "Nonsense. I think my mother's face is looking very good these days. Mom is definitely very happy. Yes. I also always hope my mother is healthy. Children and grandchildren are also happy." At the end of the whole month, Mrs. Lon went out and visited the sites. In particular, she did not visit the temple during this long tour. Ms. Thoen wanted to organize a trip to pray for peace, but she did not agree. They said they had discussed going to the temple, but if they didn't go, they were afraid they would be unlucky, so they were still determined to go on a trip to pray for the safety of the whole family. Mrs. Lon was angry. If you go, you guys go yourself. Mom stayed home with him. You guys don't need to worry about these two old bodies. We can take care of ourselves. Uncle Feng then stopped the girls and said he would organize a trip to the warehouse princess to pay the debt for the loan at the beginning of the year, so by the way, he would give alms to the whole family. Ms. Lon and Ms. Thoen found it reasonable, so they agreed to make a note to send the ceremony to Mr. Feng together. That night, the two girls were still lying on the bed next to Mrs. Lon. Both sisters were so busy talking about Tet that they didn't go to bed until late at night. Mrs. Lon was sleeping very soundly at that time. She slept so well that she didn't turn over once. The two girls talked and then slowly fell asleep. When her two daughters fell asleep, Mrs. Lon woke up. She gingerly crawled to the bed next to her two daughters and looked for the house key. Ms. Lon saw a hand constantly searching through her shirt, so she suddenly woke up. She grabbed Mrs. Lan's hand. "Mom, what are you doing at night?" She did not answer but just slightly curled her lips and smiled. Her other hand continued to reach into her pocket to retrieve the keys. Ms. Lon frowned. "Mom, where are you going at this hour?" "Mom, go to sleep. Tomorrow morning, can Thoen and I take you there? It's very cold outside now." Mrs. Lon didn't say anything but bared her teeth and bit straight into Ms. Lan's hand. She suddenly felt pain and let go. She was as quick as a squirrel, jumped to the ground, bent her back and ran quickly to the door. Miss Lon looked at her hunchbacked gait and shivered. She called out, "Mom, what are you going to do?" Miss Thoen heard the loud scream and woke up. "What's going on? How are you doing?" Ms. Lon followed Mrs. Lon out. Her mother took the door key again. "Please join me in advising your mother to go to the bedroom." The two girls ran out and saw Mrs. Lon opening the door frantically. The lock popped out. She turned back to look at the two children, smirked, then quickly pushed the lock and ran out. Mrs. Lon actually ran, not walked normally. Looking at her running away, it was as if she was afraid that her children would take her back home. The two girls immediately ran out to hold their mother back. She jumped up and raised her thin, bony hand to hit the two children. It was very difficult for the two girls to hug their mother into the house. Ms. Lon quickly locked the door and threw the key out the window. "Mom, lost the key. Now go to sleep, Mom. Tomorrow morning we'll take you wherever you want to go." Mrs. Lon glared fiercely at her two daughters, making them both feel guilty. "What's wrong with Mom? Why are you so strange today? It seems that this is not the mother." Ms. Thoen swallowed her saliva. "Is my mother possessed? How does Mom normally run so fast like a squirrel?" Ms. Lon replied, "Probably not. Or does Mom want to go to Dad's grave? It's best for us to stay awake and look after our mother for peace of mind." The two girls advised her to go to bed. She climbed onto the bed without saying a word and lay close to the wall, facing the inside. The two girls also got into the bed next to them to look after their mother. After a while, both of them felt sleepy and fell asleep. Stuck. 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 The noise woke Ms. Thoen up. Her first reflex was to turn to look at her mother's bed. She was no longer in bed. She glanced around the room and was frightened when she saw Mrs. Lon swinging on the window bars. Ms. Thoen pulled Ms. Lon up. "Wake up quickly, what's wrong with Mom?" Ms. Lan's eyes closed as she looked in the direction Ms. Thoen was pointing and saw Ms. Lon sitting on the window frame looking out. Her throat made a growling sound. Two dentures grinding against each other make a squeaking sound. Ms. Lon pressed her hand hard on Ms. Thoen's wrist. Mom was definitely possessed. She sat quietly here looking after her mother. "I burn incense for my father. Ms. Lan finished speaking and quickly ran to the altar room to light the incense stick and pray. As soon as the incense stick was placed in the incense bowl, Miss Thoen screamed inside, "Mom! Mom, don't scare us!" Ms. Lan ran inside and saw Ms. Thoen hugging Ms. Lan's body on the ground. Her arms and legs twitched. Her mouth twisted to one side. Ms. Thoen shouted, "Quickly! Call an ambulance! Mom got hit by the wind." Ms. Lan took the phone to call Mr. Dung and informed them of her father's situation. Inside the room, Ms. Thoen is using massage oil on Ms. Lan. Her eyes were wide open, drool running down the sides of her mouth. Ms. Lan panicked. What to do? What should we do now? The key was thrown outside and gone. Ms. Thoen replied, "Give first aid to your mother first. Mr. Dung will be here soon. Where is the disaster medicine? Quickly pry open my mother's mouth so I can drink it." Ms. Lan trembled as she opened the medicine cabinet, took out the medicine box, tried to give Mrs. Lan a drink, and waited for Mr. Dung to open the door and take her to the emergency room. Sure enough, very soon Uncle Dung arrived at the alley. Uncle and everyone took her to the emergency room. The doctor concluded that she had had a stroke, but luckily she received timely treatment so her life was not in danger. However, her limbs were convulsed, so she needed time to practice physical therapy and medication to quickly recover like before. Uncle Feng learned about the two girls throwing the house keys out the window and angrily scolded them. Ms. Lan felt angry. How could he know her mother's situation at that time when he was not at home? Mom kept rummaging around all night looking for the key. I hid it all in my pocket and my mother waited for me to sleep and rummaged through the bag to take it out. I held my mother's hand but she bit me until my hand turned purple. She said and then held out the arm that was bitten by Mrs. Lan for everyone to see. Sure enough, her hand had purple bruises including tooth marks. Uncle Feng shook his head, "Put it up high, hide it somewhere Mom can't get to it." Ms. Thoen replied, "Do you know how strange your mother is at night? Mom climbs like a monkey, jumps like a squirrel, and runs fast like a rabbit. In my living room, my mother opened the door quickly. Mom's eyes were as bright as headlights. Mom ran so hard that Aunt Lan and I chased her until we were out of breath to hold her back. If you don't throw away the key, do you think you can keep your mother?" Uncle Feng sighed, "Then change the digital lock. If you change the code lock, you won't be able to open it." Uncle Dung replied, "No need anymore. How can I run with my arms and legs like that without having to change the lock?" It is true that Mrs. Lan escaped death this time, but her arms and legs are no longer normal like before, so the possibility of leaving home at night is non-existent. Ms. Lan replied, "Before my mother was hit by the wind, she was still swinging from the window. I looked at it and was scared out of my wits." The two sisters thought their mother was possessed, so she ran out and lit an incense stick to ask the ancestors for blessings. Ms. Thoen nodded and added, "That's right." Mom opened the window and swung on it. When Aunt Lan lit incense, her mother let go and fell to the ground. "Luckily, I was behind you." Uncle Feng pondered for a long time and then slowly said, "Maybe our family really has a death. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many strange things happening at home. Mom is very old and doesn't have the strength to jump and swing like everyone says. I'll ask Uncle Lin to help me. On the day Mom is still in the hospital, we can hold a ceremony to appease ghosts and pray for peace at home for her." Everyone heard what Uncle Feng said made sense, everyone agreed. Uncle Feng called Uncle Lin to ask for help, but Uncle Lin couldn't figure out what was going on with Mrs. Lan's family. Uncle Lin introduced Uncle Feng to Mao Qi to meet a shaman. This teacher is rumored to be very good at exorcising ghosts. The teacher saw Mr. Feng and his wife come over and their eyes lit up and replied, "This house has a lot of insects. The chain of unjust karma is so heavy for so many generations, why doesn't anyone see it?" Uncle Feng heard that and wondered, "Teacher, my family has not had anyone die in the last 50 years, so why is there a coincidence?" The teacher shook his head, "Yes, definitely yes. But why can't I say I see Trung? This person is wasting his time very badly. I'm afraid it's a bit late for everyone to come find me." Whether this problem can be solved or not depends on whether the family's fortune is thick or thin. The teacher talked for a long time about insects and about the family facing great hardship. Uncle Feng listened and his ears were ringing. The reason is that if someone died in the family, the teacher would still believe it, since the day Mr. Lon passed away until now, there has not been a single death in my family. Auntie was also confused. "I asked you to look again and help my family. Actually, no one in my family has lost anything." The teacher shook his head, "Believe it or not depends on your family. Whatever you see, you say so. If your family doesn't believe you, you can go find another teacher and ask him for help. However, go early. Family mourning will be unavoidable in the coming year. Whether their mother will survive this year or not will have to wait for the blessing left behind. However, this blessing will not last forever." Mr. Feng replied, "Tet is coming to an end, so can I ask you to help me set up a karma watch to help my family?" The teacher replied, "If I had to do it for money, I would definitely do it, but because I know Master Lin, please forgive me for saying it frankly, resolving karma is not effective now. The family should prepare for Tet. If on Tet this year a black cat runs into the house, come see me immediately. Hoa. From there it starts." Uncle Feng heard the teacher say that and wanted to ask a few more questions but couldn't open his mouth to say anything. The couple returned home, still filled with worries. Auntie Girl immediately called Uncle Lin to tell the story. After hearing this, Uncle Lin could only sigh. If it was a disaster, it would be difficult to avoid. Uncle Girl replied, "So now we buy all the cats from the whole neighborhood and take them away. As long as there is no cat, there will be no trouble, right?" Uncle Lin thought for a while before slowly answering, "That's okay. However, uncles and aunts should advise everyone to be careful and investigate to see if anyone in the family has recently passed away or not. Honestly, I don't see anything unusual. But what the shaman said is worth paying attention to. If this teacher did not exist, he would not speak. What you said is very appropriate. People should not be subjective." Auntie shook her head, "Indeed, in my family, no one has died." "Are you sure? Adults don't lose, but what about children? I think you should find out if there is someone in your paternal clan who has children of their own. As long as the baby is a blood relative of the aunt side of the family, I guarantee it will still have an impact. This, my house definitely doesn't exist. How can Uncle Dung and Uncle Koi find out? Who knows, if you say it out loud, brothers and sisters will become suspicious and lose unity, which is very pitiful. Double mourning is extremely dangerous. If you can't find out the root cause, how can you destroy it? Or do you want it to happen, swallowing each person in turn, each member of the family you just started? By then, wouldn't it be too late?" Uncle Lin's words kept ringing in her ears, making Auntie Gi feel extremely worried. He whispered into Mr. Feng's ear, "I said this, if it's not right, don't be angry. Is it possible that one of the three brothers has children of their own?" Uncle Feng was startled when he heard his wife's question and replied, "Why are you suddenly saying something so random? This matter cannot be said nonsense. That's why I told myself in advance that if not, I shouldn't be angry. I know we haven't lost a friend in our family for more than 40 years, so how can you confirm that there are insects? Moreover, this teacher is extremely skilled. Uncle Lin said it was okay if he didn't say it, but he said he definitely did. So let's find out a little bit to see if that's the case or not. I said, if any uncle has a child outside and now something bad happens, we will know how to save it. As for me, I absolutely believe that you don't need to worry about me. But if I told you about this, how would I open my mouth to tell them? If nothing happens, will we lose our friendship? That's why I want to meet Uncle Koi and Uncle Dung first to explore. If that really happens, we can easily make arrangements. Uncle Feng was suddenly a little stunned. Could it be that? What is it? Did I discover something? Uncle shook his head. Probably not. But I don't know anymore. I'm thinking about the children again. Could it be their fault? Who? Are you talking about Hone guys? Probably not. The kids in our family are like him, obedient and very loving. I didn't think they would cause such a terrible thing. Know how to be? I only believe in myself and have no faith in today's kids. But if it's caused by spoiled children, then how about we solve it like Uncle Lin said? Now let's find the truth first. Wait until everything is over and then we'll move on. As soon as Hone arrived home, Uncle Feng called him in and asked, I have something to tell you. It's a matter between two men. Can you and I share it together? Hone was a bit worried when he saw his father speaking so nervously for the first time. He nodded and followed his father into his own room. Uncle Feng then asked, I built this career for my children's future. So if one day something tragic suddenly happened to our family, what would you think? Hone smiled slightly. Dad, if there's anything you want to ask, just say it directly. Why are you hiding it? Okay. Dad, don't hide it from me. This morning my dad went to see the teacher. He said there was a bug in our house. Why are there duplicates, Dad? Isn't it true that only houses with funerals have duplicates? What should we do if someone just passed away in our family? Uncle Feng nodded. That's why I want you to honestly tell me whether you accidentally spilled any blood outside or not. When Hone heard what his father said, he struggled like a leech. He insisted on denying that he had a child outside. Father and son confided for a long time, but in the end, no one had an abandoned child. The child was abandoned outside. Uncle Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I feel reassured when you say that. However, Dad worried about Uncle Dung and Uncle Koi's house. When Hone heard his father say that, he laughed. If they had children of their own outside, they would have known about him. I don't know, but my uncles pamper their wives like they pamper their wives. I see some dads pamper their mothers less, but there's no way these two could have children of their own. I've been hanging out with Uncle Koi for many years now. Don't I know where he goes? As for Uncle Dung, don't worry. I know that, but if no one has children of their own, where did this insect come from? Hone suddenly remembered something. He raised his hand and tapped his forehead a few times and then said, could it be tongue? A few years ago, I heard him say that when he was drunk and couldn't control himself, he went too far with a girl. Really? I want to quickly find out about this for Dad. We need to know exactly where that girl is now. But probably not, Dad. Then I heard that the girl was married. As for the On and Tuan On of Uncle Koi's family, you can rest assured, those two guys probably asked for wives for them, but the kind of men who feel embarrassed and blush when they see a girl will probably never do that. It's impossible to say something as bad as your dad said. Uncle Feng heard his son's analysis and found it reasonable, but still did not feel secure, so he sought out each uncle one by one to ask about it. The uncles all affirmed that they had no children of their own. Everything returns to the original starting point. In fact, it was because the shaman said there was a problem in the house that Mr. Feng took the trouble to ask about the two brothers. In his heart, he always believed that they had not done anything wrong to their relatives. All three of us went abroad to study before returning home to start a business. The way of thinking of all three is quite similar, and especially they love their wives and children very much. Many people still say that if they work for this or that woman, have a house full of money, and have high positions, how can they avoid temptations? Yet the three cousins are like that. Mrs. Land's children tried to find other relatives or, in other words, find matches, but all their efforts were in vain. The old year also passed quickly. It was not until the 28th of Tet that people welcomed Mrs. Land home to celebrate Tet with her children and grandchildren. Mrs. Land's house has become a tradition. No matter where the children and grandchildren are, on the night of the 30th they have to come home and gather with the family in the big house to celebrate New Year's Eve. They stayed from the afternoon of the 30th to noon of the first day to wish relatives New Year, and then on the second day, everyone went home, went to wish New Year or go out with their grandparents. This year is no exception, but everyone gathers early from the 28th of Tet. Uncle Feng told Mr. Dung to go to the whole neighborhood to buy all the cats and take them to another place to avoid the same thing happening as the shaman said on New Year's Eve. The teacher only told me that if a black cat came into the house, it would be a disaster, but they gathered all kinds of cats and took them away for peace of mind. At that time, there were no cats left in the whole neighborhood. When sleeping at night, people no longer hear the cat meowing like usual. Ms. Lan is healthy again as usual, but her legs are still weak, so she cannot walk on her own. She had to use a wheelchair, and wherever she went, someone pushed her there. After a few weeks in the hospital, Ms. Lan looked healthy and her skin became rosy again. She sometimes stumbles and chokes when she talks, but is no longer as fluent as before. On the night of the 30th day of the Lunar New Year, the whole family gathered around the tea table to chat. Everyone is excited to welcome New Year's Eve and into the new year. Auntie didn't understand why her chest kept pounding that day. Many times my body felt hot like I was on fire. He pulled Feng's hand and whispered, "Hey, why do I feel so insecure? From morning until now I feel like someone in a trance. My insides are hot as hell." Uncle Feng replied, "Oh wow. I've been working hard since morning to cook and prepare the table. I found myself running in and out of the kitchen and the altar, which was enough to make me sweat. I work hard. Who says I'm the eldest daughter-in-law? Not. It's hot, it's not this. I'm so impatient here. It feels so tense and suffocating. Okay, I'm ready to go. New Year's Eve is almost here. I think it's because I've been thinking about what the shaman said so much that I'm getting stressed at this moment. Let's relax and feel comfortable. During Tet, let yourself rest," he said, and quickly helped his wife and children prepare the New Year's Eve offerings in the yard. The New Year's Eve offering tray of Mrs. Land's large family is always large and filled with offerings. Exactly at midnight on New Year's Eve, when the first fireworks flashed in the sky, Mr. Feng performed the worship ceremony on behalf of the entire family. Mrs. Lan does this every year, but this year she is sick, so she gives up the responsibility to her eldest son. Uncle Feng dressed beautifully and politely, washed his hands, feet, face, and nose with leaf water, and then walked out into the yard to perform the ceremony. The incense stick had just been lit, and before it could be extinguished, a loud crash was heard across the house. Everyone was startled and turned to look. Wow, no, N.G.O.A.O. Immediately a huge black cat appeared out of nowhere. His blue eyes looked harshly at the New Year's Eve tray. Quick as lightning, Uncle Dung carried the stick and rushed towards the cat, hoping to chase it away. The cat that was attacked suddenly raised its fur and meowed twice, then aimed straight at the banqueting ceremony table and rushed towards it. The whole house was in chaos because a big black cat suddenly appeared from nowhere. It knocked over the offering table, and the incense bowl was also thrown to the ground and shattered. Uncle Feng angrily shouted, "This damn cat! Where did it come from?" Uncle Deng still held the stick and rushed towards the cat, whose fur was ruffled fiercely. It ran straight into the main house and escaped. When Tung saw that, he took the knife and ran over. "I slashed him to death." Mrs. Lon in the house looked at the chaotic scene caused by the cat and suddenly became speechless and could not say a word. Tung carried a knife and rushed like lightning, intending to kill the cat. Only then did she wake up. "Stop, no killing on New Year's Eve." Her voice was not loud, not soft enough for everyone to hear. Auntie urged her two children, "Quickly, you two go inside and chase that cat away right away." He ran down to the kitchen and scooped up a bowl of rice and salt in his hand, just waiting for the cat to be chased out and immediately throw salt and rice after him. The cat stays indoors and refuses to go out. It crawled under the ancestral altar and hid there, refusing to come out. Uncle Deng carried a long stick under the hood and waved it hard to get it out. Sure enough, the cat was poked by the stick, so it quickly jumped out. Its 4 claws rushed straight at Tung, who was holding a knife and scratching. Tung was surprised when he dropped the knife and hit his leg, causing it to bleed. He angrily picked up the knife and threw it at the cat. The cat jumped onto the altar and ran away. The offerings on the table were once knocked apart by it. Uncle Deng was worried that the ancestral incense bowl would be hit and rushed forward to hold it. The cat thought he was hitting it, so it reflexively raised its fur and bared its teeth in defense. Tung angrily rushed forward to try to catch the cat, but the cat jumped on him again and scratched him again. It was scratched once, a knife fell on its leg, and now it got scratched again, making it angry. He grabbed his father's stick and raised it up to give him a fatal blow. The cat was hit in the head without having time to make a sound and fell to the ground. Its blood gushed out and spread red all over the floor. When Mrs. Lon saw the blood, she suddenly stood up and screamed, then fell to the floor. The ancestral incense bowl suddenly caught fire and caught fire. Everyone panicked, some put out the fire, others helped Mrs. Lon. On New Year's Eve, everyone set off firecrackers to celebrate the new year. Mrs. Lan's house was filled with loud screams and then the sound of a car speeding by to take her to the emergency room. The hospital was also empty on New Year's Eve because everyone was worried about celebrating the new year. The doctor examined her for a while and then announced that she was in a deep coma. Everyone was very worried when they heard what the doctor said. Uncle Feng asked about the situation, but the doctor said it was unlikely she would survive, unless there was a miracle. 3 hours later, she officially left her children and grandchildren. This time, her children insisted on not believing in the doctor's diagnosis because the previous 2 times she had both come back to life from the dead. The doctors took her to another hospital, but it was no good. They asked her family to carry out procedures to bring her home to take care of the funeral. The previous 2 incidents had just happened, so her children were still hoping for her to wake up again. They continuously asked the medical team to do their best to cure them, but all received a shake of the doctor's head. Auntie Girl also called Uncle Lin to tell her what happened and the appearance of the black cat disrupting the New Year's Eve party. After hearing this, Uncle Lin could only sigh and reply, "If it's a disaster, it's hard to avoid. The family should take her home to prepare for the funeral because she has lost the will of God." As soon as Uncle Lin received the phone call from Auntie Guy, he guessed something was wrong. When he heard the news of Mrs. Lan's death, he dialed the date and time and said that the time she left was not a violation because her age, month, day, and hour were all in the right direction, meaning that Mrs. Lan's death was doomed. According to nature. Nothing to worry about. Uncle Feng remembered what the Dharma master said, that if a black cat appeared in the house during Tet, he must come to see the teacher, so he left his mother to the children to look after and went to find the Dharma master alone. Uncle Lin knew what was going on and quickly replied, "Are you planning on bringing bad luck to someone else's house, or why are you leaving at this hour?" Uncle Feng replied, "But now I have no choice. This is because the teacher advised me, not because you came on your own." "But it's Tet, I still have to ask the teacher for details." Uncle Fook took the phone to call the shaman. As soon as he saw the phone call, he quickly said, "There was a cat running into your house as I predicted, right?" Uncle Feng told the story. The teacher sighed, "Disaster has come, there is no way to avoid it." Uncle Fook replied to the teacher, "I know it is not right to bother you at this time, but it is urgent that I hope you open your heart to do good for our family." The teacher sighed, "Today is the first day of the year, you should put everything aside and wait for the third day to continue. Your old lady is exactly as Master Lin said, this is according to heaven. Does that mean your mother won't survive? If it is according to God's will, there is nothing to worry about. However, we are worried about that unknown disaster coming from. Is there no way to determine it, teacher? It's true that in more than 40 years, no one has died in my family. So that's what's worth mentioning. I can only see that your family will definitely have many funerals in the future. However, I don't have supernatural powers to the point of knowing what kind of death occurred at the wrong time. If his family doesn't quickly find that dead insect and set up an altar to hold the funeral, then they're afraid that disaster will continue, and mourning will never end." On the first day of the first day, when the family reunited to celebrate the Lunar New Year, Mrs. Land's house was filled with mourning. The crying was dull in the house, but no one was allowed to scream loudly and affect the neighbors. On the third day of Tet, the news of Mrs. Land's death was spread. At that time, the descendants announced the funeral to organize a filial ceremony. The weather at that time was very cold. Ms. Land's body was left from New Year's Eve to the third day, still looking like a sleeping person. It was not until the afternoon of the third that the ceremony to enter the coffin took place amid the sympathies of children, grandchildren, relatives, and neighbors. Many people whispered about the black cat appearing in Mrs. Land's family on New Year's Eve as if it were a bad omen. Moreover, the cat blatantly broke the incense bowl offered to banish the dead, so the head of the family must have met with misfortune. Many strange stories are woven into mysteries. Many people also say that Mrs. Lan is a person of God. She has been reincarnated from death several times in a row, so she will eventually be able to follow God so that she will not have to continue to be reborn as a human being. I once asked her about the stories of people who, when they die, follow in the footsteps of serving lords or saints. My grandmother once said that there are many people who have roots and fruits, but in human life they practice enough to attain enlightenment. When they die, they will go to the realm of bliss. Others will follow the Lord or saint like that. She also told me absolutely not to get too deeply involved in spirituality and especially not to open the chakras because it will have a very bad effect and that karma will stick with me for life after life. In her opinion, those who become teachers and truly bring blessings to the world are those who practice so that they will return to the realm of bliss without needing to be reborn as a human being. As for those who sell teachers and sell saints, taking advantage of people's trust to extort money, their karma will be so heavy that 4 generations of descendants will have to bear the negative karma for generations to come, and their karma will not end. The third time Mrs. Lan died, her children and grandchildren also hoped for a miracle to bring her back to life. The shaman was also invited by Mr. Feng's family to perform the ceremony. However, when Uncle Guy came to check on Ms. Lan's body and placed a stack of banknotes under the white towel covering Ms. Lan's body, suddenly the bunch of bananas placed on her stomach shook slightly. She coughed twice, then lifted the white towel and sat up. Auntie was so startled that she immediately collapsed to the ground. A. The children screamed when they saw Mrs. Lawn suddenly wake up. The neighbors standing next to the window looked into the board and saw Mrs. Lawn sit up and suddenly screamed and ran away together. The children were so scared that their faces turned pale and they fell on top of each other when they deliberately wanted to squeeze in and run ahead. That horrifying scene reappeared in Mrs. Land's house again. However, this time she glanced around at the coffin and ceremony table, asking, "Why is our house so crowded? It's Tet, why do you always hang white clothes like a funeral?" Uncle Koi ran and grabbed Mrs. Land's hand and cried like a child, "Mom! Mom! We heard Mom say it again. Mommy!" Seeing this, the children and grandchildren quickly gathered in the main house to surround Mrs. Lawn and cry. They cried with joy when they witnessed Mrs. Lawn in flesh and blood sitting and talking, blaming her children and grandchildren for all sorts of things. The shaman witnessed the entire scene of Mrs. Land's spectacular resurrection and was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. A person whispered softly into the shaman's ear, "Did she come back to life or was she possessed by a demon?" The teacher glared and replied, "The old lady is very blessed." Mrs. Lawn suddenly remembered something and asked in panic, "Xian, where is your Xian? Is it home yet?" She looked closely at the decoration in the house and then blurted out, "Spring. Are you not coming back anymore? Did a hungry ghost catch you? Oh, Spring. Hurry home with Grandma. Oh, Spring." Uncle Koi was surprised. "It's me, Mom." "What's wrong, Mom?" Tuanon quickly ran closer to her and sat down on the ground. She hugged its head and cried, "So lucky. He saved you, right?" She was worried that she would be locked up and wouldn't be able to come home. "Next time you go out, don't stay home too late or the devil will catch you, okay?" She clapped her hands on her chest and lamented, "How lucky." In the end, the little boy survived the accident. Mom thought something had happened to him, so our family held a funeral for him. Lucky. So lucky. The uncle consoled his mother. She was having a nightmare while sleeping. "It's not true, Mother." Mrs. Lawn wondered, "So who died and our family had a funeral like that?" She said, then looked back at herself and the white cloth, her voice trembling. Could it be, U.S., Mother, Mother?" Uncle Girl quickly spoke up, "Mom." Mother was so shocked that her soul and soul were lost, so the children invited the teacher to perform a spell to gather her soul and spirit so that she could return to her children and grandchildren. When Mom woke up, we were very happy. For the past few days, we have loved you and cried for hours. Mrs. Lawn turned her eyes to look at her children and grandchildren, seemingly quickly understanding the situation, and then slowly said, "Is it Mom? Has the mother's soul left her body? Mom has been like this for how many days?" Ms. Lawn replied to her mother, "From New Year's Eve until now, the third day of Tet, Mom." Mrs. Lawn suddenly remembered what happened on New Year's Eve. She was silent and said nothing. Her eyes suddenly became wet. She sniffled a few times and then softly said, "It's fate, even if you want to avoid it, you can't avoid it." The children came to comfort her, the neighbors also congratulated her and helped the family quickly clean up and cancel the funeral. Uncle Dung hurriedly told everyone to quickly stop the funeral because she had once again come back to life. That incident was quickly spread as a unique miracle at that time. In the countryside, it is not too rare for the dead to come back to life. However, they can come back to life once, but now Mrs. Lawn has come back to life 3 times. The third time she was resurrected from the dead, Ms. Lawn was strangely healthy. She can walk and move normally, but her arms and legs are no longer twitching like the day she had the stroke. She suddenly became strangely interested in going to the temple. At home, she started becoming a vegetarian and advised her children and grandchildren to follow her as a vegetarian. Day by day, she talked less and less to people. When she had free time, she sat and listened to Buddhist scriptures. She no longer had nightmares or did strange actions at night like before. Her children thought that perhaps because she loved and worshipped Buddha often, the Buddha showed his sincerity and protected her through calamities and lives in good health. Time passed until the day Mrs. Lon actually passed away. It was a summer day in 2005, when my grandmother was still alive. My grandmother has the ability to hear the gulls cry, the echo that emanates in the air whenever someone is about to die. My father and my aunt could also hear that plaintive cry every time there was about to be a funeral in the village. My grandmother said it was the sound of the devil preparing to pick up the dead and take them to the underworld. There are also many people who, when they hear that cry, say that the sound of the ghost is being led away by demons. So they see the body and feel pity, see their loved ones and feel heartbroken, then make a sad and painful sound. That cry becomes increasingly louder and clearer as the death approaches us, or the death is unjust, so tragic that it cries out louder than usual. Whether explained in one way or another, when someone hears the sound of a gull, the village prepares for a funeral. I asked my grandmother, "Will Mrs. Lon be able to open the coffin lid and come back to life like last time?" My grandmother replied, "This time it is impossible. This disaster for her family is difficult to avoid. If your children and grandchildren have great blessings and great destiny, they will be lucky to escape. However, the sin of death can be escaped, but the sin of life is difficult to avoid. Those who can avoid it are because they accumulated too much virtue in their previous lives." I asked again, why would her death affect her children and grandchildren? Is it true that morning follows morning like we see in our neighborhood? My grandmother mumbled some words that were not very clear, and then she went inside the house. After a while, she brought out an old Vietnamese book from the years 92 to 93 and gave it to me and said, "Write today's date on the cover of the book for me." I quickly did as she said. She told me to calculate the old woman's age and write it down for her. I followed. When finished calculating, on the paper cover there were still 3 signs, tie, dragon, and rooster corresponding to the age, month, and day the old lady passed away. I remember because it was the age of my brother and younger siblings. After taking notes, my grandmother said, her death was not a mistake, but she was sure it was a disaster, a very big disaster. I asked her how she knew. She said that there are things that you want to not know to save your mind from suffering. Knowing a lot is not necessarily good, and being curious should be avoided. Returning to Mrs. Land's family, when she passed away, her children and grandchildren also announced her funeral, but the memorial service was delayed 3 days from the time of her death. Because her children grew up, many guests came to visit. This time everyone also hoped for a miracle that she would come back to life like the last time. Ms. Lon and Ms. Thoen took turns sitting next to her, hoping that she would open her eyes and wake up to talk to her children. Neighbors told each other stories about several nights in a row of hearing birds and pigs chirping continuously. People say the sound of birds and pigs calling for bad things to come. Some people joke and say, pig birds and turtle doves both make the same sound. Why does everyone like the sound of a turtle dove, but every time a pig bird calls, the whole village and commune are scared? Ms. Yuyan heard that and replied, the night before she passed away, my husband and I went to sleep with her. At 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, suddenly she heard a scream from her window. My whole family woke up when they heard the sound of birds and pigs chirping right next to the wall. One person replied, I heard it too. I have trouble sleeping at night, so I've heard it for several days now. Or perhaps there are some pig birds that have strayed to this area? Miss Yen quickly wiped away her tears. when Mr. Dung went out to close the window, she immediately saw the bright eyes of a bird perched on a grapefruit branch in the backyard. He was startled when he saw it. I heard him talk about an owl staring at the window. The old women in the village heard this and suddenly exclaimed, "This must be a sign, because if they peek into the house, someone will die." Miss Yen sobbed, "That's why my mother left us, ladies. My mother and I still slept well at night, but in the morning she was gone. We were surprised that she left so suddenly. My mother is still healthy and very alert, ladies. Stop being heartbroken, Mrs. Lon is old, so returning to heaven is in accordance with heaven. The elders still taught that if you walk early, you will be healthy. She walks so easily and is not constantly sick, which is considered her blessing." 3 days after Ms. Lon passed away, the funeral took place. After the memorial service, children and grandchildren kneel next to the coffin of the deceased. White mourning clothes were given to each person. An entire house filled with mourning. That evening, a large number of guests came to visit, group after group of people coming in and out continuously until 10 o'clock at night. After 10 o'clock, the trumpet and drum team stopped due to regulations on funeral customs in the countryside. The visitors also gradually stopped. Only relatives and neighbors around Mrs. Land's house remained. In the countryside at that time, young people often stayed behind to play cards at night to kill time. The reason the countryside is different from the city is because at funerals at night, everyone in the family gathers in large numbers for a meaningful feeling. Mrs. Land's house is no exception. At midnight, several young men from the family followed orders to perform the burial ceremony. The coffin is precious, so it is very heavy. Everyone must try their best to lift the coffin and put it down according to funeral customs. After finishing the ceremony, they went to the yard to play cards and eat porridge at night, waiting for the funeral to come in the morning. Inside the house, Ms. Lon still lay hugging her mother's coffin. She cried for several days without a sound. Her voice called her sister very softly, "Thoan, stay here with your mother for a while. I have something to ask Mr. Feng." Ms. Thoan prostrated herself next to her mother's coffin instead of Ms. Lon. However, the coffin felt very hot. As soon as she touched it, she quickly exclaimed, "Why is the coffin so hot?" As soon as Tung entered the house, he heard Ms. Thoan say that and quickly touched the coffin lid. It snatched its hand back and then cried out in panic, "Hot!" The coffin was really hot. He suddenly shivered thinking about his previous dream when he slept and looked after his grandmother's house. He told Ms. Thoan, "I used to dream of being locked in a coffin and being this hot. In the morning, my body was still bruised and dirty. What a dream! Could it be a dream about this?" Ms. Thoan urged him, "Quickly, run and find the evil man here. The coffin can't get that hot." Hone, who was outside the door, heard this and replied, "It's probably because there are too many candles burning in the house and the weather is this hot. I think it's normal, miss. Or good wood should absorb heat better than normal wood." Ms. Thoan stood up, "You two look after her coffin, I have to talk to everyone." Ms. Thoan had just walked a few steps when Tung's voice shouted loudly, "Fire! It's on fire!" Everyone heard Tung shouting and quickly turned to look. The funeral room was on fire. The fierce fire engulfed everything around it into its heart. "Fast! Fire extinguisher! Where is the fire extinguisher?" Uncle Koi's voice shouted, "Why don't those two guys put out the fire? Are you standing there staring at the fire?" Tung and Hone then hissed, pulled a few cloths and threw them repeatedly at the burning fire. The fire seemed to be gaining more and more momentum and burning. The neighbors brought water to pour water to put out the fire. Ms. Land's columned house was originally designed with wood from floor to roof. Mrs. Land passed away, so in the house there were too many cloths, towels, and hangings, creating conditions for the fire to develop its strength. Each pot of water rushed forward. Neighbors carried a water pump and sprayed it directly into the rapidly spreading fire. Xian and the An's brothers carried the fire extinguisher and put out the fire. Xian tried his best to extinguish the fire surrounding his grandmother's coffin. His face was tense. "Grandma, I will take her out. I won't let the fire hurt you." As he did so, he prayed to God to have mercy on his grandmother. Not long after, the fire was controlled. All the candles, turbans, and fabrics were burned. Luckily, the fire did not have time to completely destroy the pillared house. The fire was out, water and ash flooded the house. Everyone's faces were dirty and tired, and they immediately collapsed to the ground. Ms. Thoan rushed to her mother's coffin and cried, "Mom, why are mothers so miserable? The day my mother passed away was not peaceful. Mommy, our sin is so great." Uncle Feng pulled Ms. Thoan out. "Be careful not to burn yourself. The coffin that just burned is still very hot." Ms. Lan also burst into tears. She asked her grandchildren to quickly check to see if Mrs. Lan's body in the coffin had been affected by the unjust fire. Uncle Feng stopped everyone. Everyone should not come into contact with the coffin for the time being. Uncle Deng pulled Uncle Feng's hand. "We have to replace Mom with a new coffin. How can we let Mom lie down after this one has burned down like that?" Uncle Feng assigned Uncle Deng to immediately find a new coffin to replace the burned one. Everyone quickly cleaned up the house with their hands and feet. Fortunately, the funeral home in the countryside had many people staying to help, so everything was resolved quickly and cleanly. Only when the house was cleaned did Mr. Feng have time to ask about the situation. Why did the fire catch fire? Who was the first person to discover this then? Ms. Thoan spoke up. "It's me. I saw that the coffin was unusually hot, so I asked the two of you to stay and look after it, then ran to find the brothers to talk. Unfortunately, I had just walked a few steps when I heard Tung shouting fire. At that moment, the fire rose up to the pile of cloth." Tung quickly replied, "Yes, I saw the fire first. It burned from her coffin." "Why did the coffin suddenly catch fire?" Hon replied, "Maybe because the candle fell, the wood caught fire and spread to the altar. I also just saw the coffin burst into flames and then spread it all around." Uncle Koi approached the coffin, tapped his hand on the lid and thought, "How strange. If it was a spilled candle, why did the coffin catch fire so easily? Could it be that this coffin is coated with a thermal conductive layer?" Tung replied, "But the coffin was hotter than usual before it burned. Miss Thoan knows that. So now we have to get her out of there, because such a hot coffin is afraid it will affect her body." Uncle Feng replied, "It cannot be said that it can be changed. Thanks to her entering the coffin since yesterday afternoon, if we want to change the coffin's clothes, we have to ask the teacher. It's not like we can do it if we want." He said, then took the phone and called Lin back to ask about the situation. Uncle Lin heard the news and sweated. Did the fire touch his body? Now I just told Uncle Deng to buy a replacement coffin. This car was burned, but we didn't dare to open customs yet, so we left it intact. Uncle Lin stopped the time and replied, "Then wait until 3 o'clock and then go to her coffin. Remember, when you put on a new coffin, put gold paper money like I told Auntie Gi, along with a knife. Absolutely don't forget." Uncle Deng quickly brought the new coffin home. It was just past 3 o'clock in the morning. Several people gathered to open and assemble Ms. Lan's coffin. Strangely, the coffin seemed to be glued together with no way to open the lid. Everyone shouted to each other to carry the coffin low to make it easier to dismantle. All 5 to 6 people held on to carry the coffin down, which was as heavy as a stone. However, while moving, Tung's hand slipped, causing the coffin to shake violently to one side, almost falling to the floor. Uncle Dung saw this and was grumpy. "Why are you so clumsy in everything you do? If the coffin accidentally falls, will it desecrate my grandmother's body?" He replied very softly. Suddenly my hand got cold. I couldn't hold on anymore and my hand slipped. "The coffin is so hot, where is it cold?" "Really, Dad, please try to hold on to what I'm holding and see." Uncle Dung glared at it without responding, then quickly and everyone lowered the coffin to the ground. Everyone tried their best, but the coffin wouldn't budge. Finally, the neighbor had to use a hammer and knife to hammer down on the coffin and then use all his strength to pop the coffin lid up. As soon as the coffin was installed, a pungent, irritating, unpleasant smell suddenly rushed up to the nose, causing the people standing near the coffin to turn away and cover their noses in discomfort. Ms. Land's body was dark gray as if it had been burned, but her clothes were completely intact. Everyone quickly took her out and placed her in a new coffin. Uncle Feng directed several healthy young men to quickly carry the burned coffin to the end of the garden, soak it in gasoline and burn it clean. 4 young men lazily carried the coffin to the back. The coffin was indeed very heavy, causing everyone carrying it to frown and try their best to carry it to the end of the garden. Tung and Hone quickly poured gasoline on the coffin and set it on fire. The fire quickly flared up and completely covered the coffin. Tung suddenly exclaimed, "Fire, just now I saw the coffin on fire just like this." Hone replied, "I only saw the fire burning on the coffin lid and then going to the breathing table area. If the coffin had burned like this before, I'm afraid she would have been burned inside." Xian replied, "Did you notice her face and hands when she opened the coffin? Everything was scorched. I was so scared when I saw it, especially the burning, intoxicating smell that filled my nose. I almost vomited in the house." Vu, Ms. Thoan's son, spoke up, "I find it very strange. Why does Grandma's body seem to be burned but her clothes are okay? Even the white cloth that wrapped her body was still the same as before." The On stuck out his tongue. "Thinking about him still gives me chills." He also saw that her fingernails were slightly bloody. Tung quickly asked, "Are you telling the truth? She's been dead for 3 or 4 days, why are her fingernails stained with blood? It's possible that she's stained with something you can't see clearly." So he nodded, maybe he saw wrong. When Tung's hand slipped and almost dropped his grandmother's coffin, he saw that the coffin was as cold as real ice. It's not just Tung who sees it. Tung quickly raised his hands for everyone to see. "Really, my hand just slipped. The coffin was suddenly cold so I tried to grab it but couldn't. My hand was scratched and bleeding." The On looked at Tung's hand and opened his eyes slightly wider than usual. His mouth stuttered, Why is Tung's hand like that?" Everyone turned to look at Tung's hands and then looked at the On. "What's wrong with his hands?" "It's just a little bit of bleeding, but what's so scary?" So On tried to say something else but shook his head to chase away the crazy thought and looked towards the coffin engulfed in fire. It seemed that the coffin had been burning for a long time but there were no signs of it being completely burned. The brothers stood guard because they were afraid the fire would spread again and it would be dangerous. Xian's eyes suddenly lit up when looking at the coffin. Who lies in the coffin like that?" Hearing that, Tung quickly replied, "Are you delusional? What's the use of coffins? Behold. It's moving. It's that person." Hone frowned and looked into Xian's eyes. It's true that its eyes are very strange, completely tinged with a bright red color like the color of the fire burning on the other side. He gently nudged Vu, "You guys should go home and rest, you must be tired." Tomorrow at 5 o'clock the trumpet and drum troop will come again, so take an hour's rest to regain your strength." Vu waved his hand. "You guys should go rest. I'm not familiar with the time zone, so I can't sleep at night. During the day, I feel sleepy and my eyes are heavy." Tongue carried a bucket of water and placed it on the ground. "Here's the water, I'll put out the ashes later." The brothers then gathered together to rest. The two brothers, Vu and Hone, stood and watched the fire burn the coffin. It took a while for the coffin to burn completely. The fire seemed to have completely gone out, leaving only red spots on the charcoal on the ground. Hone suddenly felt dizzy. He held his head and sat down on the ground. The words echoed in his ears, "Put out the fire. The water is ready for you." Hone replied, "There's probably no need, the coal is almost gone. Quickly pour water to extinguish the fire." The coal fire that had been carefully ignited burned the whole place now. As soon as Vu entered the house, he heard Hone talking and was surprised. "Who are you talking to?" Hone looked around and wondered, "Hey, where have you been? I thought you were here. Don't tell me you're having a dream. You told me to run into the house and drink some water and then come back out?" Hone stood for a moment, picked up a bucket of water, and was about to throw it straight into the fire, but suddenly he stopped. His nose sniffled. "Do you smell gasoline? Why is the smell of gasoline so strong?" Vu also blankly affirmed, "It really smells like gasoline. Or is it because the smell of gasoline we burned earlier still lingers? The fire has gone out, right? It's definitely the smell of gasoline from earlier. Stay away, I'll pour water to put out the fire and then go into the house to see if there's any work assigned by my uncle or aunt." Hone quickly picked up the bucket of water, his hands suddenly shaking because of the cold feeling spreading to his whole body. He frantically dropped the bucket on the ground, causing water to splash. The fire flared up again and spread close to Hone's standing position. As if Hone was stunned, he looked at the fire that was fiercely approaching. Its legs felt like they had tight ropes that couldn't move. Seeing this, Vu quickly shouted, "Run, that bucket is full of gasoline." Hone could clearly hear every word Vu said, but he couldn't run. Its feet were buried right where its eyes were staring at the burning fire. Its mouth stammered, "Fire is a person, fire, a person, is a person." The fire spread very quickly. Vu quickly took a nearby sandbag and repeatedly threw it on the ground and then threw it to block the spread of the fire. He pulled Hone away from there. "Do you want to die? If there weren't sandbags here, he would have been burned to death by the fire. Why did Tongue give us gas?" Only then did Hone regain his composure. It pointed towards the fire. It was a person. In the fire there was a person. "Are you crazy? Where are you from?" He was almost the one who was burned to death by the fire. "Are not. Surely he saw someone in there. You're not mistaken. Where is Tongue? Can't you tell the difference between gasoline and water?" Mr. Vu was angry and dragged Mr. Hone, who was still in a state of terror, into the house to find Mr. Tongue and told him right from wrong. The two boys immediately met Uncle Dung in the garden. "Has the fire gone out yet? You two go eat a bowl of chicken porridge to regain your strength. In an hour, the trumpet and drum troop will arrive at the house." Vu snorted, "Where is your tongue? He just gave Mr. Hone a bucket full of gasoline to put out the fire." Uncle Dung heard what Vu said and didn't understand anything, so he asked again, "What did you say? Why did you bring gasoline to put out the fire? Is gasoline poured into a fire any different from self-immolation?" Hone replied, "He gave it to me and told me to pour water to completely extinguish the fire. I thought I was about to pour the bucket of water in, but I accidentally dropped it. Fire also flared up accordingly." Uncle Dung did not believe what he had just heard. His ears were ringing. He was so angry that his face turned purple. Couldn't he have mistaken it to the point where he didn't even know it was gasoline and water? The aunts and uncles heard the story and rushed out to ask questions. Vu still insisted that Tung personally carried the bucket and gave it to Hone. Ms. Yen wondered, is that right? Tung just went home with Xian and the An to rest. It's back here, how come you don't know that? Uncle Dung quickly asked, are you telling the truth? Is it true that Tung has returned home? How could I be wrong? Tung even came to see me to get the key. The three brothers drove together in one car. I also told you to take the time to sleep before the alarm goes off. You must return here at the latest at 5:30. Vu replied, no. Tung brought the water and gave it to Mr. Hone before he went home to sleep. At that time, Mr. Xian and the An were still there. Uncle Dung pulled out his phone to call Xian. Xian answered the phone and asked in surprise, did you call me so early? Is the trumpet team here? Where is Tung, Xian? It's sleeping, uncle. We told her to try to sleep for more than 5 hours before going to her. Did Tung carry a bucket of gasoline to Hone to put out the fire? Oh, is it a bucket of water? At that time, my brothers were still there. He's sleeping in his room, I'm waiting for you to wake him up. Xian walked towards Tung's bedroom to wake him up. He was sleepily closing his eyes as he held the phone when he heard Uncle Dung's voice shouting, did you give Mr. Hone gasoline to pour on the coals to put out the fire? Tung wondered, why did you use gasoline to put out the fire? I'm not a child, why do you ask that? I just poured gasoline on the coffin and burned it, everyone knew it. Uncle Dung turned on the speaker for everyone to hear. Vu replied, just now it was clear that you were carrying a bucket of gasoline and giving it to Mr. Hone. Tung didn't understand what was going on, so he asked again, why do you blame me like that? The house had a spare can of gasoline to run the generator. I took it out and poured it all over the coffin. Where was the gasoline left to give to Mr. Hone? Vu looked at Hone and urged him, speak up, that bucket was brought by Tung, right? Hone's mind was in chaos, but not to the point where he didn't know who carried that bucket of gasoline and gave it to him. Uncle Feng saw that, so he dismissed it. Okay, it must be a misunderstanding, how could Tung harm you? It was probably the gasoline everyone brought to soak the remaining coffin, so Hone took it by mistake. This matter ends. You guys come in and eat porridge to warm your stomachs, there's a lot of work tomorrow morning. Vu firmly affirmed, I can't be wrong. Could it be that Tung is standing right in front of your eyes and you can't see it? Why should I blame him? It was clear that Tung himself carried that bucket. Don't talk nonsense, it's probably just a mistake. Who would ever use gasoline to put out a fire? Uncle Feng nodded, okay. Everyone come in and eat something. Hone, change your clothes, the smell of gasoline is too strong. Hone looked towards Mr. Feng, and in his mind suddenly appeared the image of the person burned in the fire just now. He frowned and blurted out, people burned to death. Someone burned to death. After he finished speaking, he slowly collapsed to the ground. Many unexpected things happened at Mrs. Land's house that night. Hone suddenly collapsed and fainted, making the whole family even more confused. Uncle Feng was so scared that his face turned pale, and he quickly called everyone to help him into the room to rest. Uncle Koi quickly pressed hard on the boy's philtrum and shouted, you guys get out and give the boy room to breathe. Get a bottle of oil and squeeze its head to wake it up. Auntie took the bottle of oil and brought it to his nose and applied it to his temples. My uncle's mouth muttered, wake up, child, don't scare me. Our family is in mourning and confusion, please wake up. After a while, Hone slowly woke up. He opened his eyes like a lifeless person looking up at the ceiling and then smiled slightly. His mother, sitting right next to him, saw his expression of fear and turned pale. She patted his cheek a few times. "Stay awake, don't scare me." The reason why my aunt was so scared was because she had seen Mrs. Lon smirk and her eyes look lifeless like that. For some reason, when she saw her son wake up and smirk, that image kept lingering in her head and she couldn't erase it. Hohn's teeth suddenly gritted together. Its eyes opened wide. He raised his hand to his face and pinched it hard. His nail scratched his face until it drew blood. Aunt Feng quickly held him tight. It kicked so hard that the bamboo mat kicked off. Each piece of bamboo, following the force of its pedaling, splashed onto the floor. Miss Thoen looked at that scene and her whole body suddenly felt cold. She pulled Vu's hand. "Mr. Hohn seems to be possessed. Quickly bring me some cold water. We need to wash it with cold water to wake it up so that the death can escape." Ms. Lond came in from outside carrying a bowl of hot porridge, intending to feed Hohn. When she saw him struggling on the bed, she was so frightened that she dropped the entire bowl of hot porridge on the ground. She stammered, What happened? Why is Hohn like that?" Uncle Feng shouted loudly, "Quickly get a rope and tie it up. It's losing its temper, it can't hear or understand what we're saying." As soon as he finished speaking, he bared his teeth, aiming for his hand and biting hard. It bit and made a growling sound in its throat. Uncle Feng was in so much pain that his face turned pale. Vu took a cold towel and covered Hohn's face. Hohn shivered and sat up. He looked around and asked, "Where are you, Mom?" The aunt heard him ask and was surprised. "Are you awake yet? Why do you ask like that? But what happened to you just now? Why did you bite Dad?" He looked at Uncle Feng holding his bloody arm that still had tooth marks on it and couldn't help but wonder. He held his head in pain and then collapsed on the bed. "Blood. Blood. Why is there blood?" Uncle Feng patted his back. "Wake up, I'm okay, just a little blood. I know you didn't mean it." He slowly raised his head and turned around to tell Vu, "Grandma told me to find the box in her closet for her. Have you found it yet?" Vu widened his eyes. "Are you having a dream? She's gone." "Which box? You don't know?" Hohn nodded and sighed. "I know she passed away, she just came back and told me so." "Well, let me go get it for her myself." After he finished speaking, he slowly walked into his grandmother's room to search for the box that his grandmother told him about. Unfortunately, he searched the whole cupboard but couldn't find the box his grandmother mentioned. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Auntie Guy took out her phone and called Uncle Lin to tell her what happened. Uncle Lin shook his head. "This is very strange, it seems like it was possessed by some ghost." "How's it going?" "He said to get a box of something for you. Follow closely to see what it wants to do. If you find the box, check to see if there is anything in the box." I think the aunt's grandmother came home and told Hohn that her dream was true. But its actions are very strange. It's like crazy. Just keep an eye on it, you might get possessed. Auntie still can't find out if anyone in the family has recently passed away and hasn't been reburied yet. There really is no sister. My family also asked all of them. But there's something very strange, it says someone died in a fire. Is there ever any omen? So we have to find out. If Hohn was possessed once, it is very likely that he will be possessed again. If there is anything unusual, please let me know immediately. Auntie followed him into her room. He rummaged through the closet and then sat down on the ground silently without saying anything. Uncle Feng ran in and asked quietly, "What did you dream about?" He didn't look up but replied, "I just saw you coming back and asked me if Vu had brought out your box yet. I'm looking but can't find you, Dad." Ms. Thoen entered the room and stood hesitantly for a moment then asked, is it a wooden box? Hone happily stood up. That's right, have you seen that box? Where is it? I'll give it to you quickly. mist-shrouded frowned. Why do you need to find that box? Then just give it to me. mist-shrouded saw that his face was very strange, his eyes were tense as if he was anxiously searching for that box. A slightly creepy feeling when she met its eyes. She pulled the footstool next to her bed and held up the wooden box. Is this it? Hone happily rushed forward to take the box, but mist-shrouded pulled it back and threw it to Vu. Vu brought it to the Buddha's altar. As soon as Vu entered the room, his mother threw him a box. He was stunned, not knowing what had happened. Then Hone, as quick as lightning, rushed forward and hugged the box. His teeth suddenly gritted together, making a screeching sound. It scowled at mist-shrouded with hatred and quickly opened the box. As soon as the box was opened, Hone screamed like crazy. He covered his face with both hands and screamed. The box fell to the ground. A tiny bronze Buddha statue in the box also fell out. Everyone was shocked at the sight of Hone clutching his face and rolling on the ground. Uncle Guy was about to rush in to help his son when mist-shrouded signaled him to stop. Mist-shrouded stepped forward, picked up the Buddha statue in her hand and slowly approached Hone. He was afraid and crawled closer to the corner of the closet, then used all his strength to throw his head at the edge of the bed. Uncle Feng quickly rushed to the side of the bed to support Hone's head. It rushed so hard that even Uncle Feng was in pain and his face turned white. mist-shrouded's voice shouted, "Please hold Hone tight and give it back to me. It's possessed, be careful or it will harm the boy." Uncle Feng pinned him to the ground. mist-shrouded took the cast Buddha statue and placed it in front of him, saying, "Where do ghosts come to bother you? This is not your place, go away." Hone's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open in fear. It struggled weakly and then slowly passed away. Auntie witnessed that scene and was speechless in shock. Vu rushed in to help Mr. Feng help Hone onto the bed. He asked his mother, "How do you know how to do these things? But how did Mom know that Mr. Hone was possessed?" mist-shrouded shook her head. "I don't know, this box was given to me by my grandmother before she passed away. She said that the day she passed away, there must have been demons coming to harass her, so she told her mother to hide this box, then secretly put the Buddha statue in it. The other day my mother told the shaman, so he told her to keep this secret and not reveal it to the public." Hearing this, Auntie suddenly became confused, so she knew that Hone was possessed. But who was that ghost? How did he get into my house and cause chaos? mist-shrouded shook her head. "I don't know, my mother told me a long time before she passed away like that. I just followed what my mother told me to do. Tomorrow, you should ask the shaman and Uncle Lin about this." When the whole family heard mist-shrouded tell the story of Ms. Lan predicting what would happen to her family before her death, everyone was very surprised. Ms. Lan asked, "So you knew this was going to happen, but why did that ghost enter home?" Uncle Girl listened to mist-shrouded's story until her goosebumps arose. He anointed his son with oil and continuously prayed to Buddha to help him wake up quickly. Uncle suddenly thought about how Hone was almost burned by gasoline and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Could it be that a ghost possessed Hone and doused him with gasoline to burn him to death?" Uncle Dung stood up and asked loudly, "Is this possible? How could a ghost make Hone douse himself in gasoline and burn himself?" But at that time, Vu was next to Hone, right? Vu remembered what happened at that time and spoke up. At that time he was the one living with Mr. Hone, but it took him about 7 to 8 minutes to go inside to get water to drink before coming back out. When I got there, I saw him squatting on the ground talking to himself. I called him, still confused. Uncle Girl burst into tears. "Oh my God! Oh Hone, it's Hone. What have I done to blame? Why am I possessed by the devil?" He told Mr. Feng, "Let's quickly call the teacher to ask about this. If necessary, we will have to perform an exorcism tomorrow." Uncle Koi objected. "What kind of ghosts can be exorcised when the family is in mourning like this? Aren't you afraid that the guests will laugh at you? But if there is a ghost, you have to get rid of it. Your child is not haunted by a ghost. You are not afraid. My child has turned into this situation and I have to do it. It's better to be sure than to put everyone in danger for the sake of dignity. I don't know if this fire was caused by a ghost." At that time, Hon woke up. He opened his eyes slowly, looked at the whole house and then whispered, "What's going on? Why is everyone here?" Vu stood next to the bed, pointed at his face and asked, "Do you know who I am?" Hon narrowed his eyes and replied, "Don't tease me anymore." Vu nodded, "Yes, this is Mr. Hon. So do you remember anything from just now?" Hon put his hand on his cheek and whispered, "Oh my, why is my face so painful?" Auntie looked at her son's reaction and was about to explain when a voice rang out at the door to stop her. He had just been possessed. Everyone saw when Master Fap got there. The teacher nodded to everyone and replied, "It seems like everything is fine without me." Uncle Koi and Uncle Feng invited the shaman to the table to sit and talk. The teacher slowly replied, "I received a call from Ms. Thoen, so I had to go home right away. Anyway, it was almost dawn." "What is the story? Can you tell me in detail?" Uncle Feng, Uncle Koi, and Uncle Dung took turns telling the story of how chaos happened at the funeral for several hours, from the coffin fire to how Hon was possessed by a ghost. The teacher sat and listened without saying anything. It seemed like the teacher was thinking about something but couldn't think of it. Mr. Feng's brothers felt impatient but did not dare to ask the teacher. It took a while for the teacher to slowly say, "It seems like there is a ghost lurking in this house. I've been doing this job for many years now, not one day or two, but I really can't see anything unusual happening. The dead person is dead. If you want to know the truth, you probably have to ask Mrs. Lan." When Mr. Koi heard that, he was shocked. "How could I ask if my mother was dead?" The teacher nodded. "If she's alive, nothing will happen. She died and everything happened. This ghost originally wanted to find Mrs. Lan's wooden box. So bring that box here and let's find out." When Ms. Thoen heard what the teacher said, she quickly turned pale. "But teacher, my mother's wooden box does not contain anything else other than some gold jewelry. I took it all away myself." The teacher nodded. "Bring all those gold bracelets here for me to see, maybe that gold can talk." Ms. Thoen looked to her brothers to ask for their opinions. Uncle Feng urged, "Quickly go and get all her jewelry out here." Ms. Thoen quickly stood up, opened the cabinet next to the altar, took a package and brought it to the table. Each bracelet, necklace, and earring was poured onto a tray in front of everyone. In fact, if you collect all that gold jewelry, it is estimated that you will get a few gold bars. That amount of gold is not much compared to a rich person like Mrs. Lan. The teacher took a look at the gold and then signaled Ms. Thoen to put it away. Uncle Koi asked, "Did you see anything?" "These are all jewelry my mother used when she was alive. Mostly things her children and grandchildren bought for her." The teacher nodded. "I didn't see anything strange, but why did that ghost want to take that box? What if it simply contained some of Mrs. Lan's usual jewelry? Don't people wonder?" Uncle Guy was just in the house at that time and Hon came to the table. Hon's face was scratched because his hand scratched it and he grimaced and asked, "Why am I possessed by a ghost? You never believed in ghost stories like that before? Today you caused some myths and you don't even remember anything." The teacher stared at Hon's face, his eyes brightening a little. "Do you remember when you completely lost control? Was there an image of anyone or a voice left in your memory?" Hone thought for a while and then replied, "When I was in the corner of the garden, I heard Tong's voice urging me to put out the fire. When the fire broke out, I saw someone inside, a man struggling in the fire. I was so scared I couldn't lift my legs." "What else do you see?" "I caught a glimpse of my father and then fire broke out above his head. I saw that and then fainted." The teacher took a deep breath, looked at Uncle Feng and then looked back at Hone. His face is tense with tension. The teacher sighed and slowly said, "I'm afraid the fire is really about to break out." When Uncle Feng heard what he said, he was very worried. He quickly asked the teacher, "Is what you discovered correct? What do you mean by fire?" The teacher replied, "There is one thing, I don't know if people will believe it or not, because for a long time I have only heard the teachers talk about it, but I have never met it myself. This thing is absolutely terrible. It can wipe out an entire family line. My teacher said, it's called fire insect." Everyone's confused faces were evident after hearing the teacher mention fire worm. Ms. Land's face showed fear. Matching fire? Mom has mentioned fire worm several times. So what is it anyway? The shaman replied, "I don't know what it is. According to my teacher, it will burn everything, engulfing everything it hates into a sea of fire. It slowly or simultaneously attacks a family, burning them all. There have been families where it burned down all in one night. However, there was a family that was gradually killed by it. It will kill each person in turn, leaving their loved ones in pain without finding a way to save themselves. It is a fire insect, using fire to kill people. Auntie's face has no blood left, so what is it in short? How can we control it? There must be some way, right?" Uncle Feng reassured his wife, "Let's calm down, I've only heard people talk about funerals, so if this is also a coincidence, there will be a solution, right?" The teacher nodded, "Anything can be solved, but like Tang Ming, we can find the person who lost the bug and then lock that ghost up and that's it. This worm is similar to the funeral worm, but the difficulty is that we don't know which death is violating the fire to intervene." Ms. Thoen had been listening for a while before speaking. "My mother had mentioned Trung Hoa several times when she was still alive. One time I saw my mother sitting in a daze before asking. She said this matter had nothing to do with girls, only boys can help. So you're implying that my brothers will be able to solve the problem, right?" The teacher shook his head. "I'm afraid your sons will encounter a disaster that will be difficult to avoid, like repeated funerals." Auntie Guy was the most worried because her son had almost been burned by fire if Vu had not intervened promptly. Hone just now blurted out that someone died in a fire, and moreover, he specifically pointed to the fire burning on Mr. Feng's head. He clasped his hands and bowed to the teacher. "I bowed to the teacher, teacher of deep virtue and high talent. Please quickly think of a way to help our family. Unfortunately, I myself don't fully understand what it is. How will it work? I need to determine who died at the same time in the previous homeowner's family." Uncle Feng replied, "Indeed, we have searched everything. No one in the family has passed away. Perhaps my mother is still in the unburied coffin. The old lady died in a heavenly palace. There were no criminals. So if there is no dead person, there will be no repeated funerals, right, teacher? But I clearly see that the family reported the crime. Is it wrong? If we can't determine who died, I'm afraid we won't be able to solve it. Double mourning is simple, but repeated mourning is truly very scary, not to mention the fire the family is facing. Everyone is worried." The three brothers Xian, An, and Tang also just arrived. The three children came in to greet the teacher and then went to eat breakfast. The teacher looked at the silhouette of the three brothers walking with deep, incomprehensible eyes. Uncle Girl was very observant and noticed the change in the teacher and immediately asked, "I just saw that you have something to worry about, can you tell us?" The teacher shook his head. Maybe I'm old, so some things aren't as clear-cut as before. Everyone should worry about preparing the old lady's funeral first. Wait a week after the funeral and we will discuss this issue again. Uncle Feng hesitated a bit, but last night Hone was possessed and went crazy. I wonder if there is any way. The teacher replied, there is someone in the family who has lost such bad energy, and everyone stays up late at night and is tired. No wonder the dead are so easily mischievous. I'll give him an exorcism talisman. Remember to burn it and drink it all for me. The teacher said, then pulled out a red triangle piece of paper from his pocket, wrote a few words on it and gave it to him. Hone looked at the teacher drawing the talisman and grimaced slightly. He had never believed in ghost stories, but last night's incident gave him another thought. It seemed to be starting to feel afraid of a world that it had never seen, especially the fact that it almost poured a gasoline tank and burned itself. He took the talisman from the shaman's hand and rubbed his fingernail on the corner of the talisman. Auntie urged, you should quickly listen to what I say if you don't want that ghost to continue to harass you. He hesitated for a moment, then stood up and went to find a lighter to burn the talisman. The red flame flared up and the talisman turned a strange blue color. He blinked and looked back and the talisman had burned away, leaving a thin piece of ash falling on the stainless steel tray. He pushed the ash into a cup of water and shook it gently. The cup of water immediately turned ash gray. He looked back at the glass of water and thought it was a bit disgusting, but his mother urged him, drink, you must drink it all. He wrinkled his nose slightly. Does it really work, Mom? I feel so dumb. Auntie shook her head. You drink it all in one gulp and then Mom makes you a bowl of noodles to hold it down. He used one hand to cover his nose and closed his eyes to drink the ash-mixed water down his stomach. The feeling of water going through his throat and wanting to come back out made him so uncomfortable that tears came to his eyes. Auntie patted his back a few times to encourage him. Okay, come on, take another big sip and it's over. The day before, when my mother was sick, Uncle Lin also did the trick of using earthworms to puree and mix with water so that she could still drink it, instead of burning a piece of paper into ash. I was afraid. He puffed up, rolled his cheeks and took another big gulp. The entire glass of water settled down into the stomach. Auntie saw him drink an entire cup before leaving and gave him a bowl of chicken noodle soup to eat, pressing down the other cup of water. Vu then finished breakfast and sat down at the table. He asked, are you awake yet? Do you still remember what happened last night? Hone shook his head. I don't remember and I didn't see anything. It's just that when he sees fire, he keeps imagining a person dancing in it. The fire surrounding that person looked very scary. Vu replied, I've never seen a ghost over there. There are no priests there like in Vietnam, but Knock-on knows a friend who is very good at spirituality. He often helps the police solve crimes. Hone frowned. Are people in the West that superstitious? Not really superstitious, sir. It's the kind of people who study the I Ching. It is science, not superstition like in Vietnam. Hone nodded. This is the first time I heard about that I Ching. So when you come to my house to travel, I'll ask Knock-on to introduce you to that person. He can also hypnotize and knows how to arouse your dreams. In general, he is very good, not like the French teacher you invited here. I feel like this teacher is always acting like he's talking nonsense, not speaking clearly. I don't believe it. So how do you explain your riot last night? Vu scratched his head. I don't know that. I said I've never seen it before. Mrs. Lan's children all do big businesses and belong to a prestigious class, so there are many visitors coming and going. After a day, the number of visitors was still crowded. Mrs. Lan's descendants took turns welcoming one group after another. Funeral wreaths were piled in 2 long rows running from the house to the main street without running out. Even because there were so many flowers coming to visit, the funeral directors had to rent a car to transport some to make room for the group of people coming to visit. At the end of the next day, everything in the house was still peaceful. The teacher set a good time to lower Mrs. Land's grave the next day, so the guests took advantage of the time to visit on time. That night, Mrs. Land's house received guests until 11 o'clock. Because relatives and neighbors stayed up the night before to serve the funeral, everyone was tired and listless the next day. Uncle Feng reminded everyone to go home, rest and stay healthy so that the next morning he could come and help the family organize a convenient burial ceremony. Some of them, who were close friends, remained at the funeral home to prepare food for the funeral the next day. The custom in the countryside is to always have a feast. Mrs. Land's children are so big that the number of guests is also large. From the memorial day to the burial day, up to 300 funeral trays were packed, so the service was tiring. For the cooking part, they hired a restaurant to cook, but the cousins still did the chores on their own. Nearly 1 o'clock at night, Mrs. Land's electricity was short-circuited. The entire house was in darkness. Uncle Deng was sitting in the yard discussing with Uncle Feng the time of the brass band coming to perform the ceremony the next morning for Mrs. Lan when the electricity suddenly went out. The uncle bewilderedly called Tung. "Tung, you guys check the generator and start it up. Why is there a power outage when there is no storm or wind?" Tung ran into the house to get a spare flashlight, but strangely he couldn't find it. The lighter he held in his hand lit continuously. He tried to find a candle to light it, but his candle seemed to have legs, and when he wanted to use it, he couldn't find it. He opened his mouth to Mrs. Land's coffin, picked up a cup of candles and slowly walked into the room. In the house, people are used to electric light, so when the electricity goes out, the darkness becomes denser. The candlelight doesn't seem to be enough for him to see everything in the house. It walked slowly, groping its way as it walked. His eyes suddenly had difficulty seeing. Maybe because he had astigmatism, the candle's weak light was not enough for him to see clearly. His hand suddenly touched something soft. It was a bit chilling. Very quickly, he shined the lamp towards what he had just seen. Strangely, there's nothing there. He looked around the room once and asked, "Is there anyone in the room?" Behind it, something seemed to be moving. Its legs seemed to be firmly planted on the spot. It held its breath and then quickly turned back to look. The space was still just him. Outside, the light of a few altar candles were flickering. "Come here. Come here with me." A voice rang softly in its ear. It quickly turned its eyes. His heart was pounding. He was running out of that house when a hand slapped him hard on his shoulder. He was so scared that he dropped the candle in his hand on the ground. The cup was thrown to the ground and rolled around. The rare fire in the room went out. It shouted, "Ma!" The sound of footsteps came from outside. His father's voice asked, "What are you shouting so loudly?" "Ma, Ma, in the room there is Ma." Its entire huge body suddenly seemed to be stuck and it collapsed to the ground. Uncle Deng took out his phone and turned on the light. "Where did the devil come from? Dad sent me to turn on the generator, but why did I go into Grandma's room and scream so loudly?" Tung quickly got up. He stammered, "Grandma, I heard you call, it's your voice. I just want to find a backup flashlight. The lamp is in the living room, on the table over there. But I couldn't see it just now. I thought someone put it in here to keep it neat, so I came in to find it. There really is a ghost, Dad, I can feel it." Uncle Deng angrily shouted, "Will you stop talking nonsense? Quickly get up, go out and disconnect the power grid so Dad can turn on the generator." He heard his father say, so he curled up and ran straight outside. Uncle Deng bent down to pick up the candle cup that Tung dropped earlier. For some reason, a cold feeling spread throughout his body. He picked up the candle and quickly stood up. However, when he raised his head, he accidentally saw green eyes staring at him right next to the window. He suddenly got goosebumps. The feeling of anxiety suddenly came to him, just like the night he saw the owl's eyes peering into Mrs. Land's window. He pointed his phone's light straight at those eyes, but strangely enough, in the blink of an eye, they completely disappeared. He stood bewildered for a moment and was about to turn back out, but those eyes flashed through the window and shot straight to the corner of Mrs. Land's closet. He frowned slightly and wondered, "Am I dizzy? Is there anything that runs as fast as lightning?" He raised his phone's flashlight and planned to go under the cabinet to check if anything had just run inside. Just after taking a step, outside the garden there was the sound of something crashing to the ground. Tung's voice called outside, "I've closed the bridge to the power grid, please turn on the generator." It was so dark, no one could see the road. Uncle Dung gave up the idea of finding the thing that had just jumped out of the window into the house, then turned on his heel and quickly walked out of the generator room. Uncle Dung held the spare light and quickly walked into the generator room to pull the generator wire. Mrs. Land's house often loses power, so he has a gasoline generator ready to use in case the house loses power. In this area, people use diesel engines a lot, but Mr. Dung bought a gasoline engine to limit noise. Mr. Dung held the cord to pull the generator but still carefully asked again, "Tung, have you turned off the power grid?" Tung replied, "I cut it, Dad. I also closed the bridge to hand over the generator." "Dad, please explode. Then come down, Dad is picking up the phone." Tung jumped out of the chair and walked out of the electrical switchboard. He is no stranger to Mrs. Land's electrical circuit because every time his grandmother's house loses power, he or his father will run to help her run the generator. Mr. Dung jerked the machine several times in a row but the machine did not start. He was annoyed and said loudly, "Where is Tung? Come in and check what's wrong with the machine." Dad was so startled that he was sweating but he refused to explode. Tung ran in to replace Mr. Dung and continued to start the engine. He grimaced, "Why did the machine break down now?" Uncle Koi looked in and asked, "Or did the engine run out of gas? Is the engine oil filled yet?" Tung replied, "I filled the generator with gasoline. It's a whole 5-liter can. As for the engine oil, it won't run out that quickly because my dad just changed it. So check again, the power outage is so hot, and it's so dark." Uncle Koi murmured a few words and then went out to the alley to wait for the wind because the house was covered with tarpaulin so it was very hot. Uncle Dung and Tung struggled for a while but the generator remained still and refused to start. Xian took the motorbike and started it, bringing light from the lamp back to the yard and the main house. Ms. Lan and Ms. Thoan still sit next to Ms. Lan's coffin. Thuong and Con Tui, Ms. Lan's daughters, sat next to their mother and grimaced, "Why did the power suddenly go out, Mom? Hot. I don't know if she would smell bad lying like that if there was no electricity. Anyway, she passed away a few days ago. You two should try to sleep, because tomorrow you will be very tired." Ms. Thoan also urged the two of them to go to her room to sleep because the window was open and the air was cooler than the other rooms. Thuong was a bit scared, sleeping in Grandma's room. "I'm so scared." Ms. Lan replied, "What are you afraid of?" "Grandma, who is afraid? Go lie down there and wake up early tomorrow morning for the funeral." Thuong pouted, "I heard Tung say that he slept in her bed and dreamed of being locked in a coffin. In the morning, his body was as dirty as coal plaster. I can die." Tui also added, "Besides, Mr. Hone was possessed by a ghost yesterday. Who knows, what if those weak-minded children are possessed by that ghost?" Ms. Thoen replied, "These two girls are nonsense, aren't they? If we don't sleep in Grandma's room, the two of us will go to Mr. Dung's house to sleep." Vu came into the house outside and heard the story of his two younger siblings being afraid of ghosts, so he added, in the past, his grandmother also told stories about ghosts forcing people to lock them in closets. The whole family went looking for it but couldn't find it. When they found it, the person bit off his own flesh and ate it, then bled to death. You guys also heard her tell this story, right? How terrible. Mr. Vu said it was terrible. Well, we won't sleep anymore. We sit here with Mom. Vu flashed his white teeth and pretended to scare his two younger siblings, then slowly walked into her room. If they didn't sleep, he would sleep. Last night he stayed awake, but now he can't open his eyes anymore. The two of them saw Vu enter her room and gingerly followed. Vu suddenly stopped, causing the two of them to bump into their backs. "Oh Dad, why did you stop so suddenly? Thought you two didn't dare sleep? You can sleep here and we can rest assured. But we'll give you your grandmother's bed, you two will sleep on Mom's side." Vu didn't say anything but pushed the door and walked straight into the room. The room was dark, with only a little light from the candles next to Mrs. Land's coffin gently shining inside. The three children were also used to the dark, so they groped their way into bed. Thuong and Tweet climbed onto the bed where Ms. Lan and her sisters always slept, while Vu proudly climbed onto Ms. Land's bed and lay down. There was a slight breeze blowing outside. The three brothers lay there, but practically none of them could sleep. Outside, Tung's brothers shouted to each other and ran back to Uncle Dung's house to move the generator over there to this side to replace the old one. Vu was lying down and suddenly sleepiness came over him. He originally intended to just lie down and not sleep, but in the end he fell asleep soon after. A few minutes later, the sound of snoring on Vu's side of the bed echoed steadily. Thuong pulled Twee's hand. "Mr. Vu is sleeping." He said he was not sleepy but snored like thunder. Twee ignored Thuong's words and took out her phone headphones and put them in to listen to music. He originally didn't want to hear Vu snoring in his ears and also wanted to dispel the unknown fear that was spreading throughout his body. Stuck. Stuck. The cry coming from the closet door in the room quickly reached Thuong's ears. He glanced over and saw someone closing the cabinet door. He muttered to himself, "Who is that? Why is there someone in the room that I can't see when I just entered?" She remembered the ghost story that Vu had teased earlier, so she was scared and pulled Twee's hand. Twee refused to take off her headphones, just waved her arm and said, "Let me sleep, please lie still for a bit." That person approached his bed. He sat up and brought the phone closer to get the light and discovered it was Uncle Thuong. He put his hand on his chest and reassured him, "Terrible. You made me completely lost my soul. Since when were you in the room?" Uncle Thuong did not answer him but just slowly lay down next to him. He nudged Twee's hand, "Lie back inside so Uncle Thuong can lie with Twee." Twee moved slightly inside. Suddenly his body suddenly became cold. The cold spread from my legs up to my head. It shivered slightly and exclaimed, "Why is there a cold wind, Thuong?" Thuong replied, "It's not cold, it's hot and melting fat here." Having said that, Thuong lay still and closed his eyes to rest. A moment later, on the other side of the bed, Vu groaned and struggled. Thuong sat up and looked over to see Vu holding his neck with both hands. Thuong was scared and ran to shake Vu. "Wake up quickly, what's going on?" Vu slowly opened his eyes. He sat up and asked, "Where are you?" Thuong replied, "Are you dreaming?" Vu held his head in both hands. He had a nightmare. He was so scared. Truly very scary. "Did you dream of being locked in a coffin to be burned?" Vu replied, how do you know? Did you dream about it too? Thuong shook his head. There is no such thing, Uncle Thuong told me. Uncle Thuong? Say when? Just finished, you lie next to me. He said that Vu lying there would dream of being locked in a coffin and being burned. Really? Uncle Thuong followed Mr. Hone on a business trip and returned. I heard him say he could stop by the airport to pick up Knock On. He would probably get home at 3 o'clock at night. Thuong shook her head. No, it was clear that Uncle Thuong was lying next to me and Tui just now. If you don't believe me, ask Tui. The electricity in the house flickered and then turned on. Thuong looked over at her bed and saw Tui holding her arm and shaking. He rushed over and called, Tui, wake up, what's wrong with you? Tui's voice said intermittently, burn, burn, burn. Thuong slapped Tui hard in the face to wake her up. What did she dream about that made her burn? Where is the fire? Tui woke up startled. His whole body was still shaking. He looked at Vu and Thuong with surprised eyes. What's going on? Why is it so cold? Are you too cold? Vu replied, you look at me, sweating all over, but you still ask. But now the wind from the fan feels cool because the sweat seeps into my shirt. Tui trembled, her teeth chattered, so cold. I feel cold. Thuong asked, where did Uncle Thuong go, Tui? Tui's eyes widened in bewilderment and she asked, how do you know where Uncle Thuong is? You sleep with me? So Uncle Thuong was sleeping with us just now? Tui asked again, when? Why don't you see? Thuong did not believe Tui's words, pulled the door out and asked Ms. Lon, Mom, where did Uncle Thuong go? Ms. Lon replied, I went with Mr. Hone to Hanoi to pick up Ms. Knock On last night. So who was in your room just now, Mom? Why is there anyone? Mom and Uncle Thoen have been sitting all this time, haven't seen anyone? Thuong suddenly shivered. He stammered, just now, who was lying next to me? Ms. Thoen replied, there were 3 children in the bedroom, but no one else. Have you and your mother been sitting all this time and have not seen anyone going in or out of that room? But you guys only entered the room for about 20 minutes. See? Why is Uncle Thuong in the room? That's what Thuong is dreaming about, Mom. No. It's clear that Uncle Thuong built the cabinet. Then Uncle Thuong lay next to me. Didn't you tell Tui to lie down and move in to make room for him? She told me to lie down and move inside, but at that time I was alone, there was no Uncle Thuong. At that time, I was still awake, only Vu was sleeping. Tui replied. All right. Mr. Dung has run the generator, you guys go to the bedroom. Thuong was scared, he turned back to look at her room and replied, okay, I won't sleep. I sit with my mother. Thuong definitely refused to go to sleep. Vu crawled into her room and continued to lie down. Outside, everyone is urging each other to eat porridge at night to gain strength to serve the funeral. Vu yawned, then lay face down on her bed and slept. He slept for a while and then it started to storm. He sat up and pulled the window closed. TSK. See you, you. See you, you. The owl sound rang out through the window, making Vu jump. He turned his eyes to see where the noise was coming from, but he couldn't see it at all. The wind blew loudly. Vu quickly slammed the door shut. It lay there restlessly until the sound of the owl chirping earlier, but quickly fell asleep. Clack. The sound of the door opening next to his ear startled him. The cold air from the wind carrying the water blew back into the room, making him shiver. He wondered, why did the door open? He stood up and reached out to close the door when suddenly a face appeared outside the window. Vu was startled and withdrew his hand. Box. Find the box for you. That voice was definitely her grandmother's. He called out in shock, Grandma, which box do you want to find? Why are you standing out there? Go in the house, ma'am. A wooden box with a mirror in it. Find for her. Hurry up. Find her. Find her. Mrs. Lond kept repeating that sentence over and over, making him confused. Is it true that her wooden box holds jewelry? Find her now. Before 1 o'clock, the night of the day after tomorrow, you must find it. My mother put it away for her. I told my mother to give it to her. Mirror, find the mirror. If you can't find it, the whole house will be in trouble and the fire will burn. I can find something for you. Grandma, please come inside quickly, the rain is very cold. She entered the house and slowly spoke. Whatever you want to find, I will find it for you. Impossible. You can't go in the house. Here you go. I have to find a box with a mirror for her. Remember me. After she finished speaking, her two-eye socket suddenly burned. He watched with his own eyes as the fire spread to Mrs. Land's face, burning. Her grandmother screamed in pain. The fire seemed to become more and more ferocious following Mrs. Land's pitiful screams. It's raining. It was clearly raining, but her grandmother was being burned by that fire. Vu tried to run to open the door, but the doorknob seemed to be held by someone. As much as he tried to twist it, the lock seemed to close even tighter. He shouted loudly, "Is there anyone? Quickly open the door. Is anyone there? Please open the door." Behind him there was the sound of heavy footsteps. He slowly looked back and saw a dark man in the house. That person's face was bleeding. That person's whole body emitted a burning smell like the smell of burning coal. That dirty hand raised up and grabbed Vu's shoulder. It threw a kick to fight back but was caught. Crack. His arm hurt as if it had been broken. It screamed in pain and slowly fell to the ground. His eyes opened wide and looked up at the black man. That person bent down to look at it. It was painful but tried to raise its voice to ask, "Who are you? Why did you hit me?" That person didn't speak but just smiled. The scariest smile he had ever heard up to that point. The electricity in the house went out again. His whole body suddenly glowed like a red-hot coal. The two eye sockets of that person were like two smoldering fires. "You are the fire insect, right?" That person did not respond to its question. He grimaced and wanted to stand up, but his whole body seemed to have no strength left. He closed his eyes trying to calm himself. "Does it hurt? Are you helpless?" Slowly, each person in turn will feel it. Wherever that person's mouth spoke, sparks fell out. The spark fell to the ground and flared up again. That person tilted his head back and laughed. A whole piece of fire flowed out from that person's mouth and fell on his arm, which was numb from pain. It screamed because it was burned by fire. Hot. Crazy. Painful. It slowly fades away. A long time later, he saw something soft and heavy placed on his stomach. It slowly opened its eyes. Cat? He wondered, why is there a cat here? The cat raised two round green eyes staring at it. He wanted to chase that black cat away but couldn't raise his hand. He suddenly remembered his grandmother and turned to face the window. "See you, you. See you, you." The owl's voice suddenly rang out again, making his heart want to jump out. He was confused and wondered, where is grandmother? Where's the fire? He wanted to sit up, but his whole body was so sore that he couldn't move. Click. The room door opened. Uncle Feng appeared. He wanted to call your name but couldn't. His uncle came closer and looked at his face for a moment and then replied, "It's time. Everyone do the ceremony. Only by sacrificing it to the same fire can we preserve our lives." Mr. Hone, Mr. Xian, Mr. the On and Tongue approached. The black cat jumped out of its belly and jumped into the lap of a stranger. That person had a strange face. Half of his face was gray and black. His hair covered the other half of his face so he couldn't see clearly. The other 4 people just carried it away. Its whole body was stiff and unable to move. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but his lips seemed stuck together. They carried it out of the bedroom and straight to the coffin. He was confused when he realized that the coffin looked exactly like the coffin his grandmother was lying in. His mind is completely awake. Its eyes widened with helplessness. He saw his mother hugging Knock-On, screaming and calling his name. His father also cried. Uncle Feng's voice rang out, "Enter the coffin." It was immediately dropped into the coffin. They pulled a white cloth to cover his body, but pulled it up to his nose, not his eyes. It tried to open its eyes to look at the relatives around it. Mr. Feng, Mr. Koi and Mr. Deng were also staring expressionlessly at it. They didn't have any mercy towards it. The coffin lid was quickly closed. His ears heard the sharp sound of a hammer nailing down the coffin lid. It wonders, why is this? Do they want to bury me alive? It wanted to get up, wanted to scream, but was completely helpless. It was desperate. 2 streams of tears kept flowing. The coffin was carried away. Its body swayed. He didn't know where they took him. A long time later it started to feel hot. In his ears he heard a soft moan and then a blood-curdling scream. It was shocked to hear the voice of Fire Worm, "Fire! Fire up! Burn it all! Fire up for me!" It means being burned alive. The reason why? Maybe it was chosen as a living sacrifice for the fire worm. The whole family chose it as a substitute in exchange for the lives of the entire family. He used his remaining strength to pray to God for mercy and let the rain fall. He hoped it would rain heavily. That was the only way to extinguish the ferocious fire out there. "Why are you in such a daze that you pee all over the bed? Will you wake up now?" Knock-On's voice rang clearly in his ears, waking him up. It opened its eyes. Knock-On's face turned red and he shouted, "Don't wake up yet." He was breathing heavily. His heart was still jumping as if it wanted to escape from his chest. He took a deep breath. It turned out to be just a dream. Scared, he turned back and asked Knock-On, "Are you home yet? What time is it now?" "It's past 3 in the morning, grandfather. Get up and change your clothes." How terrible. Only then did he realize that he was lost in a nightmare that was so scary that he peed his pants. He was embarrassed and wanted to quickly get up and change his clothes, but strangely his whole body was numb and unable to move. It called Knock-On, "Your arms and legs are numb and can't move, I'll help you sit up a bit." Knock-On texted, "Oh my God. You're not a kid anymore." He grumbled but still climbed onto the bed, grabbed his brother's hand and pulled. "Asian. That's hurt." Vu grimaced and cried out in pain. The look on its face clearly showed that it was in extreme pain. "I pulled you up and didn't do anything, but you're in so much pain that your face turns pale? Your hand. That's hurt. Looks like it's broken. Isn't that right? Or did I pull too suddenly and dislocate the joint? Let me call someone to help." Knock-On quickly ran out to call someone. Just then everyone ran into the room. His father asked urgently, "What's wrong with you? Where do you hurt?" Vu replied, "I had a nightmare, but for some reason, when I woke up, my body was numb and my hand hurt so much." His mother asked, "What's wrong with you? Why do you dream about bedwetting like this?" Ms. Thoen and her husband rushed to the bed and lifted him up. As soon as Ms. Thoen touched his hand, the pain became intense again. He grimaced, "It hurts so much, Mom. Mom, don't touch my hand." His father carefully touched his arm and then suddenly asked, "What happened to your arm?" It was only then that he looked down and saw that the entire area of his hand was as dark as coal. He was shocked to remember last night's dream and exclaimed, "It's Fireworm." It was him. Everyone who heard him talk was suddenly shocked. "What did you say? Did you dream about Fireworm? What is it actually? How does it look? What did it say?" Uncle Trung signaled everyone to calm down. "The boy is in pain, everyone must take it slow, right?" Vu glanced at him and signaled everyone to look at his arm. "That fire, it made me like that." Uncle Trung gently squeezed his arm. "What did he do to you?" "He broke my arm." "Have you broken your arm?" "I'm in so much pain." Uncle Dung quickly called Dr. Tin to check on Vu. This Uncle Tin is famous because he knows both Western medicine and Eastern medicine. He can adjust joints and has very sensitive herbal medicine for people with broken limbs. Uncle Tin touched Vu's hand from his arm to his shoulder and said, "The boy's arm is not broken, it's just dislocated." "But how can you dislocate your shoulder while sleeping?" Khan Nakan replied, "I just pulled his hand, maybe I pulled too hard and he dislocated it." Vu shook his head, "No, it's not. I actually had my arm broken by a fireworm. Nakan pulled me up, how could I dislocate my joint?" Uncle Tin replied, "This is very difficult to say, maybe it's just a dislocation. Some people take off their shirts and still dislocate their joints, let alone pull their arms." Uncle Feng replied, "Then ask Uncle Tin to re-break the joint for me." Uncle Tin nodded, "It will be a bit painful, please bear with it a little." He spoke but his hands were as fast as lightning. Vu's face was pale in pain and tears flowed from his eyes. However, very soon the pain gradually disappeared. It gently raised its arm and was no longer numb like before. Strangely enough, its whole body could move easily. He sat up and looked out the window. "I saw her standing outside just now." Uncle Trung sighed, "Okay, quickly change your clothes and clean up the bed." Vu quickly showered and changed into other clothes. "It still haunts my dreams, so people are still confused and worried." Tung and his friends saw him slowly walking out into the yard and joked, "What's wrong, brother? What did you dream about that made you pee your pants?" Vu's face was serious. He dreamed of his grandmother coming home. "She told me to find a wooden box for her. Then she burned, her eyes burned. He ran out but the door couldn't be opened. Then Firefly stood behind him. He fought back and he broke his arm. He was in so much pain that he collapsed. He laughed, and every time he laughed, fire flowed from his mouth." Vu said and then held out his arm that was burned by the falling fire. "If you don't believe it, look, it was the fire that fell on it." Tang Hon patted Vu on the shoulder. "So you were so scared that you wet the bed?" Vu shook his head. "No, I think it must have been when I dreamed of being burned alive. Everyone put me in a coffin to be burned. At that time I prayed for rain. Maybe that's why we wet the bed." As soon as Vu finished speaking, Tung stood up, "Dreaming of being burned alive? I used to dream like that too. In the morning, my hands, feet, face, and face were still dirty." Vu sighed, "It's so real." He didn't think he was dreaming. But forget it, a dream is just a dream. Vu's mouth says so, but his heart is not at peace. It was impossible to escape from the obsession in the dream just now. He wondered if it was just a dream, then why was his hand dislocated? What's with that dark gray burn? It wandered for a while, then stood up to look for Uncle Feng. He wanted to tell him about the dream once. It affirmed that the dream was definitely a sign of something, but it couldn't explain it itself. Sure enough, hearing him recount the details of Uncle Feng's dream also gave him goosebumps. He thought for a moment and then said, "Are you sure the person calling you at the window told you to find the box with the mirror?" "Halo. I'm sure. It's grandmother. She said she had to find the box. She repeated it over and over again. Does the box contain any other secrets that we don't know?" The ghost that entered Hone also wanted to find that box again. "And she told me to find it before 1 o'clock the day after tomorrow, Uncle." Uncle Feng nodded. Ghost stories are really difficult to predict. Until now, you have been very trustworthy. Tomorrow, after you've finished taking care of your grandmother's business, go see the shaman and talk to him about the dream. I remember telling the details of the dream without missing a single sentence. I believe the shaman will give us an answer. Uncle Feng met Ms. Thoen and asked about the wooden box. Ms. Thoen saw Uncle Feng asking about the box and was surprised. "Didn't you bring out all the items in the box yesterday for the whole family to see?" "In the box there were only Mother's jewelry. I don't see anything in there anymore." Uncle Feng pondered. "So why did you remind Vu to find the box again?" "Mom mentioned something else about the mirror." "The mirror? There is no mirror in the box. Do you believe that your mother knew in advance what would happen? If her mother didn't know, she would never have told her to put the Buddha statue in there." "I don't know, I just did as my mother told me. That day I was also surprised to hear my mother tell me to ask, but she didn't say anything. Mom told me to just do what she said, don't worry about anything else." Uncle Feng sighed. "This is really difficult to understand. The teacher kept asserting that our family had an infection, but there was no death in our clan. Mom told her about the box. There must be something going on, but now we're so confused we can't determine it. Do you believe the story of Vu encountering fire?" Miss Thoen asked softly. Uncle Feng was surprised. "If you don't believe in your son, who will?" "My family doesn't believe that. I mentioned it and he brushed it off. He's lived in the West for a long time, so it's understandable that he doesn't believe in ghost stories. My family believes very much. It's not because I have a spirit servant that I believe." Before, his family had many problems and asked him to help them solve them. "If you worship, you will be sacred." Miss Thoen was a bit worried about what was going on in her heart, but didn't want to hide it from her brother, so she whispered, "I have something to tell you. My mother told me to put all my things in a box. Mom told me that if there was a piece of paper in there, I had to bury it with her in the grave. However, when my mother passed away, I couldn't find that piece of paper anywhere. As for the mirror, there really isn't one. I've never heard my mother mention any mirror at all." Uncle Feng frowned. "Is that so? After all, why did Mom want to take that piece of paper to her grave? Does it contain any secrets?" "I don't know. Mom told me that. It's a pity that I couldn't fulfill my mother's wish." "Does this story have anything to do with the story of my mother giving Vu a dream?" "I don't know that. But are you sure it was your mother coming back to you in your dream? According to Vu, my mother was standing outside the window. Mom's coffin is still in the house. Why doesn't her soul go into the house but stands outside in the garden? Why do you think it's not my mother? Do you think it's the ghost from last night?" As soon as Uncle Feng asked, the electricity in the house went out. He stood up and complained, "What's wrong with the electricity today? Mr. Dung, quickly check the transmitter again. What can you do when it's dark like this? Uncle Dung in the house quickly walked out and shouted, "Everyone who is here, please stay there." Xian wondered, "What's wrong with the electricity, Mr. Dung? The generator is still running." Mr. Dung turned on the backup light, pointed it at the power outlet and asked, "Who just pulled the power cord out of the outlet like this?" Tung quickly ran in, "Dad, shine the light for me, I'll plug it back in." Uncle Dung saw the water flowing and spreading to a large area, so he panicked and shouted, "Stop! Electric shock to death now." Tung was startled when he heard his father's voice. Uncle Trung quickly asked, "What's wrong? Where is the electricity?" Mr. Dung shined his light towards the wire connecting the generator to the end of the wire falling on the floor. There, for some reason, the water spilled out in a large area. The other end of the rope is in the middle of a puddle of water. Tung saw it and was scared and sweating. It screams, "What the hell is going on here? Why is the water flowing so freely?" Uncle Dung pointed at the generator and ordered, "Please turn off the generator immediately for me." Tung turned around and turned off the switch. The generator hummed for a few more hours and then turned off. Uncle Feng stood up and asked in bewilderment, "What's going on? Why did the generator suddenly turn off?" Uncle Dung replied, "Someone poured water all over the floor, the end of the electric wire was lying in a puddle. If you don't turn off the generator, you'll electrocute yourself to death." Everyone who heard Uncle Dung speak was scared. Luckily, Mr. Dung used a flashlight to detect it early. If it had been a little later, someone would have been electrocuted and burned to death. Uncle Feng was very angry. He said loudly for the whole family to hear, Who dumped the water in the warehouse and didn't clean it up? The generator room that everyone thinks is a play area? Who just pulled the plug out of the socket?" Mr. Dung spoke up, "Because it was a generator I brought to use as a replacement, there was no electric plug. I cut the wire directly into the electrical outlet under the warehouse to get electricity for the whole house. Normally, your generator has its own power line, but this one is probably loose. The generator vibrates so strongly that it slips out of the socket." Uncle Feng inhaled sharply. "Is it really a game of cats and electricity that you think is such a childish game? Luckily we found out early, or else." At the same time there was a loud scream in the house. Everyone rushed into the house to see Knock-On and Thuong hugging each other and falling on the ground. Uncle Dung opened the door wide and asked, "Why did you two fall on top of each other like that? What's the matter with you shouting so loudly?" Yes, M.A. Nonsense. When we arrive in the morning, what ghosts and demons still exist?" Thuong was so scared that his face wouldn't bleed. His body was shaking as if he had been left cold in a bucket of ice water. Its teeth chattered together. Ms. Lan rushed to hug him. "What's wrong? Why are you so cold?" Its eyes looked at everyone with extreme fear. Its mouth moved without making a sound. Ms. Lan hugged her. "Okay, daughter, what's wrong? Why are you so scared that you can't speak?" Knock-On crawled up. He staggered towards Uncle Dung. Quickly, turn the power on." "After all, what is there?" "Ghosts. There are ghosts in the room. It just grabbed my leg." Uncle Dung held a lamp and looked around the room. These two girls must have lost power and their spirits were broken, right? Knock-On slowly glanced under the cabinet. It was there. Uncle Dung shined the lamp in the corner and then bent down to look. There is absolutely nothing under the cabinet. He looked at the two beds under the bed and then stood up. "Okay, Maybe the power went out and the two kids bumped into each other and scared each other. Nothing happened. Stuck. Stuck. Clam AO. Knock-on burst into tears. Oh mommy. What is that? The scream coming from the corner of the house startled everyone. Uncle Dung shined the lamp towards the sound. He was also startled by a large, dark object pressing against the corner of the house with ruffled feathers. Its face was fierce, its two round blue eyes stared at Uncle Dung probingly. He frowned. Cat? Where did this cat come from? When Uncle Feng heard about the cat, he immediately closed the door. Quickly, chase it away, don't let it run in and destroy it. Everyone chase it out the window. Uncle Dung's face did not shed a drop of blood. He closed all the doors and did not let the cat near the coffin. Thuong still cannot stand up. Ms. Lon and Ms. Thoen had to help him stand up. He walked while still shaking. His eyes looked towards the scared cat. Uncle Dung held the lamp and took a few steps toward the cat's eyes. The cat reflexively retreated close to the wall, its fur standing up. Grr. Grr. NGH. It screamed and rushed straight towards Uncle Dung. Uncle Dung was so startled that he almost dropped the lamp. Uncle Feng grabbed the shirt and hit the cat directly. It screamed loudly when it was hit and jumped onto Mrs. Lan's bed. It backed up to the window and glared viciously at everyone. Uncle Feng took the shirt and aggressively hit it again. It bared its fierce teeth, growled again, and then jumped through the window. Suddenly it ran away into the garden and disappeared. Uncle Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the cat ran away. If it approaches the coffin, it will revive the corpse. If our mother is possessed by a demon, we will suffer. Uncle Dung replied. Fortunately, Thuong and Knock-on discovered it, otherwise it would suddenly flow through the coffin and we wouldn't be able to catch up. Uncle Feng nodded. Okay, so it's clear. It was just a cat that jumped into the window to scare us. Now everyone be careful, this stray cat is fast and very poisonous. Ms. Lon helped Thuong sit at the table and then ran to get him a cup of warm water. Drink it to keep warm. You were startled and scared, weren't you? His hand holding the glass of water was still shaking. Her white teeth were slightly parted, then she clenched her mouth again. Its lips moved slightly. I saw with my own eyes, the ghost came in through the window. Ms. Lon nodded reassuringly. Okay, it's okay, everything is over. Everyone saw the cat, maybe it was because of the blackout that I saw it wrongly. No, his face is very scary, Mom. I'm scared. It stared at me, its eyes burning. All right. So did you hear what he said? Thuong shook his head. I didn't, I was too scared to run out and he grabbed me. His hands were cold. I tried to kick it hard as I ran out and bumped into Ms. Knock-on. She saw it too. It's very scary. Ms. Lon hugged Thuong and comforted her. Okay, I believe you. It's morning, there are no ghosts here anymore. Please calm down. It's all because of that cat. He must have been scared away by Uncle Feng. The neighbor's house turned on the bright lights. Uncle Koi saw it and called out, "There's power, everyone, quickly turn it on, Mr. Dung." Tung quickly said, "I'll do it for you," he said, and climbed up to close the bridge to the power grid. The electricity blinked a few times and then turned on. Everyone saw the electricity and were happy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle Feng solemnly ordered, "From now on, Ms. Lon and Ms. Thoen are not allowed to leave their mother's coffin even half a step away. The trumpet team is almost here. There are still a few hours left for the funeral ceremony. There must be absolutely no mistakes." I turned to remind you, did you guys pay attention to the black cat? Stand and let it enter the house. Tongue replied, if I catch him, I'll beat him to death. If you can beat it on the first day, what is the point today? Ms. Yen heard him say that and then pursed her lips. That's you, are you talking like that? If your family is in mourning, absolutely avoid killing. The sky gradually brightened, the sound of rooster crowing began to echo throughout the village. The whole family took turns eating breakfast and preparing all the procedures for the upcoming funeral ceremony. In the countryside, at more than 6 o'clock, neighbors came to the funeral home to have someone present so that the funeral would feel less lonely. The sound of guests coming to offer condolences became increasingly noisier. Inside the house, Mrs. Land's children and grandchildren gathered around the coffin. The cries and calls still sounded so gloomy that it was heartbreaking. The brass band and the funeral ceremony have fully arrived. All procedures were completed. Mr. Feng, on behalf of the entire family, read the eulogy to say goodbye to the deceased. Each eulogy sounded and each stream of tears fell due to grief. Mrs. Land's coffin was transferred to the hearse, and her children and grandchildren cried and held her. The cries and calls for mother became more and more earnest and pitiful. A troop of trumpets and drums opened the way for the funeral procession to take Ms. Lan to her final resting place. Behind the hearse are dozens of vehicles carrying wreaths. The last thing that followed was a row of people paying their respects. Mrs. Lan was buried in the local cemetery. The funeral procession was so long that it blocked the roads. Many people could not squeeze their feet up and just stood at a distance and prayed to see off the deceased. The grave lowering ceremony was conducted at the time the shaman had pressed. After the last handful of soil was filled in on the long grave, children, grandchildren, guests, and acquaintances gradually returned to the funeral home. Only the shaman and Ms. Lan and Ms. Yen remained at her grave. 2 children, 1 daughter-in-law and 1 daughter, assisted the priest in making offerings at the grave. The teacher advised that 3 days later, he would go up and hold the funeral ceremony for Mrs. Lan to complete the funeral procedure. That evening, the guests each went home. Her extended family sat around talking and learning from their experiences in organizing a funeral. Everyone's face looked tired from staying up all night to take care of the funeral. Uncle Feng urged everyone, Mom's affairs are considered to be all right, now we still have to take care of the first week 49 and 100 days for her, and it will be considered peaceful. Ms. Thoen replied, Mom's work is done, but I still worry about Mom's box and the insect the shaman mentioned. Maybe you guys will meet with me tomorrow to find out what's going on. If our house truly has a bug, it must be resolved. Only then did Vu speak up, I'm still haunted by what you told me to find the wooden box before 1 o'clock tomorrow night. Khan Nok-on replied, my friend is very good at decoding dreams. Or should I call him and ask him about your dream? Uncle Trung replied, children should not participate in adult affairs. Furthermore, what does your friend know about these things you ask? Nok-on was about to open her mouth to explain, but Ms. Thoen quickly spoke up, quickly calm me down. Your father is right, you guys should take the opportunity to rest early so you don't feel tired. This is something you guys should worry about. Nok-on didn't say anything, so he stood up, I'm going to Mr. Deng's house to sleep, not staying here, Mom. Thuong and her sisters also agreed, we should go to Mr. Deng's house to sleep, Mom. Uncle Tang, Ms. Lan's husband, spoke up, why did you all invite each other to go? You guys stay here to stay cozy. Khan Thuong and Nok-on, still haunted by the incident at dawn, immediately refused. Ms. Lan understood what her daughter meant, so she waved her hand to signal them to go to Mr. Deng's house. The 4 members of Mr. Koi's family also went home early because the next day they all had to go back to work. Uncle Feng saw that it was getting late, so he said, Mother's work is done, everyone should rest now. Tomorrow I will meet the shaman to talk about this and then we will discuss further. Auntie said, how about we try going to see other people? It's not that I don't trust the shaman, but we really don't have a dead person in our family like the teacher said, so how can we find them? Uncle Feng interrupted his wife, let's see everyone in one place, but there are many teachers and ghosts, I don't like it. Moreover, this shaman was introduced by Ba Lin. If I go to see another teacher, don't you know that you will be proud? Auntie said nothing. Hone spoke up, I think what you said makes sense. Let's try meeting the shaman tomorrow to review it again. Or else, we can go to Ham Long Pagoda and ask the monks for help. I heard that this pagoda that holds dead people is famous throughout the country. Uncle Guy replied, if you want to lock up ghosts, you must know which ghosts are duplicated to be able to trap them. Like our house, what should we lock up? Hone had no answer. He sat quietly listening to his mother say, I want to go see another teacher and see if we are truly destined, there will be someone to guide us. It's better than staying at home and worrying about not knowing which way to go. Uncle Dung was deep in thought before speaking, this is indeed a bit strange. Did everyone notice the cat this morning? How could a black cat suddenly appear in the house? Uncle Feng replied, just like New Year's Eve, the black cat suddenly jumped up and destroyed the offering tray. But it's really strange, does any house in this area have black cats? Where did that cat come from? Didn't Uncle Dung buy all the cats around this area before? Uncle Dung sighed, maybe a stray cat. However, I'm just afraid that something bad will happen when the cat appears. Oh well, we'll talk about this later, everyone should go home and rest now, everyone must be very tired after all this worrying about the worms. At the end of the story, Uncle Dung's family returned home with his 3 nieces. In Mrs. Lan's family, there were Ms. Thoen and her husband, Mr. Trung, Ms. Lan and Mr. Tang, and 3 members of Mr. Feng's family. Uncle Girl lit an incense stick for Mrs. Lan to pray a few words, then locked the door and went to sleep. It seemed like everyone was so tired that as soon as they laid down on the bed, they immediately fell asleep. At midnight, Mr. Feng had a stomach ache and couldn't sleep. He lay tossing and turning for a while, then went to the table to light a cigarette. Inside the room, there are still Auntie Guy and Hone. Click. 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 The window suddenly beeped a few times and then opened. The wind brought the cold breath of the rain into the room. Hone was hit by cold air and jumped up. In the middle of a summer night, it was cold to the bone. He rubbed his shivering arms a few times before climbing over to the window where his mother was lying and closing the door. The window opened and closed several times, making her heart jump. He shook his head to dispel the nonsense thoughts in his head, reached out and pulled the door shut tightly. It was pitch dark outside. The rain and wind blew into his arms, making him tremble again. He tried to press hard on the door latch, but as soon as he let go of his arm, the door was thrown out. Hot. Perfect. Save you. The voice echoing from outside the window made him feel guilty. What is that? Does the blowing wind also make a sound? Maybe I heard wrong. He boldly grabbed the door button and pulled it hard again. While struggling to find a way to close the door, a cold hand was placed on his shoulder. Hone shivered. He slightly glanced down at the cold hand placed on his shoulder. Haven't you slept yet? His father's voice spoke, and he calmed down. The window was open. I was afraid of rain coming into the room, so I closed it. Dad can't sleep either? Why are your hands so cold? Dad is thinking and piecing together all the things that have happened in our house recently. It seems like the disaster started from the moment she brought the coffin home. Have you noticed it or not? Uncle Feng pulled out the shoestring and gave it to Hone. Use this string to tie the door. The latch must be tight. this rainy season the wood expands so the button often comes loose. Hone tied the window securely and went to the chair to sit with his father. In the quiet living room, father and son sat thoughtfully. Uncle Feng finally urged, "Go to sleep, you've been off work for several days in a row, try to sleep to regain your strength before going back to work." Hone replied, "Uncle Koi approved my leave application. Who in the whole company dares to have an opinion? I took the rest of the day off to do the first week's worship for my grandmother who had just returned to work." Uncle Feng nodded, "It's up to you, but don't let Uncle Koi be awkward with others or else people will say something about you and blame you. Do you really believe our houses are the same? It's true to say that the story about the child almost being burned by fire, the story about the generator wire falling into a puddle, are these coincidences? Insects may need to be reviewed, but ghosts are definitely there. Tomorrow, my father will meet the teacher and ask him to take a closer look at our family's affairs." The father and son returned to the bedroom. "As soon as I lay down for a while, the pain came back." Uncle Feng grimaced and sat up. "Stuck. Stuck. Stuck." A few small screams from the window made him frown a bit. He listened quietly and then the window slowly opened. He was so surprised that he couldn't say a word. As quick as lightning, a black shadow rushed over and grabbed the door. He strained his eyes to see, but the more he tried to look, the more his eyes blurred. "Box. Find a box for Mom." The black thing swinging on the window made a sound. Uncle heard very clearly. Uncle asked again, "Who are you?" "Mom here. This is my mother." "You lie. My mother is not like that." "On fire." "It was the mother who was burned. There's not much time left. Find a box for Mom." The wind also whistled strongly. The voice became weaker. "Before 1 o'clock tomorrow night, take that mirror and dip it in water for 49 days, you must find it, you must find it." The voice grew fainter and then disappeared. Uncle Feng was in so much pain that his head was dizzy. Uncle collapsed on the bed, sweat pouring out like a shower. Just like that, he lay until morning. Everyone in the house was up. Auntie Guy shook Uncle Feng. "Come on, wake up, this morning we have to go see the shaman and ask about it." Uncle opened his eyes and looked out the window. Strangely enough, the door was tightly closed. He wondered, was it me or who closed the door? The window is still the same, no one opens it. Am I dreaming? Why is my body so hot? Uncle Feng shook his head. Maybe I had a nightmare. I'm okay. Uncle Feng sat up and looked back at the window. The rope he gave home last night was still securely tied to the window bar. He sighed and got out of bed, but his eyes were glued to the door. Uncle blurted out, "Strange. Why are these two door bars black as coal?" He strained his eyes to look again, and sure enough, those two door bars still had fingerprints left behind. Those two marks were as black as coal. Uncle suddenly remembered the image of last night's dark shadow swinging from the window and sent chills down his spine. Could it be that last night was real? Mom wants to find if the box is real? Uncle Guy saw Uncle Feng mumbling to himself and asked, "What are we talking about? What do you want to find?" He did not answer his aunt's question but quickly got out of bed. He ran out and called Miss Thoen. "Miss Thoen, call Vu over here right now. I have something to ask." Uncle Trung, who was exercising in the yard, heard this and wondered, "Why were you looking for Vu so early in the morning?" "It's very important. Mom came home and told me in her dream. Mom said she wanted to find a box with a mirror inside. It's similar to what Vu saw." Miss Thoen rushed out from the kitchen. "Did you dream about your mother coming home?" What did Mom say? Mom said to find the box with the mirror. Mom told me to put the mirror in water for 49 days. Put the mirror in the water? Soaking for 49 days? In the end, what do you want to do? Auntie asked her husband, so, does Mom have anything else to say? Or not? Mom just reminded me to definitely find it. But it must be found before 1 o'clock tonight. 1 o'clock tonight? That means there are less than 18 hours left. How do we know it to find it? We have to find a shaman to tell him about this. Surely the teacher will have a way to solve this omen. Miss Thoen called Vu to her house urgently. He had been unable to sleep for several days, so he arrived yawning. As soon as Uncle Feng saw it, he quickly asked, "Do you still remember what Grandma told me to find the mirror the other day?" When Vu heard Uncle Feng ask about that nightmare, he woke up. He nodded repeatedly, "I remember. Last night she gave me a dream. She also asked to find the mirror before 1 o'clock tonight." "Yes. But what are we looking for?" "I had breakfast and then went to see the shaman with my uncle. I want you to tell me exactly everything you see so I can analyze it." Having a quick breakfast, Vu and his nephew went to the shaman's house early. The teacher's house had just opened in the morning, but there were already quite a few people queuing up, waiting for him to help with the land, the house, the good days and months. The shaman saw Uncle Feng and his niece immediately nodded and pointed to wait for the teacher. We waited more than an hour for the teacher to watch it all for everyone. The teacher urged his wife, "Lock the gate for me. I'm busy today and can't accept any more guests." The teacher's wife hurriedly closed the gate and conveniently hung up the sign that he was busy to let everyone know. The shaman pulled out a few sticks of incense and lit it on an outdoor incense stick and then lit it on the main board in the house. When finished, the teacher returned to the tea table to sit and talk to the two of them. Uncle Feng opened his mouth, "We need you to help us look into the family matter. Vu and I both dreamed that my mother came home and said we had to find a wooden box with a mirror. She told me to put the mirror in water and soak it for up to 49 days. More specifically, the mirror must be found before 1 o'clock tonight." Time was running out. We were like people searching for a way, thinking for a long time and still not understanding what my mother wanted to find. The teacher slightly squinted, his eyes filled with crow's feet. "This is indeed very strange. I can guess that the old lady came back in her dream to find the box. Could that box be related to the ghosts in the house? Are you referring to the story about my home being possessed by a ghost last time? After I drank the amulet water given by the teacher, I was no longer possessed. I mean, the box that the old lady is looking for is the same as the box the ghost is looking for. The old lady didn't know where the box was, which is worth mentioning. So it's not the jewelry box that Miss Thoen kept." "That's right. There may be another box like that. But we really knew nothing about it. But there is one thing, my mother once told Miss Thoen to keep that box, and the day my mother died, she had to bury the piece of paper in the box into her grave. However, Miss Thoen could not find that piece of paper anywhere. Are these things related to each other?" I was a bit surprised to hear Uncle Feng say that. The teacher pondered for a long time before saying, "Maybe this is not as simple as I thought. What secret does that piece of paper have? Why did the old lady tell her to bury her in the grave? We have to find where that piece of paper is and who took it away. That person is probably the key to this matter." A light flashed in Mr. Feng's head. "My mother always kept that box in the house. I can review the camera to find out who opened that box before Teacher Thoen." Thinking so, he called his aunt and asked her to check the cameras in the house before and on the day Mom passed away to see who had touched her closet. Vu quickly stopped Mr. Feng. "I think you should see for yourself." "What do you mean? Does anyone in your house have access to it, you know? Everyone in the family knew that she needed to find the mirror in the box, but no one spoke up. So what if someone in my house intentionally takes the mirror away? The teacher nodded. What you said makes sense. It would be better for you two to find it yourself. Vu spoke up, but you want us to find the mirror. What if that box doesn't have a mirror? Still, we can't work. The teacher replied, we need to find the person who brought that piece of paper first. If I knew the secret your grandmother was hiding, would find out other things. As for the mirror, we don't have any clues to look for right now. Uncle Feng, everyone searched the whole house but couldn't find the box containing the mirror like my mother said. So let's find the piece of paper first. But I have something to ask you. Last time you said my house was in violation. Can you check again? The shaman looked at Mr. Feng's worried face and replied, surely in the coming time, your family will not be at peace. I still see a very long morning after morning. Hearing what the teacher said, Mr. Feng became even more worried. So what should we do? Or can you set up an altar to cut the mourning rope for our family? If a family has just passed away in less than 49 days, how can they cut the mourning cord? This karma is difficult to avoid. Maybe we can reduce it. I still advise the family to go home and look carefully to see if anyone in the family has recently passed away. This is no joke. Uncle Feng and Vu returned home feeling even more confused. I directly checked the surveillance camera, but unfortunately the camera was faulty and could not record for the past few days. Uncle Feng was angry. Even the receiver broke down at the right time like this. What should we do? Auntie encouraged her husband. Calm down, I'll look for it again and see what happens. Let's see if there's anything left in the house that hasn't been turned up yet. As time became shorter and shorter, Mr. Feng's worries grew more and more. I also don't understand why I've been restless ever since I dreamed about Mrs. Lan. He went to the back garden to the old longan tree he used to sit at when he was still at home. This longan tree is very old. He had witnessed many of his feelings when he was young. That day, every time my mother scolded me or encountered something unpleasant, I would pick out this longan tree and confide in it. I don't understand why this time he wanted to confide in peace, so he went and sat by the tree and whined. A voice suddenly rang in his ear, making him stunned. Are you guys just being greedy? Isn't the amount of money I've given you all this time enough? Uncle frowned. What is it? Isn't this Uncle Dung? Why did he go out to the corner of the garden to talk? I was about to leave and go back into the house, but the next sentence rang out and made my legs stop. Tell me that you're smart, so shut your mouth. I don't have any relationship with him at all. If he still likes to play blackmail, I swear I will let him live as long as he dies. He stopped and shook his head and sighed. Perhaps Uncle Dung was blackmailed by someone. It's not been easy for him to do business lately, and he's constantly being treated badly by his competitors. However, to be blackmailed, the possibility of him doing something unsightly would be grasped. Uncle Dung's voice rang out again. Tell him, I only have one son in this life. It's my everything, so whoever tries to touch it, be careful, they won't be at peace with me. Do you still remember the story about Na? If I can make one Russian disappear, a few others won't be a problem. He has the right to love, but if he wants to marry, he has to see if I agree or not. Uncle quietly returned to the house so as not to alarm his youngest brother. Uncle Dung really only gave birth to one child, Tung. He treasured it like his life, so from the moment he was born, he took care of it very carefully. Tung is different from Hon. If Hon was free to do what he liked and be independent from a young age, Tung would always be held in his father's arms. He strictly controls it in all activities from studying to socializing with friends. He passed by the warehouse and saw Tung and Hon struggling to carry the generator out to check again. Tung said while carrying it, That's strange, why is there water in the generator? Hone replied, the day we poured gasoline to burn her coffin, did you pour water into the generator and put gasoline into the tank to give me to put out the fire? Tongue replied, I'm not crazy, I bought 2 cans of gasoline at the same time, I just poured 1 can into the generator, why did I ever carry water and pour it into the generator? Didn't people say that he was possessed by ghosts that day? Why don't you think the ghost possessed you and burned itself with gasoline? So why does the generator have water? Even if the power goes out at home, who can pour water into storage? You know you will die immediately. If my father hadn't discovered that day, he would have been electrocuted to death. My house feels like there's an evil spirit in it. I don't know if you saw it, but even before she passed away, the house kept making noise at night as if someone was running. I also dreamed that I was locked in a coffin to be burned. When I woke up in the morning, I felt like I had lost my soul. It is indeed very scary. Ah, I have something to ask. The girl you love is married, right? Uncle Feng heard his son ask about Tong's lover and slowed down. Tong replied, is it Russia? I heard she got married and had children. Uncle Feng wondered, is it Na? The person Uncle Deng mentioned just now is also named Na. So these two are definitely one and the same. Tong continued, I don't understand why she suddenly broke up with me and rushed back to her hometown to get married. Since then, I have not seen each other again. But why do you ask that? The shaman said that someone in our family recently passed away. His father still suspects that there is a possibility that someone has a child outside, that child may lose the parasite. Tong was surprised. What? What do you mean, Russia has a child with me? Is it possible? Don't joke, it's not funny at all. She and I crossed the line, but we took precautions. Besides, it's been a long time, why are you bringing it up again? I just want to find out, it's not a good thing. And I live closest to her, and I often go to her house. Have you never heard her mention the mirror? Tong was a bit startled. A mirror? What shape is the mirror? We have so many mirrors in our house, do we know what kind of mirror she wants to find? Uncle Feng, the shaman is looking for you for something. Vu's voice interrupted their conversation. Uncle Feng quickly went home to answer the call. The shaman's voice was a bit urgent. Something bad happened. The beetle leaves and areca nuts you brought to my house have withered. Uncle Feng was surprised. What is it, teacher? This morning, I brought the areca to the priest to perform the ceremony because I bought it and was still fresh. Beetle was picked by my wife from the garden. Why is it withered? That's why I was so worried that I called to inform your family. Everyone prepare to go, I'll go over there right now. I had a feeling that something bad was about to happen, but I couldn't see what it was. The shaman turned off the phone and Mr. Feng was sweating profusely. He called the whole family together and briefly talked about what the shaman had just announced. Everyone in the family is worried. Knock-on hurriedly ran in and said urgently, everyone, Thuong, had an accident, collided with a car, got stuck under the car and couldn't get out. Ms. Lan's face couldn't shed a drop of blood. What's that? My son. How are you doing? My child, it's me. She rushed into the alley and didn't even have time to put her sandals on. The whole family also rushed into the street. Uncle Trung asked, can you speak slowly? What happened to me? I don't know. It went under the car. Kai Tui is there. I ran home to tell the whole family. Knock-on's face also turned pale with fear. Uncle Trung reminded him, look, you're so scared that your face is blue. Go home and rest while waiting for everyone to come home. Remember not to run out into the street, okay? The family is dressed in white mourning, but why are they happily inviting each other to go out? Ms. Lon and her husband ran to the end of the street and saw everyone huddled around the car. The two rushed into the middle and called their daughter's name. Twi cried and cried. Thuong was trapped inside but still alive. Uncle Dung told everyone to stay away so his family could come in and take Thuong out. After a while of yelling and screaming, Thuong finally escaped intact from under the car. Its face was pale. Its limbs and bones were fortunately not affected. Ms. Lon saw that her daughter was lucky to escape death and was afraid, hugging her and crying. He was so scared because he had just narrowly escaped death that he couldn't speak. Its lips moved but did not make a sound. Uncle Tang carried him home because his legs no longer had the strength to continue walking. Master Fap arrived and heard the story of how Thuong miraculously escaped death in an instant and was also extremely shocked. Uncle Feng wondered, could the withered beetle and Erica leaves refer to this? If so, then you are very lucky, sir. As long as no one is hurt, we can rest assured. The teacher pondered for a while and then replied, I'm afraid it's not about this. Thuong probably just had an accident. I really don't know how to say it so the whole family can understand, but withering beetle leaves and Erica nuts at the palace definitely indicate a white funeral. The teacher spoke, causing the whole house to fall into silence once again. Auntie asked, so can you perform a ceremony to help my family resolve this bad karma? Resolving karma is not something you just say and do. If you want to solve it, you must clearly know the cause. Currently, my family and I have not yet found the cause of the karma, so how can we solve it? Tung then spoke up, in my family's house for a long time, it seemed like there was an evil army. I saw it making noise at night as if someone was running. Can that be solved, teacher? The teacher replied, the evil spirits and ghosts are wandering around with no one to worship and the shaman or shaman can order them to do things for them. It's just that I don't feel that there are such evil spirits in this land. So what about the ghost that possessed Mr. Hone and almost burned him alive? If you're such a good teacher, there must be a way to ward off ghosts, right? The teacher thought for a moment and then spoke, I'm really asking, is there any child in the family's family that is not included in the family tree? Everyone who heard the teacher's question was suddenly surprised. Anyone in the family doesn't know that Mrs. Lon only gave birth to 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. After Mrs. Lon gave birth to Mr. Dung, Mr. Bo also passed away. Mrs. Lon worked alone to raise her children. Mr. Bo certainly cannot have children of his own outside the home because Ms. Lon has always been the ruler of the house. Uncle Feng was a bit hesitant. I personally guarantee that I cannot have brothers wandering outside. As for me, I certainly don't have any children of my own. Uncle Dung also nodded, surely my brothers and I do not have children of our own, you don't need to doubt that. Ms. Thoan asked, why do you keep asserting that someone in our family has died? The teacher nodded, that's the only explanation I can use in this case. This person must have just passed away, but it couldn't have been dead for a long time because as soon as Mr. Feng came to my house to look at the negative, I saw that there was a duplicate. I believe my intuition is strong enough to confirm what I say. Uncle Feng then spoke up, I was just wondering in my heart about my mother's dream about finding a mirror. There isn't much time left from now until 1 o'clock at night. What if I don't find that mirror? The teacher replied, it seems like we are blinded, even if we want to see, we cannot see. I will ask for the homeowner's ancestral spirit to come up and talk. Hopefully they will give us a suitable answer. The shaman uses the usual way to talk to yin people by asking for yin and yang. However, the yin and yang coin thrown up only had tails. The teacher shook his head, he couldn't ask to meet the homeowner's ancestors to ask for a hexagram, so maybe he had to wait for fate to come. Whatever happens must happen, we can hardly interfere." Uncle Feng was worried. "Does that mean my ancestors are being punished or something like that?" The teacher sighed. "This is being punished." The teacher raised his head and looked at the pictures of the elders on the altar and panicked. It was not over, the elders cried. This disaster was indeed difficult to avoid. Uncle Trung heard his teacher say that and quickly stopped. "Why are you guys crying? We humans cannot see anything with our naked eyes and flesh." The teacher pointed at the altar image and said, "Have you ever seen an altar image shed tears?" Only then did everyone look up at the picture frame worshipping the ancestors. It seemed like the entire frame was sweating. Tiny drops of water like dew gathered around the ancestor's face and flowed in 2 lines. Ms. Thoen looked at Mr. Bo's altar photo and quickly escaped. Her father's photo was the same. "Looks like Dad is crying." The teacher turned his eyes to look at Mrs. Land's small altar and was surprised to see that photo was also shedding tears. The teacher smacked his lips. "God's will. It's all God's will." Uncle Trung then spoke up. "Actually, there's nothing strange about this. If it's a rainy day, wouldn't even the wood and stones flow with water?" Uncle Feng replied, "It's summer now. How can the hot and dry weather like this make the water like you said?" Vu then interjected, "If he naturally sweats in the summer, it's a sign that the water element in the house is out of balance. According to feng shui, it's bad, right? But why don't other objects sweat, only the photo?" The teacher replied, "This is a sign of disaster that is about to strike. I am not knowledgeable enough to guess what it is. I just hope we can soon find the cause to solve it." Uncle Feng, "So is it related to the fire insect you mentioned? If the dead people in your clan died due to fire, then surely fire insects have appeared. Next, someone will definitely be involved in the fire again. This is no joke." The teacher said, then pulled out 2 yin and yang coins from his pocket and prayed, "I hope the spirit of the Nguyen family will show his spirit and inform his descendants of a way out." Is this incident related to fire insects? Strangely enough, the shaman asked for 1 coin tails and 1 coin tails. The teacher was happy. Okay, the ancestral spirit has been connected. The teacher continued to cast the yin and yang hexagram. "So please ask the spirit of the Nguyen family to show its spirit to let the descendants know, in the family, is there a person who recently passed away related to the fire at a bad time?" Sure enough, the teacher asked for 1 yin and 1 yang. The teacher was happy. "Good, good. I ask one more time. May the spirit of the Nguyen family appear to inform our children and grandchildren whether the recently deceased person's name is in the family tree or not." As soon as the teacher tossed up 2 yin and yang coins, the ancestral incense bowl suddenly burst into smoke. The teacher stopped and exclaimed, "What's going on again? Why is the incense bowl smoking?" Uncle Feng quickly shouted to Ms. Lan and Ms. Thoen, "Quickly take the ancestral incense bowl out. Why is the incense stick suddenly filled with smoke?" Sure enough, Mrs. Lan's ancestral incense bowl was filled with smoke. The fire never flared up, but the base of the incense slowly broke off and fell out. The teacher stood still, watching, and then sighed again. Mrs. Lan's children gathered around to deal with the incense bowl that had just been filled with smoke. Auntie was very worried, so she asked the teacher, "Teacher, I heard that if the incense bowl suddenly burns the feet like that, it is a bad omen. The family is about to face a great disaster, right, teacher? How to resolve it now? I'm so worried." The teacher replied, "God's will is difficult to avoid. I was able to connect with the family's ancestral spirit and inquire. What a pity. What a pity. I'm afraid we need to verify this ourselves. My guess is not wrong. In the family, there was definitely someone who died from an insect. This person died from being burned by fire." The matter became more and more complicated, because Ms. Land's family could hardly find any clues. Uncle Dung sometimes has a phone, sometimes he has a phone. He didn't listen and immediately turned off the phone. Miss Yen saw this and asked, "What's wrong with me? Is someone angry at me?" Uncle Dung did not respond to his wife but stood up and went straight out. Uncle Feng looked at his brother's back and felt sad. Uncle suddenly remembered the story about him being blackmailed. A thought flashed through my mind, could it be related to Tung? Does Tung ever have children of his own? Uncle thought so and quickly followed Uncle Dung to the back garden. Chua Dung seems to be very angry. He carried the knife and repeatedly slashed it up the grapefruit tree in the corner of the garden. What's wrong? Is there something unpleasant? Mr. Dung saw that Mr. Feng was a little surprised but quickly shook his head and said, "Some trivial matters at the company." Really? Uncle Dung looked up at Uncle Feng's eyes and was surprised. "Since when did you doubt what I said?" "I don't mean anything, I just want to ask you about a girl named Na." It seems that Uncle Dung absolutely hates that name. His eyes darkened. His fist held the knife so tightly that he wanted to crush it. Uncle Feng came closer and patted his brother's shoulder. There was indeed something he had to tell him. "We are brothers. I will help you." Chua Dung grumpily, "It's okay, don't speculate wildly." "Okay. So I will immediately go find that girl." "Do you really suspect that the child is Tung's son?" Mr. Dung's straightforward question answered all the questions in Mr. Feng's heart. He looked straight at Uncle Dung's angry face and replied, "If you keep saying that our family is about to have a great disaster, I will have to find out. We cannot keep our eyes open and watch disaster fall on our heads without being able to avoid it. I believe you understand what I say." "That's is no way. I also saw with my own eyes the altar pictures of my grandparents and parents crying. I also saw the burning incense bowl. I believe there is also a calculation in the sour heart. I will handle this matter myself. I hope you keep it a secret and don't let Tung know." Uncle Feng nodded. "So does that girl really have a child? Is that baby definitely Tung's?" "I'm definitely not Tung's son. The child must be 6 years old, his name is Tung Lam." But why? A long time ago, mother and child completely disappeared. I don't know where they are anymore. Why did Tung say he was married? After I forced him to leave, he came several times to ask to meet Tung to talk, but I took Tung to Japan for 4 years. The two of them were cut off from there. It was me who spread the rumor like that so that Tung could forget it. "So who blackmailed you?" Mr. Feng's question made Mr. Dung startled and shocked. How do you know?" "Just answer and let me know. More people means more solutions." Uncle Dung thought for a while and then replied, "She is a woman, but she has nothing to do with my family's affairs." "But what is the reason for blackmail?" "It's just a business-related matter. I didn't do anything wrong." "If you don't do anything dishonest, why are you afraid of people blackmailing you? Please report to the police. Things like this should be left to the police to handle." "I know, I will take care of you. If you want to find Na and her children, I will send my disciples to find them for you. Look, I want to directly confirm whether that baby is our blood or not. I promise it's not. According to the teacher, if it's a coincidence, the baby is probably dead. Even burned to death. I hope you quickly give me an answer." Uncle Dung sighed, his face full of worry. He turned on his phone and called someone asking to find information about Russia. Uncle Feng clapped his hand on Uncle Dung's shoulder. "Whatever problem has to be solved, we have to solve it. I know you're worried that Tung will be shocked. Or you're worried that revealing the feelings between you and Tung will cause a rift. However, if the problem really comes from here, then we have to solve it from here. I'm most worried about Tung turning on his family. Currently he is acquainted with a new girl. However, I feel insecure at all. It seems like she is arranging Tung according to her wishes. I'm worried that Tung won't listen to me like before. Uncle Feng listened to Uncle Dung's confession and seemed to understand some of the worries in his youngest brother's heart. Tung had his own witnesses. He's grown up, he must be free. How long are you planning to cover it? I don't understand what you're worried about. What actually happened? Since when do you not trust this brother? This is just that. It's nothing for you to worry about. About Na, I will quickly give you a suitable answer. You can rest assured about everything else. Uncle Feng sighed. Uncle pulled out a cigarette, lit it and smoked. Uncle Dung conveniently took out a cigarette. Only when his heart was troubled and there was no way to resolve it did he smoke. Did what the shaman said bother you so much? He worries about disaster hitting his family. I'm afraid that one day we won't have the opportunity to stand in this corner of the garden and talk anymore. Do you believe 100% in what the shaman said? Why do I keep seeing what this teacher says? Uncle Feng took a deep breath, then released the white smoke in front of him and slowly said, "This is very difficult to talk about. Better to believe that yes, never say no to spirituality. But what should we do about the mirror? Indeed, his and Vu's dreams are similar, but how can we find them? Maybe it's because the code we sent to Mom is missing, so can you remind me?" Cannot. Mom's box has another secret. Mom once told Ms. Thoen that when her mother died, she had to take the piece of paper in the box and bury it with her to the grave. Unfortunately, when Ms. Thoen opened the box, the piece of paper completely disappeared. What do you think about this? Uncle Dung listened to Uncle Feng and was stunned. Is there still this story? Mom's box has a piece of paper? Uncle Dung threw his cigarette on the ground. I think I saw it somewhere. One time when I visited my mother, I saw her taking out a box to look at jewelry. What does a piece of paper look like? What did you see? Please try to remember. Uncle Dung thought for a while, then suddenly remembered what happened that day. It was one afternoon before Mrs. Lon passed away, about a month, when Uncle Dung came home from work early to visit Mrs. Lon. Her gate was open, so he went straight into the house. Mrs. Lan's door was closed, the garden gate was open. He thought she was in the garden, so he went to the back of the house to look for her. He looked around but couldn't see her. Then he heard a noise in the house. He looked through the window and saw Mrs. Lon frantically picking up a bunch of jewelry in the box she had just dropped. In the box there is a red cloth bag. He smiled, thinking about his mother locking the door and counting gold, so he knocked on the door to tease her. Sure enough, as soon as she heard a knock at the window, she immediately stood up. The electricity in the house went out. He was surprised when he heard the sound of objects falling in the house. He quickly ran inside and saw Mrs. Lon hastily picking up gold bracelets on the ground. He asked, "Why did you turn off the lights so dark? Do you think it's a thief?" Mrs. Lon heard Uncle Dung's voice and smiled gently. "Are you leaving so early? Why don't you go inside and stand outside the window?" Mom thought there was a burglar in the house. Uncle Dung reached out and turned on the light in the house. "Your mother seems to have to bring out a scale to store the gold. I think Mom doesn't leave the house safe, the thief will pay attention. If you're old, it's dangerous to keep gold with you. It's not much, just a few bracelets and earrings that my mother has kept with her since she was a girl, along with a few things my children and grandchildren gave me." Uncle Dung saw that she seemed to be in a bit of a hurry to put the box away, as if she didn't want anyone to see it. The uncle just gave an idea. "Maybe you should buy me a safe so I can keep it in there to make it safer." Mrs. Lon shook her head. "If the house has a closed camera like this, no thief would dare to enter without needing a safe. I can just lock it in the closet." Mrs. Lawn quickly put the box in the locker and put the keys in her pocket. She carefully inserted the safety pin into the mouth of the bag to avoid losing the key. Uncle Feng wondered, "So did you see the piece of paper or the mirror?" Uncle Dung shook his head. "When I entered the house, I didn't see him. However, when I looked through the window, there was a red cloth bag." "Are you sure?" "I confirm that it is definitely there. But then when I entered the house, I didn't see that bag anymore, or my mother picked it up and put it away before I entered the house." "Strange. Do you see that? Most likely the secret lies in that red cloth bag. Let me check the camera again. Unfortunately, the recorder is faulty and cannot review the camera." Uncle Dung asked Ms. Thoen again if she had seen that cloth bag, but unfortunately, Ms. Thoen knew absolutely nothing about the red cloth bag. Ms. Thoen said she took the box herself, but there was nothing else in the box other than jewelry. Everything returns to the original starting point. Uncle Dung's phone has an incoming call. He went out to the yard to listen. Very quickly, his face filled with surprise and he exclaimed, "Dead? Why die? Since when did you die?" He put down the phone and was stunned. Uncle Feng quickly asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Dung? Who died?" Uncle Dung's face was blank and he uttered a few meaningless words, "Dead, burned, burned to death." "What did you say? Who died?" "Tung Lam." As soon as the three words, "Tung Lam," came out of Uncle Dung's mouth, Uncle Feng's eyes darkened, so it was clear. "It's all here. You are right. You are right. I have to go see the teacher. I must take him there immediately." Several people in the house heard the conversation between the two brothers, Uncle Dung, but were also surprised because they did not understand what was going on. Uncle Feng did not have time to explain and quickly pulled out his phone to call Teacher Fap and said briefly, "Teacher, we have found that person. It's certainly burned to death. What should we do next, teacher?" Master Fap heard the story and was not surprised. The teacher replied, "Yes, we need to find the family of the deceased, get the name, date of birth, date and time of death of that person and then perform the ceremony. You guys get ready to go." Uncle Dung held Uncle Feng's hand. "This matter needs to be investigated accurately. I think we should go there first." Uncle Feng understood what Uncle Dung meant and nodded. "I understand what you're thinking. I go with Uncle. However, when determining the exact situation, you need to do whatever you need to do yourself. Do you understand?" Uncle Dung reluctantly nodded in agreement with Uncle Feng's opinion. The two men hurriedly left the house without any explanation, causing a stir in the whole house. Auntie Gi wanted to go with her, but Uncle Feng did not agree. He said there was something that needed to be resolved first, and that he would talk to the whole family in the evening. The two brothers, Mr. Feng, followed the address to find a girl named Na. She actually didn't go far but just returned to her hometown. Stepping into the poor little house, Mr. Feng felt bitter. He thought about the adversity of his family, who often did charity work to help those in need, but instead abandoned their relatives in such a poor and backward place. The house has mud walls and a moldy old tile roof with black and white tiles. Pristine garden. The kitchen is still covered with thatch. Uncle Dung is also rooted in that place called home. Uncle Feng walked into the yard and called out, "Is anyone home?" There was no response. He called a few more words and then boldly walked in the door. The house was dark and appeared to be uninhabited. He strained his eyes to look inside the house and saw an oil lamp burning. The faint light from the lamp was enough for him to see the child's face on the altar photo placed right on the altar. Uncle suddenly felt sad. "Who is that?" An old lady with a cane walked in from behind, startling him. Uncle turned around and asked, "Hello, ma'am, can you tell me if this is Ms. Na's house? What is up? Are you looking for her for anything? I have something to do to find Ms. Na and her mother. Isn't it true that you are her grandmother?" The old lady is very old, her hair is white. The old man, chewing betel, looked up and looked back at the two strange men. She turned around to the corner, spit out the betel, and slowly walked into the house. A few seconds later the electricity in the house turned on. It is a round red light bulb hanging in the middle of the house. The old lady slowly walked towards the table, then turned back and said to Mr. Feng and his brothers, "You two go inside and sit down and have a drink." Uncle Deng stood hesitantly for a moment in the yard before entering the house. He looked up at the altar photo and quickly turned away. The whole small house was dilapidated and indescribably gloomy. Uncle Feng placed the fruit bag on the altar, pulled out a stick of incense and lit it on the altar to worship the unfortunate boy. Uncle Deng asked, "Miss Na hasn't come back from work yet, right?" The old lady wiped her tears. "There's nothing to do, she's at the hospital." "Is she sick or what?" He was so shocked that he had an electric shock and had to be hospitalized. The old lady's answer stunned them both. The old lady quickly poured 2 glasses of water for the guests and then slowly continued, "That's his son, but he had a short life and died early. His mother couldn't bear it and went crazy. Why is God so unfair, guys?" Uncle Feng replied in a low voice, "We would like to express our condolences to the family. I wonder what illness the boy had that caused him to pass away so early. What disease? The boy is obedient, agile, and very healthy. The mother and child are also gentle and have never caused any enmity to anyone. Yet God did not pity him for letting the boy go so early. If I could change my life, I would sacrifice my old body to bring the boy back to life." The whole house was already cold and now it's even colder. The space was so quiet it was scary. The old woman quickly pulled out a towel to wipe away the tears that were falling and then slowly recounted that painful day. "Tung Lam, you stay at home with him. Mom goes to work and comes home early to buy you a gift. Why don't you take a break when you go to work? Mom, can you stay home with me for one day?" The voice of Tung Lam cooing. "I have to try to make a lot of money for you to go to school. I also buy you new clothes and a new school bag. Do you listen well? At home, remember to listen to me, you know? Mom keeps going to work every night and refuses to play with me. I'm so sad. Mom, you have to come home early with me tonight. I have something I want to show you. Mom, I promise. Mom will come home early today and will also buy you a gift. Remember what your mother told you?" Na advised the boy and quickly left the house. The boy stood and watched his mother disappear before slowly entering the house. He told the old man, "My mother promised to come home soon to play with me, but I knew she was lying." The old lady smiled kindly. "I wouldn't lie to you. Na's mother would come home early every day. Every day she said she would buy a gift. She would also buy a gift for you." He smiled, "Because I love you the most in the world, more than your mother loves you, right? Right. Mom loves you, so you have to be very obedient and study well so that you can be filial to your mother in the future, do you hear?" The boy smiled and narrowed his eyes. He was smart from a young age, so he knew everything his mother did, and he understood how much his mother loved him. That night he kept waiting for his mother to come home. He waited forever, but his mother was nowhere to be found. The old lady called him in to eat, but he definitely refused. He sulked. "Mom promised to come home early, but look how dark it is. Why hasn't Mom come home yet? Mom is probably still busy finishing unfinished work, or Na's mother is on her way home. Go eat, Maybe when you finish eating, I'll come home. He shook his head. I'll wait until Mom comes home to eat. Mom promised, old man. He said he would do it, decided not to eat and instead slowly walked out to the alley. The old lady saw him looking around in the alley and went to console him, but he didn't listen. He climbed up on the gate pillar and sat to see when his mother would return to the alley. The old lady advised him for a while and then left the house. She told him, if you want to wait for me, stay in the alley and wait, don't run out, or if it gets dark, an opossum will catch you. He nodded. I'm just standing here waiting for Mom. When will Mom come back? I'll let you know. A moment later, the fire broke out and burned fiercely. The sound of neighbors shouting to put out the fire. The old woman standing in the house only saw a large pile of straw on the side of the alley burning. The fire rose higher than the top of the house. He hurriedly walked out to the alley and called, "Tongue Lamb, where are you?" The entire poor neighborhood rushed out to put out the fire. There was no water nearby, so everyone competed to carry water and put it out. Small buckets of water poured into the fiercely burning volcano. At the end of May, the sun is so hot during the day that the straw is dry and hard. Just a small fire can burn a whole mountain of straw in the blink of an eye. It wasn't long before the fire went out. At that time, people were shocked to see a boy burned black in the fire. Tongue Lamb's tragic death drove his mother crazy. Yes, other people are probably no better than Russia at that time, because anyone who is a mother cannot help but feel heartbroken. Russia went crazy and screamed miserably. Everyone tried their best to advise, but it seemed meaningless. The funeral took place quickly to reduce sadness. The neighbors attended and everyone was in tears. At the funeral, there were only a few people who knew the neighboring villages, but absolutely no other relatives, because after getting pregnant, Na was abandoned by her biological father and kicked out of the house. She was lucky to still cling to the old woman to have a place to live. The old lady was an acquaintance of Na's mother when she was alive, and her real grandmother passed away a long time ago. Few people knew of her existence, so Na completely disappeared for several years without Uncle Dung having absolutely no information. The cause of Tongue Lamb's death was explained by everyone that he climbed on a pile of straw to wait for his mother and then fell asleep. Unfortunately, it was the hot season and people spread dry straw along the alley. Someone accidentally threw a cigarette butt and it caught fire. That may be so, and that's the only explanation for the rare accident that burned a young boy to death. Uncle Feng and his brothers looked at the sad old lady's face but were also heartbroken. Perhaps she cried a lot for her great-grandchildren. Uncle Feng spoke up, "So how is Ms. Na's situation now? It's been several months since the incident, has she gotten better?" The old woman burst into tears again. "How far can this old body go, guys?" His mother was crazy and kept running into the wall, wanting to die with the boy. At one point, he crawled into a pile of straw and lit a fire to burn himself. Luckily, the neighbors took him to the hospital and the doctor kept him there for treatment. I hung around the house every day, burning incense and candles for the boy. I haven't been able to go to the hospital to visit him yet, and even if I wanted to, I couldn't go. I just pray every day for him to regain consciousness quickly. Uncle Feng heard the story and could only sigh. He stared at the picture of the handsome boy and felt heartbroken. The old lady recounted, "The boy and his mother were very poor. If only I had forced him to come home that day and wait for his mother to come home, such an incident would not have happened." The old lady suddenly stopped, stared at the two guests opposite and asked, "But who are you two? Why did you come to find the boy's mother and son?" Uncle Feng and his brother still didn't know how to start the conversation when the old lady asked again, "You two aren't her acquaintances, right? Or do you know her father?" Uncle Feng quickly replied, we are not familiar with Ms. Na's father. I hope you don't misunderstand. What misunderstanding? If her father had thought about it and brought her back, I would have been happy for her. Now that I'm this old, and she's that crazy, it's still much better to have relatives around. Uncle Feng nodded and slowly asked, what about Tung Lam's father? Have you ever heard her mention it? The old lady was surprised. Why do you care about that person? Uncle Dung hastily replied, has she never told you about the baby's father? The old lady raised her eyes slightly to look at Uncle Dung. Her eyes seemed surprised by that question. Very quickly, she sighed. Na said the boy's father was dead. He also didn't want the boy to feel hurt, so he didn't mention it again. Uncle Dung was enthusiastic. Does that mean she knows who the boy's father is? The old lady was surprised again. What's wrong with this guy? Don't you know who the boy's father is? Who is it? Who the hell damned Na to live half dead like that? Tell me, who is the boy's father? I want to see how his face turns out to be such an evil and virtuous person. Uncle Feng quickly replied, Grandma, I hope you calm down. This is quite complicated. Maybe the baby's father himself doesn't even know about its existence. The old lady reached out and grabbed the stick. Her thin hand grabbed the edge of the table and trembled as she stood up. But now the child is dead, the child has gone crazy. What's the point of finding it again? Suffering is already miserable, what else do they have to lose? Uncle Feng slowly stood up and replied, we want to help Ms. Na escape her current situation and rebuild her life. I believe you also want that. The old lady looked at Uncle Feng very strangely. Tears once again fell from the corners of deep wrinkled eyes. Why? Why do you want to help her? Uncle Feng remained silent and did not respond. The old lady nodded. So you guys admit that you know Tung Lam's father, right? Do you want to come and atone for your mistakes? Uncle Dung replied, I just want to help her. The old lady raised her hand to signal Mr. Dung to stop. Wait, I have lived to this age and have experienced enough bitter things so I know for myself what is right and what is wrong. In life, no one ever gives anything to anyone. Please tell me the conditions. If you help Na get out of the crazy situation and have a chance to rebuild his life, then I will help you with whatever you want. Uncle Feng nodded. She is very straightforward. I really want Miss Na to be healthy and start a new life. There are currently some unpleasant things going on at our house that need to be resolved soon. The old lady nodded. Your family is having a funeral, right? I recognized them immediately because they were wearing black mourning clothes. This person was old and passed away. Isn't it true that your family is having a funeral? Why do you guys come here? If I guess correctly, you guys are definitely related to Tung Lam's father, right? Uncle Feng's phone suddenly rang. Seeing Auntie's phone number, she thought the whole family was waiting for the two of them to come home for dinner, so she turned off the call to continue talking about the main issue with the old lady. The phone rings again. He had a premonition that something was wrong, so he quickly went out to answer the phone. What's the matter? I have important work to do. My brothers will be back later. Something happened. Everyone go home now. It's on fire. What's on fire? What's going on at home? The altar is on fire. As soon as the three words burning altar were uttered, he was stunned and asked again, which altar is burning? Why burn? I don't know. The ancestral altar caught fire. Is there a candle or something burning over there? Do not have. There were absolutely no candles or lights, but the altar was on fire. Dad's altar photo collapsed. I want to go home quickly. Uncle Feng heard the news and his limbs fell apart. The constant incidents related to the altar and the fire made him feel scared. Uncle Dung saw Uncle Feng's pale face and quickly asked, "What's going on at home? Why is your face so poor?" Uncle Feng shook his head to signal Uncle Dung not to continue asking. Uncle turned back to talk to the old lady. "Could you please give me the name and date of death of Tung Lam?" The old lady was surprised when Uncle Feng made the suggestion. She asked again, "Why do people want to get the boy's name and date of death?" Uncle Feng was in a hurry to return, so he didn't have much time and quickly gave an excuse. "I wanted to check to see if the boy had committed a bad time that would affect his mother. If he wastes time committing crimes, I'm afraid it won't be good for his mother's current illness." When the old lady heard Uncle Feng mention Na, her face relaxed a bit. She thought that everyone knew about Tung Lam's death at this time, so even if they hid it, Mr. Feng and his brothers would ask a few people to find them, so they nodded. Pham Tung Lam died at 8 o'clock in the evening on the full moon day of the 5th month, day of the year of the rat, month of the no, year of the rooster. Uncle Feng thanked the old lady and said a few words and promised to come back to find her and wholeheartedly help Na get healthy again. The toothless old lady said a few more sentences, hoping that everyone would be successful and that she would be happy to help Na escape her mental madness as soon as possible. Leaving Na's alley, Mr. Feng immediately called the shaman to report the situation. "I heard Mr. Feng read the date and time of Tung Lam's death and was startled. Is this time accurate? If the boy died at this hour, would there be any crime?" Uncle Feng replied, "It was the boy's great-grandfather who told it. This day and age cannot be wrong. If the boy doesn't lose the insect, it's a lucky thing, right?" The teacher replied, "You two quickly go back to the boy's house and ask for a picture to take back here for me. There's something wrong, I don't understand clearly." Uncle Feng and his brother returned to the old lady's house to ask for Tung Lam's photo. The old lady did not keep any pictures but had only one picture on the altar. Uncle Feng had to take his phone to take a photo of the altar and then left. "I will ask someone to print out that photo and give it to the shaman to check." Uncle Dung wondered, "Why are you so sure that the boy is Tung's son?" Uncle Feng sighed. "If he hasn't seen the boy's picture, he can't confirm, but with this altar photo, I believe he will see it." Uncle Feng gave the phone to Uncle Dung. Uncle Dung clicked on the gloomy altar photo and looked at it for a long time before wondering, "I don't see anything strange here. He's not like my Tung at all." Uncle Feng replied, "He is not like Tung, but he has similarities with his father. Look closely." Uncle Dung zoomed in on the photo and discovered that the mole at the corner of his eye was very similar to the mole that Bo, his father, had when he was still alive. He frowned and blurted out, "Is it because a mole resembles his father's that you can confirm?" The boy's eyes, "Look closely." Uncle Dung looked for a moment and then replied, "But what if the boy's father really also has bags under his eyes and moles at the corners of his eyes?" Uncle Feng replied, "When he was alive, his father once said, 'Only our family has eye bags and moles like that, and we will see them again every 3 generations. Dad has, between our brothers and Tung's lives, his life is exactly 3 generations. And who do you think that lip ring resembles?'" Uncle Dung then took a closer look at the boy's face. It was true that Mrs. Land's face had the same eyes as Mr. Bo. He tightened the phone in his hand and then punched the car door hard. "I'm a bad man, aren't I? Is there anyone in this world more evil than me? How can I wash away my sins now? It happened, now you can't fix the past no matter how much you blame yourself. If we make mistakes, we must correct them. I first thought about resolving the disinfection offering first and then quickly contacted the hospital to help Ms. Na. That's the best fix. If Tung knows about this, I'm worried that something will happen. The boy's temper is becoming more and more difficult to control. I'm just afraid he will turn his back on me and my husband. Didn't you say he has a new girlfriend? Time will ease the pain of the past. This matter cannot be hidden anymore. It's best to talk frankly with him. I believe the boy is not an ignorant person. The two of them arrived home late. The lights in Mrs. Land's house were still on because everyone was waiting for the Feng brothers. Uncle Feng looked back at the half-scorched altar and couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? Why did everyone in the house with so many people let the altar burn down like that? Miss Yen replied, the altar is on fire. People still walked back and forth, but no one saw the fire flare up. It wasn't until the whole family gathered for dinner that I went up to the house to light incense for my mother and saw smoke everywhere in the house. Uncle Feng grumbled, why do strange things keep happening in our house these days? The incense bowl suddenly caught fire, and now the altar is also on fire. If it is truly caused by a fire insect, then maybe it won't be resolved soon, maybe one day it will burn down the whole house. Uncle Girl spoke up, you two, let's have dinner first and then we'll discuss further. Uncle Girl quickly set up the dining table for Uncle Feng and his brothers. Uncle Deng couldn't swallow, so he lifted his hand from the bowl of rice and put it down. Miss Yen found it strange, so she asked about it. Uncle Feng told the story once for everyone to hear. The most surprised person was Ms. Yen. She sat silently without saying a word. Uncle Deng sighed, perhaps I am the source of this incident. What I'm most worried about is how should I face Tung. Auntie then gave her opinion, let's hide this from the boy. Uncle Feng, so how do we hide the task of setting up a herd to eliminate insects? The needle in the bag will one day come out. I still hope he will talk to Tung once and for all. This matter cannot be hidden like that. Just then, Tung appeared right at the door. He asked confusedly, what are you guys hiding from me? Immediately, Ms. Yen stood up and said, the thing is, we have a lot of worship coming up, and our parents are discussing whether we should let the children participate or not. Tung replied, we must participate in your matter. Is that why the whole family has to hide it from their children? Uncle Deng spoke up, we will discuss this later, it's too late now, I think everyone should rest. Tomorrow, I'm holding a graveside ceremony for my mother. We'll talk specifically about anything tomorrow. Do you guys agree? Everyone understood what Uncle Deng meant. If indeed Tung discovered that he had a child, he himself did not know the child's existence. Moreover, it just burned to death not long ago. The child's mother was crazy and had to be hospitalized in a mental hospital, but the source of the incident was caused by Uncle Deng's actions, so it certainly wasn't shocking. That night was very long, everyone was engrossed in thinking about private matters and could not sleep. Miss Yen was angry with Uncle Deng, so she didn't say a word. He quietly closed his eyes and thought back to all the events that had happened from then until now, silently regretting. The clock strikes 1 o'clock at Mrs. Land's house. Vu and Hon are still awake. Because of the time zone difference, Vu had difficulty sleeping at night, so he pulled Hon up with him. The bed next to Mr. Feng and his wife also tossed and turned. Uncle Feng suddenly sat up and shouted, Mom, come back quickly. It's very dangerous ahead. Mom, don't run. Vu also sat up and said, Mr. Feng is having a dream, go and wake him up. Hearing that, Hon quickly got out of bed, pulled Uncle Feng's hand and called, Dad. I'm here, did you dream about her? Uncle Feng slowly turned back. Hon's hair suddenly stood up because Uncle Feng's eyes were rolling back, extremely scary. His arm grabbed Hon's hand and squeezed it hard. Hon was startled by Uncle Feng's sudden action. He pushed Uncle Feng's arm away and said loudly, Dad, what's wrong? Here I am. Uncle Feng's two hands grabbed its neck tightly and squeezed. Auntie woke up and saw that, shaking Uncle Feng's body, but it seemed like he couldn't understand what he said at all. Hone let out a few screams asking for Vu's help. Vu witnessed everything from the first moment. He rushed over and hugged Uncle Feng tightly, hoping that Hone would be strong enough to remove the hand that was strangling him. Uncle Guy was so confused at that time that he shouted loudly to the whole family for everyone to come help. Vu shouted to Hone, "Buddha statue, take the Buddha statue from the box." Hone quickly rushed to the box containing the bronze Buddha statue from before. As soon as the box was opened, Mr. Feng screamed and then his body suddenly went limp. He slowly collapsed onto the bed, his eyes half closed like he was sleeping. Everyone heard Uncle Guy shouting loudly and quickly ran to Uncle Feng's room. Uncle Guy was crying and calling for Uncle Feng, anointing him with oil because his body suddenly felt cold. After a while, Mr. Feng slowly opened his eyes, his mouth moved. "The house has a ghost." Auntie was shocked. "What did I see?" Uncle Feng nodded slightly. "It crawled out from under the cupboard, it retreated darkly. I saw it but was possessed by it. I know what everyone says, but I can't control my actions and words." At that time, his hands and feet were still shaking. Auntie anointed her some more and she shivered. "I'm so cold. Give me a blanket." In the middle of the hot June weather, Mr. Feng still shivered every now and then. Ms. Thoen took the Buddha statue from Hone's hand and placed it in Mr. Feng's palm. "You keep it. If you have this Buddha statue, it won't be able to enter you anymore." "But did you hear what it said?" Uncle Feng shook his head and replied. He just grinned and grinned, not speaking. He stopped to think for a few seconds and then shook his head. "No, he did," he said. "Fire. Die. Dying." Everyone turned and looked at each other in confusion. Auntie comforted her husband. "Okay, tomorrow we will meet the shaman. As long as the teacher performs the ceremony, everything will be resolved." Everything returned to normal, so everyone went back to their rooms. The clock then showed 1 o'clock at night. Uncle Feng was confused and scared, so he didn't dare sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he dreamed of the image of that black ghost hovering in front of him, baring his white teeth and grinning. The next morning, the shaman received a phone call and came to Mrs. Land's house early. The teacher looked back at the photo of Tung Lam and felt sad. Poor boy, unfortunately, he died so tragically. However, in fact, he did not commit any crime. We can stop the boy's story here. There is no need to perform a disinfection ceremony for him. However, now his grave is a bit bad because he killed the master. If a dispelling ceremony is performed, perhaps the boy's mother's situation will be better. Uncle Feng replied, "That means if the ceremony is performed, the boy's mother will be cured, right?" The teacher nodded. "This is very simple, just need to perform the ceremony at the grave and that's it. The sooner you do it, the better. I will send you the offering, you can do it yourself, no need to ask the teacher. This matter of mourning has nothing to do with the boy. He is the son of heaven and will return to heaven. Its fate in the world can only be so much." Uncle Feng listened to what he said and was very surprised. So after so many efforts, he still couldn't find the reason? "Don't you see anything strange?" The teacher shook his head. "I can't see everything thoroughly. Just like the story of both his father and son being possessed by ghosts. I still can't see this strange thing." Uncle Guy spoke up. "So can we ask you to perform a spell to ward off ghosts? This ghost is definitely hanging around this land. The strange thing is, how did it get into our house so easily? I used to think that if the land had earth powers, how could demons get into the house?" The teacher hesitated. I also find it strange. If it weren't for the deceased family members, they wouldn't be able to enter the house." Or being thoughtful and then leaving the sentence mid-sentence made Mr. Feng anxious. "What's the matter, teacher? What do you mean? The teacher slowly replied, I am thinking that there has been a ghost on this land for a long time. It cultivates into a demon and can enter and exit the house easily. Or maybe there are evil spirits being ordered by people. Ms. Thoen wondered, if there is a devil in the house, why did it only appear now? Why wasn't there before? Why can't someone as skilled as me see it? The teacher sighed, I am old and my abilities are limited. So what about the underworld? You mentioned the underworld soldiers. This is very difficult to talk about. If there is indeed someone who raises evil soldiers, then this person is highly talented. I'm afraid this situation will require a review to see if the extended family has made enemies with anyone. When Uncle Trung heard what the teacher said, he protested. What do you mean by saying that you don't know anything? If you were a teacher, wouldn't you know just by looking? How can you question my family like that? The teacher nodded. Yes, maybe I'm really useless because it's true that I don't see, don't hear, and gradually don't understand what's going on here. I can only tell everyone that, surely the big family will encounter great disaster, but who will encounter it and when, I really don't have any information at all. Spiritual matters require faith. If the homeowner is not of the same mind, I'm afraid things will be difficult to resolve. Uncle Trung has never believed in ghosts or spiritual beliefs. He repeatedly expressed his dissatisfaction with his wife's family being too trusting. For fortune tellers, it is also a profession and they rely on books to make predictions to earn a living. However, people believe too blindly and only determine that money will be lost. Ms. Thoen saw her husband's attitude against the shaman's wishes, so she gently advised him. He was not in Vietnam, so it was right that he felt strange. However, many things happen, don't you think about it? Why did the teacher have an accident yesterday as soon as the teacher told me that the areca nuts and betel leaves were withered? Or the story of the altar sweating and then burning again last night? Strange things keep happening in our house, so you should have faith, right? Uncle Trung sighed, but his trust is only moderate, right? Please stop promoting these ridiculous beliefs. I've been over there for decades, have you seen any shamans? So why is no one ever possessed by ghosts? The teacher then slowly replied, perhaps I am incompetent and have no relationship with my family. I hope my family will find a talented teacher to help. When Uncle Feng saw the teacher say that, he thought he was angry and quickly explained, Teacher, we still need your help. What you said before was not wrong. I said everything I saw. As for the things I don't see, I can't even ask you to tell me. However, if today everyone goes to collect Mrs. Land's grave and sees something strange in the grave, it would be best to find a more skilled teacher to help. Uncle Girl is worried. Is there anything else strange, teacher? You make me so worried. Maybe Mrs. Land's bowl of rice offerings is still the same. That is a bad omen. Please help me pay attention to that. The family quickly replaced the burned altar, repaired it, and presented it to the ancestors to repent. Perhaps if the sacred ancestors would warn the homeowner in a dream about the upcoming calamity. I myself am useless and can only help so much. The teacher said and quickly left. Uncle Trung then got upset and said loudly, There, everyone watch. This teacher has no heart. If he had virtue, he would not have left his son in the market like this. Ms. Thoen was angry with her husband. It was because he made the teacher angry. Spirituality requires faith. If we are not of one mind and even doubt the teacher, who can devote our whole heart and soul to it? This teacher is gentle, not someone else who says it to his face. When Uncle Dung's family arrived at Mrs. Land's house, the teacher had just reached the end of the street. Uncle Dung wondered, why did the shaman return so early, Uncle Feng? Won't you perform a ceremony for our family? Uncle Feng shook his head. Tongue Lamb's story has nothing to do with the coincidence you mentioned. I just confirmed it. So why don't you hold a ceremony to replace the altar for your house? Did you even pick up your mother's grave today? Uncle Guy replied. Uncle Trung made the teacher angry. The teacher was so proud that he left immediately. Maybe we should find another teacher. Uncle Feng replied, let's call Uncle Lin, now ask him to take care of moving the altar, because it's so urgent. Who can we ask? Uncle Lin heard that the teacher was angry and left and was very surprised. He wanted to ask but was shy, so he just said a few quick words and then told Auntie to buy all the rituals. When she buys a new altar, she will come and worship to help move the altar. Mr. Feng's brothers and sisters each took care of one thing. One took care of moving the altar, the other took care of going down to Mrs. Lan's grave. Sure enough, the caged rice bowl placed at Mrs. Lan's grave was still intact as the shaman had said. As soon as she went up to put the incense stick on Uncle Guy's grave, she was startled by the sound of a strange bird chirping right next to her. Uncle staggered and fell to the ground. Ms. Lan quickly helped Ms. Guy up. Auntie Guy's face turned pale. What's going on? What is it calling? Ms. Lan looked at the bushes next to her and replied, it's a strange bird. It must have startled us. It startled me, yes. I was scared to death until I fell. Ms. Lan sighed. Normally, the caged rice bowl is eaten by birds, mice, and insects. Mom's rice bowl is still exactly like this. Is this a coincidence or a bad omen? I'm so worried. Uncle Feng nodded. I'll talk to Uncle Lin later and see what's going on. The shaman also predicted this in advance, but Uncle Trung's anger at the wrong time made the teacher angry. Uncle Lin said that it is rare for teachers to be as good as you. There is no one like our Uncle Trung. Even if he doesn't believe it, there's no need to say it to my teacher's face like that. I had to scold her, not simply stand up and leave. The two sisters quickly returned home and told the whole family about the incident they encountered on Mrs. Lan's grave. Uncle Feng sat stunned and said nothing. Uncle Trung replied, there are no birds or mice around, so it hasn't had time to eat yet. What does everyone find strange? Uncle Lin replied, it's not that simple. Normally, as long as we leave that bowl of rice, the rats and insects will take it away. Now it's been a few days, and if the bowl of rice is still intact, it means something bad is about to happen. Uncle Lin's words made the whole family even more worried. The matter of Little Tongue Lamb was clearly unrelated, but at that time, Mr. Feng secretly hoped that the reason was because of him, so that the family would have a solution. Right now everyone doesn't know what's going on, so they're even more worried. Ms. Lan then explained, the teacher reminding us to look for the boy made us ignore the fact that mother needed to find the box with the mirror. Now that the new day has passed, we are truly getting more and more confused. Uncle Lin replied, even if we didn't look for the boy, we wouldn't be able to find that box. Uncle Tang replied, but what does this have to do with anything? We searched but couldn't find it. It's not like we abandoned the millet and refused to look for it. Furthermore, I think we should not take this issue too seriously. What Uncle Trung said is reasonable. In the West, people don't worship like us, but they still live well. Uncle Lin mused, if everyone says that, I don't know what to say anymore. Today I held a ceremony to replace a new altar for the elderly. Everyone, if you have something to say outside, please don't say it inside to avoid making the spirit angry. It's best not to joke with negative people. Some people don't see it, don't know it, so they're not afraid. I myself have seen a lot, understood a lot, and feared a lot. After the ceremony, Uncle Lin also returned. He reminded Auntie to pay careful attention because a house in white mourning often has bad luck, and especially should not discuss spiritual matters or worship in the house to avoid unfortunate events. Hearing that, Uncle Girl felt strange and wanted to ask, but Uncle Lin only replied, "I'm like a person with a blindfold on, so I can't see anything. If you don't see it, don't dare say nonsense." I remind everyone like that. The spiritual world is very scary, people should not underestimate it. Auntie Guy asked Uncle Feng more about avoiding evil spirits because he was still afraid that what happened last night would happen again. Uncle Lin replied, "If you're afraid, you can sleep with a knife at the head of the bed at night. Remember to absolutely not discuss ghost or spiritual matters in the house. If there really is a ghost lurking in this house, it will be a disaster." Auntie replied, "But if something isn't discussed at home, shouldn't it be discussed on the street? Furthermore, if there is death, why can't doctors or shamans see it?" Uncle Lin replied, "There are many things we cannot see. As a teacher, your abilities are limited. Moreover, if people deliberately hide it, it will be difficult for me to detect it." Teacher mentioned about training negative soldiers. Is there an evil spirit in the house? I'm just worried that someone will be hostile or jealous and do something wrong. If bad people come out, we still know and avoid them. Now, if there is an evil force, how can we avoid it? Uncle Lin frowned and thought, there is something about training underworld soldiers, but it takes an extremely skilled person to do it. Nowadays, I know very few people who can pass through a shaman. If there really is someone cultivating underworld soldiers and he can't detect them, it will be extremely dangerous. In short, everyone needs to be very careful. Auntie Girl whispered in Uncle Lin's ear, "Please let me ask for the amulet. I want my family to wear it to avoid danger. Or make me a charm to ward off evil spirits." Uncle Lin glared, "Don't do nonsense. Spells cannot be used haphazardly. If people do it intentionally, if you don't do it right, you might bring disaster to yourself." Uncle Lin refused to help, making Auntie Guy feel unhappy but did not dare to comment. Uncle Lin added, "It's best for her to advise him not to trust anyone unconditionally. I'm a teacher, so I know there are people who don't do things because of virtue. This profession is a very heavy karma. Many people only see immediate benefits and harm others, then harm themselves and their children and grandchildren with negative karma and sin. But we don't know which teacher is good or bad. If you are sick, you should bow to all four directions, but what can you do? My brother Feng will find the teacher to continue watching because the shaman is angry. It's really difficult because there are things that no one can ignore. My abilities are limited, so I cannot help you. However, I have experienced quite a few tricks from my teachers. If your family invites you back, you must tell me everything, okay?" Uncle Guy nodded affirmatively to Uncle Lin and then turned back into the house. Sure enough, Mr. Feng and his brothers were discussing finding a good teacher to worship and protect Mrs. Lan's land. Uncle Girl whispered softly into Uncle Feng's ear, "Uncle Lin told us not to talk about discussions in the house to avoid bad luck if we hear it, and it will ruin the matter." Uncle Feng stopped and looked around the house, then did not dare to continue speaking. "You yourself were possessed last night. How could you forget?" He trusted Uncle Lin's reminder, so he stood up and said, "We will discuss this later. This evening we have to go home to take care of the house and work. Now that my mother has a beautiful, peaceful grave, we will focus on taking care of her as the day comes. The house on this side is temporarily taken care of by Ms. Lan and Ms. Thoen's family. The two girls also stayed until their mother's 49th week before flying back, so I felt secure. No one gave their opinion when the chief gave orders. Ms. Lan and Ms. Thoen's family stayed at Ms. Lan's house every day to offer food to her. Everything happened very normally, no one was scared or had any nightmares. Uncle Trung was even more certain that he was thinking in the right direction and was not very confident about a coincidence or a major disaster, as he said. Uncle Dung and Uncle Feng took advantage of the opportunity to fulfill their promise to the old lady and contacted the hospital to find ways to help Na with treatment. Uncle Dung also followed the shaman's instructions and went to Tung Lam's grave to worship and pray that the boy would soon escape and bless Na to recover soon. They did everything silently but absolutely kept it a secret from Tung. Time passed and Mrs. Land's 49th week arrived. Ms. Land's husband and children and Ms. Thoan have returned to the country to continue working. The two girls stayed behind to finish the 49th week for their mother before planning to return home. Before week 49, everyone gathered at Mrs. Land's house to prepare for a meeting to discuss the holiday. For the person who passed away in the 49th week, it was very important that Mrs. Land's descendants also invited him to set up an altar to open the prison. Mr. Mao was invited because Mr. Koi suggested. I heard some people from the company introduce a skilled teacher who specializes in helping people suppress ghosts, set up forums to clear karma, and eliminate insects. The day Mr. Feng followed Mr. Koi to ask for his help, he had to rely on several people to make appointments to meet him because he was very busy. It seems that he is rarely at home but always has a car to take him to worship and perform ceremonies everywhere. The teacher's house is in an alley but is big, beautiful, and majestic. He has no children so the house seems lonely. Teacher Mao knows how to read other people's thoughts, so looking through Uncle Feng's eyes, he replied, "My house is very spacious but there are no people living there. I bought this house from an old tycoon who resold it. That old man went to see a very skilled feng shui master and made his house lucky. Ghost snails are only ghosts, but how can people live there? That's why after he built the house, everyone in his family, from old to young, gradually died. He hired teachers from one teacher to another to offer solutions, but the teachers were all scammers trying to get money, so money was wasted and people were still lost. I passed by and saw that, so I said a few words to help him as an offering ceremony. He insisted on not listening until almost everyone died before asking me. After I finished the ceremony and secured the house, he didn't want to stay. When he sold it, I bought it back and lived there until now." Uncle Feng wondered, "People are taboo about building abandoned houses. Do you dare to stay there?" The teacher laughed. "A deserted house is an abandoned house, meaning that after building a house there is no one living there. Ghost snails make houses for ghosts to live in. Those two things cannot be equated. As I said, people are afraid of ghosts, but I myself am not afraid. Ghosts stay at home for fun, so I bought them here and my husband and I keep them company." Uncle Koi glanced around the somewhat gloomy house and suddenly got goosebumps. Master Mao replied, "Don't be afraid, you too. The ghost is also very gentle. I give the wild ghosts who have no place to live a place to live. You guys just understand it as if living people have refugee camps. Demons also need a place like that. If they have a place to stay, they won't wander around and won't harm anyone anymore." Uncle Feng nodded. "If you do good, you will receive blessings for life after life." The teacher smiled slightly. "I just hope the karma is a little lighter. I am burdened with negative karma, so I have to be damned like that. How could anyone want to live with ghosts every day?" Uncle Koi spoke up and changed the subject. "We have heard about you for a long time, so today we have a favor to ask of you." Teacher Mao nodded. "I know." Uncle Feng was a bit surprised when he heard what the teacher said, so he looked a little inquisitively. The teacher immediately said, "Someone just passed away in your family. It was fateful for this person to die when he was old. However, we see that the faces of the two brothers have a bad omen." Uncle Feng suddenly got goosebumps. Teacher laughed. "What did I say that gave you goosebumps? There is not only one person who died in your house. An old man and a young man live without seeing each other, and in death they gather to receive love. Don't you two think I'm right or not?" Uncle Koi was so surprised that he couldn't say a word because everyone knew about Mrs. Land's death, but Tung Lam's story was still a secret. Everyone in the house kept it quiet to avoid letting the children know about that unpleasant story. Uncle Feng blurted out, "Does your family worship ghosts?" The teacher glared. "What do you mean? Are you here to watch or are you here to question me?" Uncle Koi quickly explained, "My brothers and I were surprised by your superior ability. We hear rumors that those who worship ghosts will be able to predict everything in the world." The teacher laughed loudly. "Our house doesn't just have a few ghosts but hundreds of ghosts. They are everywhere and know everything. I don't have the ears to listen to them talk all day, so when I got home, I ordered everyone to be quiet and absolutely not affect my private world." Uncle Feng clasped his hands together to show his admiration for Teacher Mao. Teacher Mao nodded with satisfaction. "I can read faces and see you two being so successful, but it was not easy to achieve today's achievements. What you have must be exchanged for blood, a lot of blood. We see blood spreading all over the area. Blood leads fire to fire. Fire burns on blood. The more blood and fire, the bigger the fire." Uncle Feng's biggest fear was hearing him mention fire. Uncle was always worried about the so-called fire worm, as the shaman said before. Teacher Mao read Mr. Feng's eyes, so he paused for a moment and then said, "Are you guys scared? I see a total of 7 coffins in your family." Uncle Koi silently counted the number of people in the family. Not counting all the boys, there were actually 7 people. He quickly asked again, "Do you mean 7 people died in the family?" The teacher nodded. "Yes, 7 coffins, 7 men. I see a lot of blood flowing. Wherever blood flows, fire flares up." The 2 Feng brothers looked at each other confused. The teacher pulled out a set of cards from the table and shuffled them continuously in front of Mr. Feng and his brothers. "You guys pull it out. You two use your left hand to draw 7 cards. Based on that, we will describe each person who will be a victim and have to lie in those 7 coffins one by one." Uncle Feng held his breath and immediately pulled out 7 cards. The teacher held up 7 cards for the 2 brothers to see and then continuously shuffled the deck of cards. The teacher gave it to Mr. Koi. "You draw it. Use your left hand to draw me a card. If you draw the Q of Hearts, a noble will come to save you. If you draw another card, it is certain that these 7 coffins will bury 7 lives. Even if you have divine talent, you cannot save them." Uncle Koi was under pressure from the deck of cards. "Your hands are shaking." My mind silently prayed that I would draw the QQ stick like the teacher said. The teacher saw Mr. Koi hesitate and reassured him, "Did you burn incense for the ancestors at home?" He even prayed to the ancestors to bless them both to meet me. "Now the decision is in your hands. Nearly 10 of your family's spirits are lining up outside the door waiting for you." He courageously pulled out a card that he liked the most. Uncle Feng spoke up, "Let me withdraw for him." The teacher nodded slightly. "Once one of you comes here, it's the same for whoever withdraws. If you believe me, then boldly draw a card. Whether you withdraw or your younger brother withdraws, the result is the same. Just withdraw it and I'll let you guys verify it again." Uncle Koi replied, "There are so many cards in the whole deck, how can I draw a Q card?" The teacher replied, "That is the fate and spiritual mysteries that you need to know." Uncle Koi mustered the courage to pull out the card. His mind silently said, "It's just a deck of cards. If you draw this card now, you will draw another card later. Consider it bad luck." The teacher pursed his lips. "What kind of bad luck is good luck? If you come and see, if you don't believe in it, how can you experience it? If you think you're lucky, you should go home. My brothers and I seem to have no fate." Uncle Koi was sweating when he heard what the teacher said. Uncle Feng nodded and signaled Uncle Koi to pick a card. Uncle Koi took a deep breath and then raised his left hand to draw the bottom card of the deck. The card turned up to the surprised joy of the two brothers. The teacher smiled and nodded. Heaven is not perfect for people's lives. Congratulations to both of your families. Surely this great tribulation will pass. Uncle Koi breathed a sigh of relief. The teacher saw that and laughed. Do you want to take it back? Uncle Koi quickly waved his hand. No, we don't want to take it back. The teacher replied, I told you, if you draw the Q card, it means a blessing. Now, even if you draw 8 times, you will still get a Q. Uncle Feng was a little curious and curiously looked at the deck of cards in Mr. Mao's hand. The teacher placed the card in the middle of the deck and shuffled it continuously before our eyes. The teacher put the deck of cards in front of Mr. Feng. He pulled it out and tested to see if I was right or wrong. This is just a game. If you guys have drawn the Q of hearts, I'll look at the Q of hearts. I want you to verify that what I said is correct. Uncle Feng boldly reached out and pulled out a card from the middle of the deck. Surprisingly, it was actually a Q. The two brothers were surprised and looked at each other without blinking. Uncle Koi had a plan in mind, so he reached into the deck of cards he placed on the table, pulled out the top card and flipped it over. The teacher smiled slightly. This guy's hands are faster than his brain. If you don't believe in me, staying here is useless. Mr. Koi held the card but did not turn it over but glanced at Mr. Feng. The teacher saw that and replied, You are holding the ace of spades. You turn it over. In this deck of cards there is only one Q of heart. Your brother has already picked it. There is no other card left. The teacher took the card in Mr. Koi's hand and flipped it over on the table. It was indeed an ace of spades. Uncle Feng exclaimed, You are so talented. Yet it turned out to be the ace of spades. We are truly lucky to meet a teacher like this. It's fate, you can't avoid it even if you want to. There are many people who want to meet but cannot. However, I need you to have absolute trust in me. If you guys are two-minded, I'm afraid I won't be able to help even if I want to. Uncle Koi clasped his hands and asked the teacher for help. The teacher nodded and replied, The fact that your family encountered this great disaster is the karma you must bear. It is directly proportional to your current success. What does that mean, teacher? That means the more successful someone is, the harder it is to avoid. The two Feng brothers looked at each other confused. Among Mrs. Lan's 5 children, Mr. Koi is the most successful. Uncle Koi then asked the teacher, Is there any way to quickly resolve it? The teacher nodded. Don't be in a hurry. Karma is difficult to avoid but may not lead to death. Uncle Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The teacher listened and then continued, You are very worried, right? Everyone is afraid of death when talking about death. Your mother died no matter how many times she died. Her number must be like that. If she had died the first time, perhaps there wouldn't have been as many stories as there are now. At that time, Uncle Feng was completely surprised by his abilities. When Mrs. Lan died and came back to life, you still called out to her as if everyone in the family couldn't be impressed? The teacher held the 7 cards in his hand and thought for a while, then slowly answered, On these 7 cards there are 2 dead people, 2 coffins are standing up and ready to be opened. These are 2 men, 1 young, 1 middle-aged. The remaining 5 coffins are currently lying dormant. The teacher said, then looked up and swept his eyes towards Mr. Koi. It seems this coffin fits one of the 2 people here. Wherever the teacher's eyes went, the space seemed cold. Uncle Koi's 2 brothers' faces were also cold. The teacher draws a J of Hearts card and places it in front. This is a person who owns a very large piece of land and has the right to command many people. People say they live like a king, riding four-wheelers during the day and staying at the villa at night. There were people in the house who brought people in procession, but when they died they were still in a 6-panel coffin. This person is not the eldest child, nor is he the youngest child. In particular, this person's age matches the age of the young man who died with him. Hearing what the teacher said, Mr. Feng and his brothers were scared because if the teacher described it like that, it would match with Mr. Koi. Uncle Koi's sweat was also pouring down his forehead. He asked the teacher again, "If you are so skilled, you can definitely solve it, right?" The teacher nodded. He picked the cue card and it was God's will. "If I can't help, someone else must help. You can rest assured." The cue card that Mr. Koi picked was indeed a ray of hope for the big family. Uncle Feng picked up the card and looked at it for a long time. "Never have I loved a card so much." He continued asking, "So if we don't clear the karma, we will have to lose a total of 7 people? In the end, what karma is so cruel? Can you let us know?" The teacher replied, 7 is not the final number. If I don't resolve this karma, I'm afraid there will only be a few other coffins left." "Why? Did you say just 7 people just now?" "Right. I say 7 men burned to death. However, it's not over yet." The teacher pondered for a while and then continued, "The strange thing is that those coffins are very small, like children. I see it as an illusion, so I don't dare confirm exactly. Are there any other children in your family besides the recently deceased child?" Uncle Koi shook his head. "None of you have gotten married yet, teacher." "It's strange. Yet there were 2 tiny coffins. But this matter comes later. Now the important thing is to deal with these 7 male coffins first." "Is it due to an infection, teacher? Why do you think about insects?" "I heard people say that when there are funerals, men die. One person died after the other." The teacher nodded. "That's what people say, but I'll tell you, insects are caught, not from men or women, children or adults. If the family has an infection, someone may die immediately or after 3 days from the time the person loses the infection. At worst, within a few years of being infected, the next person will die. That depends on how smart and cruel that insect is. There are ghosts I used to control who were so clever that they even fooled their teachers. Vong was taken to Ham Long Pagoda and was able to escape and return home to arrest his relatives. So if it is determined to be a duplicate, there must be appropriate countermeasures." Uncle Koi blurted out, "So you check to see if my house is contaminated or not?" The teacher replied, "Looking at the time of your mother's death, there is no mistake. Thong did not commit a crime, but it is not certain that one of the 7 reported deaths did not commit a crime." Going back and forth, the teacher finally mentioned the 7 deaths that had been reported. Uncle Koi sighed, "I'm not hiding anything from you. Before my mother passed away, you mentioned fire insects. Even when my mother was alive, she mentioned it. Do you know what is called a fire insect?" The teacher opened his eyes wide and looked at Mr. Feng. "Firefly? I've heard of that in legends, but I haven't seen it in real life." "That means there is still such a thing as a fire bug, right, teacher?" "Have. And if it really hits, it's certain that the entire family will be wiped out by it. According to what I heard the elders tell, it was a death committed at the wrong time due to being burned alive. Currently, there are 2 people in your family who have recently passed away, both of whom have not had a fire bug, so it is unlikely that there is a fire bug. If you say so, I feel reassured, but recently strange things have often happened in my house. The story of demons and spirituality is truly difficult to explain." The teacher collected the deck of cards and shuffled them continuously for a while, then held them out in front of Mr. Feng. "You take 1 card, I'll tell you what else is going on in your house." Uncle Feng pulled out a card and flipped it over. The teacher frowned and sighed. Why are there so many ghosts wandering around my house? How many years have I lived with ghosts without knowing? Uncle Feng was surprised. Is there a ghost in my house? Or my mother's house? In my mother's house, there is more than just one death in this family. Sometimes I see these ghosts briefly, but sometimes I see them and then they disappear. Is this house enchanted? Which teacher said that? Uncle Feng shook his head. I have never heard my mother mention any enchantment in the house. I ask for your help in hundreds of ways. The teacher picked up the card and stared at it, his eyes shining brightly. The teacher muttered for a while, then slammed his hand on the table. So cruel. What evil? Who cast such an evil spell? The two were shocked. What's wrong, teacher? Is the land enchanted? But is casting a spell harmful? This teacher is very skilled, but unfortunately the charm has been broken. Maybe your family is in danger from here. So I would like to ask you to open your heart and help my family. We mortals do not understand these spells. The teacher closed his eyes, raised his hands and stroked his face several times, then sighed again. Even without enchantment, I would not be able to fully understand the situation. Maybe I'll come to this house to see what's going on. If so, I'm so happy for our family. Don't be too hasty to be happy. I have to go there and see what it's like. If it is true that there is an enchantment, then we must find the person who enchanted it or not have to find out what the enchantment is in order to solve it. Haven't you discovered that the land is enchanted? It is true that I have seen this card, but this caster is very picky and skilled. I'm afraid my talent has met my match. Hopefully we can find the answer when we get there, otherwise things will become more and more difficult to solve. What does it mean that the story of 7 people dying is related to this spell? Maybe the cause is here, but we need time to find out. You guys go home first, 3 days later we'll be there. You don't need to come pick me up, I'll find my own way. Within 3 days I will research this enchantment issue again. 3 days after going there we will have a satisfactory answer. Uncle Feng and his brother said goodbye to their teacher and left. Things almost turned around and became more complicated when Mr. Mao mentioned ghosts and spells in the house. Uncle Feng told the whole family about the incident, making everyone worried. There is no need to discuss the fact that this land has ghosts because Mr. Feng and his father are both possessed by it. However, being cursed made everyone who heard it panic. The 3 days of waiting for news from Teacher Mao felt like 3 years. Uncle Feng was so worried that he couldn't eat or sleep well. Besides Mr. Feng, Mr. Koi was equally scared. Every word Mr. Mao said kept ringing in his ears, making him unable to concentrate on his work. He thought for a few days and his hair turned gray. The An saw that and advised, "Everything will have a solution, Dad, don't think too much and get sick. I'm just afraid that the charm hasn't harmed anyone yet, but people are threatening each other to the point that they're afraid they'll lose their honey, then they're so worried they'll get sick and die." Uncle Koi replied, "You can't talk nonsense, this story is unbelievable." Dad was like his son at first, but when he met Mr. Mao, he realized that he had lived for decades with such misconceptions. But our family was also lucky to meet the teacher early. "Dad, don't worry, your parents have been doing good deeds all their lives. I believe that God has eyes. Good people will have great blessings." The important thing is that grandmother's charm on the land made Dad think a lot. The An replied, "If someone casts a spell, there will be someone who solves it. I think Dad, just relax and get well. Didn't Dad say that Mr. Mao is very skilled? So I believe you can definitely help my family. But I heard about how ridiculous it is. Why was her land cursed but nothing happened for so long? I'm thinking that she was recently cursed, but if she's been cursed for a long time, she must have told everyone. When my father was still at home, nothing strange happened. The conversation between Mr. Koi and his son paused when he received a phone call from Mr. Feng. Please go home to your mother immediately. The teacher said he would come over to see the land tonight. Why did you come at this hour? What do you watch at night? Go ahead, I have my reasons. We just keep doing it. I told you, don't you remember? Uncle Koi and the aunt arranged to take the car to Mrs. Land's house immediately afterward. When the two arrived, the teacher also came to the door. Today he is wearing the same clothes as a Taoist monk but in black from head to toe. He carried a brown bag like the bags that temple monks often carry. Mrs. Land's whole family happily greeted the teacher. The teacher looked around the entire land and then went straight into the house. Everyone quickly followed behind the teacher. The teacher looked straight up at the altar and asked, "Who used to pick this altar? Why send incense bowls to the temple?" Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding what the teacher said. The teacher turned around and looked at each person present and pointed straight at Ms. Thoen. "Miss, the last time this incense bowl caught fire, did you reburn it?" If this incense bowl had been impulsive before, she would have had to ask the teacher to come back and re-pick the bones, but if she picked the bones on her own, it would be a violation. If a girl marries a human, how can she pick up the bones and incense bowls of her maternal ancestors? No wonder the wandering ancestors' spirits followed those two brothers to my house and refused to go home. Ms. Thoen was confused. "I don't know, teacher. The incense bowl caught fire, so I took it to the dump and burned another bone. I never thought I would offend my ancestors. I apologize." The teacher nodded. "That's why the altar caught fire. This is the punishment tool." Now the elders are very angry. I tried my best to dissuade them and ask them about the demonic harassment, but they did not respond. Uncle Girl spoke up. "We mortals don't understand etiquette, but we asked you to come and perform the ceremony to replace the new altar. Teacher, please help us see if we are doing anything wrong." The teacher replied, "The person performing this ceremony has good heart but not enough talent." The 7 treasured bones were contaminated by the fire and the teacher did not detect it and take care of it immediately. Uncle Feng was happy. Luckily we met him. So we asked the teacher to help us pick up and protect the ancestral incense bowl. The teacher nodded. Picking up the ancestral incense bowl is not as simple as picking up ash and putting it in the incense bowl. I will instruct the homeowner how to pick up the ancestral incense bowl himself. Uncle Koi, can we ask you to help us pick up the incense bowl? The teacher replied, "If the homeowner picks up and clears the ancestral incense bowl himself, it will be more spiritual and better. Normally when picking up an incense bowl, put the 7 treasured bones in and then sincerely hold a handful of ashes and drop them into the incense bowl. It's best to pick according to the cycle: birth, old age, illness, death. The last handful dropped into the incense bowl must be aimed at the word birth. Absolutely do not press bones with your hands. If you want the bones to be tight, gently shake the incense bowl so that the bones will gather on their own. It is absolutely forbidden to use your hands to press the bones down." The teacher stopped, then turned around and asked Ms. Thoen, "I've said this briefly, do you think I've committed any violations?" The whole family then nodded their heads praising the teacher's talent. He was able to tell such a detailed story about a very small bowl of incense. Ms. Thoen was now sweating and softly replied, "Teacher, it's because I don't understand this clearly, so I just put the whole bag of bones into the incense bowl and then use my hand to press down to tighten the bones so that the incense stick doesn't fall." The teacher smiled and replied, "Picking up the incense bowl or changing the base of the incense bowl is extremely simple. Everyone can do it, but not everyone can do it correctly and sufficiently. That's why there is an incense bowl movement. So we have to invite the teacher to calm down." Incense bowl. The incense bowl is very important. If done incorrectly, be careful of causing trouble. Many families have lost money and even people due to breaking the incense bowl worship. I say it simply so everyone can understand. The teacher looked over at Mrs. Land's altar and frowned slightly. The teacher's eyes stopped for a long time next to the photo frame. The teacher asked again, exactly how did the old lady die? I want to know the exact time and minute the old lady left. Whoever knows best will tell me in detail. Ms. Yen then spoke up, it's us, teacher. The teacher turned back to where Ms. Yen was standing and suddenly shivered repeatedly. The teacher put his hand into his cloth bag and pulled out a bright red scarf and asked, do you see anything here? Everyone was surprised and looked at the teacher and then back at Ms. Yen. The teacher said, speak. Ms. Yen was startled by the teacher's yelling and stammered, it's a red scarf. The teacher nodded, good. Now tell me how your mother died. Ms. Yen recounted in detail the heartbreaking incident that day. The teacher listened attentively and nodded, death is in accordance with heaven, there is nothing worth mentioning. However, this altar photo is very strange. Uncle Feng replied, my mother took the photo before she passed away quite early, teacher. The teacher replied, I mean this picture is very strange, not related to sooner or later. Not a good feeling. The teacher took out a box with a jingling sound from the brown bag. At first everyone thought he was carrying a compass, but when he placed it on the table and stared at it, they realized it wasn't right. It resembles an ampere meter, but the needle continuously moves back and forth, making a small sound. The teacher looked for a moment, then stood up and walked in the direction indicated to Mrs. Land's room, who lived in this room before. Miss Yen quickly replied, it's the room my mother has always lived in. The teacher walked into the door and stood still, looking at the room that had just turned on the light. The teacher raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet so he could listen. Everyone silently observed Mr. Mao's movements. The teacher went back out and took a yellow rectangular talisman and stuck it on the door of the room and slowly closed the door. Uncle Feng wondered, what's going on, teacher? Is there anything strange in this room? The teacher nodded, maybe there is, but a black cat strayed in here. Everyone who heard him speak was surprised. Ms. Yen replied, my mother's room is always closed, so where can I get a cat? But there it is. Do you believe it? You'll see it later. The teacher sat down, picked up a cup of water, sipped it, then slowly said, did a cat run into the house the day she passed away? The whole family knows the story of the cat appearing in Mrs. Land's room because that day Thuong and Nok-on were so scared that their faces turned pale and they fell on top of each other. The teacher heard the doctors confirm the fact that there was a cat that day and immediately nodded. Indeed, there was a cat, it was still there. We'll catch him out here later. Luckily for you, the cat didn't jump over the coffin. If he climbed onto the old woman's coffin, it would be difficult for a saint to save her if a ghost had entered her body. Everyone still doubts that the teacher said there was a cat in the room. The teacher understood each person's thoughts very well and then slowly said, don't you believe? Now everyone just believe me, if you have a cat, you will definitely find the solution. The teacher's watch made a very soft jingling sound. The teacher listened and slowly said, it's time, let's catch the cat. The teacher turned around and told the men, absolutely do not beat it to death, we need to capture it alive. The teacher approached the door and slowly pushed it in. The sound of the wooden door creaking rang out, the room was still as quiet as a sheet of paper. The teacher pointed under the cabinet and said, there, we have to catch it alive. But how can you catch a cat alive with your hands, teacher? If a cat scratches it, it's very poisonous. The teacher said, I have already prepared a cat trap in the car. Please help me get it down. Uncle Dung entered the room and bent down to look directly under the cabinet. "No!" The cat cried out, then began to ruffle its black fur, its mouth opened, two sharp teeth protruding outward as if in defense. Its eyes were round and blue, looking at Uncle Dung full of challenge. He exclaimed, "But there is really a cat here. How did it get into the house?" Uncle Tien approached it and called Uncle Koi, "Bring the trap here. This cat seems very aggressive." Everyone placed the trap in the middle of the room and then slowly went out and closed the door tightly. A moment later, the cat was indeed trapped. Mr. Dung happily went in and brought the cat trap out. This cat was so easily fooled, put a piece of food in and immediately fell into the trap. The teacher laughed. He was very clever. He fell into the trap because the one there had a talisman attached to it, so he was fooled. Uncle Feng was surprised. "Do cats also have to use charms?" The teacher nodded. "Sometimes cats are not cats. But rest assured, this cat can't stay here anymore. I will take this cat away. There was a female cat in this house before, but it was beaten to death, right?" Uncle Feng nodded like a hammer. He really predicted things like a god. On New Year's Eve, a black cat ran into the house and Tung accidentally beat it to death. The teacher sighed. The black cat came into the house at night. New Year's Eve is a bad omen. However, all you have to do is chase it away and offer to neutralize it, but here you guys beat it to death. Uncle Dung, because he destroyed the teacher's altar. The incense bowl offered outdoors was also broken by it. All right. This matter seems to have been resolved. Mr. Feng was happy. What do you mean you finished solving it? Was it caused by the cat dying? The teacher shook his head. Do I tell everyone like that? The whole family looked at each other again. The teacher smiled. Look at everyone, your mind is already in chaos. After I finished speaking, let's catch this stray cat. The solution also lies with this cat. Previously, there were people who used charms on this land. These cats are ghost cats, not the cats you see normally. This enchanter uses a pair of black cats. However, the charm was broken, so this pair of cats escaped and acted strangely. Do everyone at home hear the sound of objects falling or footsteps rumbling like soldiers at night? It's all caused by them. Uncle Feng suddenly remembered what the shaman once said. If a black cat runs into the house on New Year's Eve, you must find the teacher immediately. Painting also came from there. Uncle sighed. The teacher saw that, so he asked, "Did someone ever warn you about this cat?" Uncle Feng was bewildered. "Can you read other people's thoughts?" The teacher replied, "That teacher is also considered to have bravery. Unfortunately, I can only see it but cannot solve it." Uncle Koi was happy. "So our big family is very lucky to meet you. Hopefully, in the near future, he will make another trip to perform the 49th altar ceremony to help my mother." The teacher nodded. "Okay, but before posting, we need to make offerings to dispel the cat ghosts first." Uncle Koi replied, "Haven't you caught the cat already?" "Caught the cat but did not completely remove the enchantment. You guys go prepare the ceremony. Tomorrow I'll come back to make offerings to remove the enchantment and then take control of this land. Having finished this, we will discuss the altar ceremony 49. The teacher gave the ant a 2-page list asking for all the offerings. The next day, when he came back, he would perform the enchantment and leave immediately after. Mrs. Land's descendants were amazed by Master Mao's supernatural abilities. Everyone always praised the teacher for his talent and thoughtful work. The next day, as scheduled, the teacher was present at Mrs. Land's house to perform the dispelling ceremony. After the worshipping ceremony, the teacher instructed Uncle Feng to pick up the ancestral incense bowl. The old 7 treasure bones have been completely replaced. The monk finished worshipping inside the house and then performed the ceremony in the garden. The teacher brought with him many talismans of different colors and sizes. In each place, the teacher places a different card. After the ceremony, the priest casts a talisman on the porch to prevent outside demons from entering the house. The remaining talismans are posted next to the doors and entrances. After finishing work, the sky was already dark. The teacher gave the ant a bunch of joss paper and a large handful of incense and said, "You take this handful of incense and stand in the middle of the gate, burn it all once, then take it and go straight to the main road. When you reach the fork in the road, you should turn all this votive paper into it. When the fire is almost gone, throw the incense stick into it and make it clean. Wait for the fire to die, then return home. Remember not to leave the incense sticks unburned." Then the teacher turned around and told Ms. Thoen, "Take the raw eggs I told you to buy, follow her to the intersection, then leave them at the corner. Remember not to break any fruit. If the egg breaks, the offering must be started from the beginning." Ms. Thoen and Ms. Guy diligently followed the teacher's instructions. Half an hour later they both returned home. The teacher then happily replied, "My work is considered completed. Now let's talk about the 49th week altar offering ceremony for Mrs. Lawn. During this altar watch, the altar will be run to destroy the prison, so I will invite 6 other monks to join the altar to worship the homeowner." Everyone agreed with all of Master Mao's requests. It seems that the teacher has a great influence on Mrs. Lan's family. Auntie Girl remembered Uncle Lin's advice, so she called to tell Uncle Lin everything. Uncle Lin listened but didn't say anything because everything still happened in order. Even Uncle Lin had to take his hat off and admire Teacher Mao. Since Master Mao came to the house to cast a spell to calm the land, the house has always been quiet. At night, no one has heard any strange sounds. In particular, no one has had nightmares like before, so everyone feels secure. Everyone believes that all the mysterious things in the house are caused by the so-called ghost cat and that Mr. Mao, a noble member of the family, has completely solved all the problems. That day, all preparations for the 49th week altar worship for Mrs. Lawn were almost completed, and her children and grandchildren gathered to discuss the table and guests. Vu called Ms. Thoen. As soon as she answered the phone, she heard a confused voice on the phone, "Mom, did anything strange happen at home?" Ms. Thoen replied, "There's nothing strange at home, I think it's normal." Vu panicked, "I just had a nightmare. When I wake up, I have to call my mother and ask her right away. Very scary dream. It really felt like I was standing there." "All right. What do you dream about anyway?" "Is Uncle Koi there, Mom?" "I'm at home discussing with my friends. In 2 days, I will post the 49th week worship altar for my grandmother." "Yes." Mom reminded Mr. Koi to be a little careful. "I dreamed that he had an accident." Maybe you think too much and have random daydreams. But the elders have a saying that birth is bad and death is good. I can rest assured that I will continue to sleep and regain my strength before going to work. But I dreamed he burned to death. I'm afraid. No problem. Mom will tell you to be careful, don't worry. After completing week 49, the mother will return home. And be careful, Mom. I dreamed that my mother was hit by the wind. Ms. Thoen said a few words to reassure Vu, then turned off the phone and went back inside the house. Suddenly her body felt a bit cold. She looked behind her as if she felt like someone was standing right behind her. She frowned slightly and walked into the house. Inside the house, everyone was discussing excitedly about setting the table and the stages of welcoming guests. She walked through the doorstep and suddenly her body trembled coldly and she collapsed. Everyone saw this and rushed out to help Ms. Thoen. Her eyes widened slightly, her mouth slightly distorted. She mumbled a few words, but the sound was unclear so people couldn't understand. Uncle Guy guessed that Miss Thoen had been hit by the wind, so she took out a bottle of oil and shaved the wind. A moment later, Miss Thoen's whole body became hot. Her face turned as red as GAC. She felt like her chest was tight and she had difficulty breathing. She tried her best to inhale deeply to breathe. Auntie was surprised. "What's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" I told him to take her to the hospital. Miss Thoen suddenly shivered a few times and then trembled. "It's so cold." "Why are you so cold?" Auntie replied, "It's because of the wind and oil. Just bear with it a little and you'll get better soon." Miss Thoen suddenly remembered what Vu said earlier and was a little scared. She called Uncle Koi. "My guy Vu just dreamed that Uncle Koi had an accident. Everyone, do you think this is a sign?" Suddenly, my insides were burning hot, and sometimes I was cold and shivering. "I feel so uncomfortable." Uncle Koi replied, "I dream every day." A few days before Master Mao came to perform the dispelling ceremony, I kept dreaming that I was burned alive. Just this afternoon I dreamed that I was burned by fire. I thought maybe I was haunted, that's why I dreamed like that. I also thought a lot about my family being in mourning. Uncle Feng replied, "Luckily, what he said was not a coincidence, but he said our family's karma is too heavy." Mr. Koi replied, "But I feel secure when I meet Mr. Mao. Tomorrow I'll come see you and ask you to interpret my dream." Suddenly from noon until now I feel a bit heavy. If you have a limit, please ask the teacher to explain it. Miss Thoen gradually regained consciousness. The whole family continued to discuss the ritual on the day of establishing the altar and opening the prison. Uncle Koi said, "I want to meet my mother again that day." Suddenly I had many things I wanted to ask my mother. Maybe it's because my mother passed away suddenly without having time to think about anything. What Uncle Koi wants everyone to agree with is because according to custom, in the 49th week, the deceased will be released from prison and return home. During week 49, the shaman gives the family members a scarf and a phantom branch to call the deceased to come and talk. Almost all families by week 49 are able to call their recently deceased loved ones home. This form of palanquin is used quite a lot by monks to spiritually connect and talk with the spirits of the homeowner's relatives. Mrs. Lan's family and descendants are also eager to learn about the piece of paper or the mirror that Mrs. Lan has repeatedly dreamed about for her children and grandchildren. That night, Uncle Koi had a nightmare similar to the one he had at noon. When he woke up, he was so scared that he didn't dare sleep because every time he closed his eyes, the image of him surrounded by fire terrified him. The next morning, he woke up early and called Mr. Feng to tell him what happened. Mr. Feng advised Mr. Koi to call Mr. Mao to ask about dream interpretation, but unfortunately his phone number could not be reached. Uncle Koi was tired from not sleeping all night, so his mind was no longer alert during the day. In addition, early in the morning, as soon as I stepped out the door, a bird flew straight at me from somewhere and fell down, struggling a few times. He had a bad feeling, so he called his wife, took the bird, threw it away, and burned it. When Hone saw that Uncle Koi was tired, he advised him to go home and rest so he could take care of his grandmother the next day. He personally drove the car to take Mr. Koi home. Uncle Koi had a bit of a headache, so he lay down on the sofa. Hone went into the kitchen to make Mr. Koi a glass of orange juice. Uncle Koi suddenly remembered that the house had sunny squid, so he sat up and invited Hone. "The house has sunny squid, you can grill it, we can drink beer." Suddenly he felt thirsty for water but craved beer. Hone opened the cupboard and took out the squid to grill. Mr. Koi's family often grills squid with alcohol, so he always has a bunch of big bottles of alcohol ready. While Tung was working, there was a company phone call. He gave up because the ink fell and ran outside to answer the phone. Uncle Koi then stood up and replaced his feet to finish grilling the squid. He saw that the alcohol on the tray was gone, so he took the large bottle of alcohol and poured it straight into the tray. Unfortunately, the fire had not completely extinguished, so it flared up and nearly hit Mr. Koi's face. He was so hot and scared that he dropped the entire bottle of alcohol, causing the alcohol to splash all over his body. Because he was so panicked, he stumbled and knocked over the alcohol tray on himself. Immediately he was turned into a living torch. When Hone heard Mr. Feng's pitiful screams, he rushed in to see Mr. Koi's entire body on fire. He picked up a cotton towel right in the bathroom and rushed in to put out the fire for Mr. Koi. Uncle was burned in pain by the fire, so he waved his hands around, causing several bottles of alcohol to continue to catch fire. Hone tried to put out the fire, but the fire quickly spread to him. Both bodies were surrounded by fire, struggling in pain in the heart of the fire. The maid just came out of the countryside and witnessed two living torches screaming and writhing in the kitchen. She called neighbors to help. Both were quickly taken to the emergency hospital. Uncle Koi was unlucky and died as soon as he arrived at the hospital. Hone suffered deep grade 4 burns. The news that Hone and his nephew had alcohol burns from grilling squid made everyone confused and scared. Uncle Fuang, Uncle Koi's wife, heard the bad news and fainted. Mrs. Lan's household chores are overlapping and confusing. Auntie Guy was so worried that she called Uncle Lin. Sister, Uncle Koi was burned to death. Hone is in critical condition at a higher level in Hanoi. Please help me click. What will happen to the boy? I will die, sister. When Uncle Lin heard the news, he was also shocked. Uncle stammered, "What, in the end, is it? Why burn to death?" "It's because of grilled squid. Uncle Koi did not survive. My whole family is carrying out procedures to take her home to take care of the funeral. I'm so worried about Hone. Dead. The age of Uncle Koi who passed away today is very bad. What does that mean? Please help me see if there is any way to solve the bad karma and save the boy. I'm so worried. This is the only child in my family that is a problem. If you don't help me, I will die. Uncle Koi has an infection in the snake, so all families who have the 3 combinations, snake, rooster, ox must avoid and be very careful. Where is Auntie now? Is the snake, rooster, and ox an age to avoid? So what should Hone do? It is a trine with its uncle. Calm down, Auntie, there is a way to get rid of insects. The important thing is to invite the teacher to do a good job of controlling the insects. I think the family should quickly contact the shaman. If you wait too late, there will be an incident. My husband called Mr. Mao but the phone couldn't be reached. Please come and help me, or can I go home and arrange for the ceremony at home right away for me? I want to set up an altar to worship and relieve bad karma. The immediate task is for you to take care of Hone. I will immediately perform a ceremony at the palace to present to the mandarins for consideration to help reduce karma. Uncle Koi encountered a new and ominous insect, so he quickly chose a good day and time to enter the coffin and bury the insect. Why can't Mr. Mao get in touch at such an important moment? Is there such a thing as a coincidence? So quickly contact the shaman I introduced. He's proud of what happened last time, but if he saves people, he will wholeheartedly help. Uncle Feng immediately contacted the shaman to clarify the situation. The teacher answered the phone but remained silent and did not answer. Uncle Feng was so worried that he urged, "Please help my family. This is a serious matter that involves human life, so I hope you will show compassion." The teacher slowly replied, "I want to help but I don't know where to help. Things are getting more and more confusing. Tomorrow is the 49th week of worshipping Mrs. Lawn, but tomorrow is also a suitable day to enter the palace for the newly deceased. How is your family? You cannot let the two things overlap. Both are big things, we can't help but do them. So, he helped me go and perform the insect protection ceremony at Uncle Koi's house. My mother left the work at home to Uncle Dung to handle. Now I can only assign tasks and people to do the work. My child is still in emergency care, life or death is unknown, so my head is really not clear. Uncle Dung followed Uncle Feng's orders and ran to Teacher Mao's house to ask for help. However, the door of the teacher's house was locked. The phone number cannot be reached. Tung wondered, why is it such a coincidence? Could it be that this Master Mao deceived us? Uncle Dung said, what do people get by tricking us? The money hasn't been taken yet. Surely the teacher has something urgent to do. Uncle Dung asked the neighbors and found out that Teacher Mao's whole house had closed their doors like that the day before. The teacher's family always travels mysteriously without a clear schedule, and in particular, Mr. Mao is often away from home, so their family has no clear information. Mr. Dung was disappointed and called Mr. Feng on the phone. Uncle Feng angrily threw the phone to pieces right at the hospital counter. He helplessly sat down on the ground and held his head. Why is this happening? What happened to Mr. Mao? Seeing this, Uncle Guy took out the phone and called Uncle Lin to ask for help. Please help my family make the 49th week of worship tomorrow for my mother-in-law. Currently, the shaman will control the insects at Uncle Koi's house. My mother's side also looks up to me. Where is Master Mao? Haven't you been able to contact him yet? Uncle Dung came to my house, but he was not at home and could not be reached by phone at all times. How strange. But okay, if it's such an urgent matter, I'll try to arrange for someone to come help my aunt's family. Now I called the monks at the temple to come and help. When the temple monk worships, you can rest assured. I will take care of this. Mrs. Lan's 49-day worshipping altar was handled by Mrs. Lin alone. Things were urgent, so at first I tried to invite the temple priest but couldn't. He asked 3 monks to come and worship at the funeral altar to cut the mourning rope. The shaman timed Mr. Koi's shroud at 2:05 p.m., so Ms. Lan's 49-day altar watch took place earlier than planned so that everyone had to go to Mr. Koi's side in the afternoon. The hastily prepared offerings took place right at dawn the next day and ended early at 1 o'clock noon, without inviting guests to dinner as planned. As soon as the altar watch ended, everyone quickly rushed to Mr. Koi's house for the burial ceremony. At Mr. Koi's house, the teacher told him absolutely not to cry or mourn too much because Mr. Koi's death was always in the house and attached to his relatives. The funeral was sad, but there was no crying. Uncle Koi was burned by alcohol, but because he passed away at an inauspicious time, his family did not cremate him but still conducted the burial as usual. Before shrouding, the shaman writes 6 Lin Fu leaves from Dai Min with the size of 31 by 10.5 centimeters written on yellow paper with red letters. 6 spiritual talismans written vertically from top to bottom are stuck to the inner wall of the coffin at the head, feet, shoulders, and hips. According to the teacher, these spirit talismans have the effect of suppressing the evil spirit of the soul. The teacher instructed Mr. Koi's family to boil 7 duck eggs and prepare a clay pot. Bring these 2 things with you to the grave so that when buried, you will place the eggs on the coffin lid right in the abdomen area and then place the clay pot on top to keep 7 eggs inside. This method helps collect the evil spirits in it and then cover it with soil and bury it firmly in the grave. Uncle Koi will not be able to have evil thoughts to come back and force his relatives to follow him down to the 9 springs. After applying the spirit talisman to suppress evil spirits, there is the entrance ceremony. Everyone used a large white cloth to wrap around Uncle Koi's body and then waited until 4 strong young men stood at the 4 corners to lift the cloth and place it in the coffin. The Dharma master secretly placed another wrapping of paper into the coffin before closing it. Uncle Koi found out and asked quietly in Uncle Dung's ear. He put the paper wrapper in Uncle Koi's coffin. "Do you see? Why didn't I hear you mention this?" Uncle Dung replied, "Whatever you do, you have your own reasons. If you have any questions, just ask. I don't understand this. Who knows, maybe it's a private secret that you're not comfortable revealing to outsiders." Uncle Koi did not say anything more, but kept haunting the image of the shaman secretly leaving the paper wrapped in Uncle Koi's coffin. Finally, he couldn't hold back his curiosity, so he asked in a low voice, "I saw him put the paper wrapper in the coffin before closing it. What is that, please?" The teacher looked at Mr. Feng and nodded and replied, "I saw it. It was a piece of paper with a spell on it. I packed Hung Hong Hong, cinnabar, and then sought to kill insects. I'm just worried that the spirit amulet won't be able to ward off evil spirits, so I take it a step further. Insects can be easy to control, but they can also be very serious and difficult to treat. I only do this to take care of my family. Now that I have finished entering the coffin, during the shroud, all those born in the year of the snake, rooster, and ox, please stay away from me and help me. These people should absolutely not go near the coffin and avoid burial time. It is best to go home when the grave is finished and the grave is beautiful and peaceful." Uncle Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that, the teacher asked, "Are you worried that I will harm everyone?" Uncle Feng waved his hand, "No, teacher. I'm just curious, I don't have such thoughts. I was introduced by Mr. Lin. We absolutely trust the teacher's mind and virtue. That's all I asked. There's a reason why you're suspicious, because your family is in spiritual trouble. I don't blame you for that. If you have any questions, just ask, I will explain it to you clearly. You don't need to keep it in your heart to make yourself tired." Uncle Feng agreed and thanked the teacher. The teacher continued, "Controlling insects is not as simple as many people think. Tomorrow, when lowering the acupuncture point will be quite difficult. You must do exactly as I told you." Uncle Feng nodded and replied, "Yes, we will absolutely follow your instructions." The teacher walked a few steps, then turned back and instructed, "Have you prepared the bamboo pole for me? Remember to have 36 bamboo poles and 108 male bamboo poles. Everyone must be prepared for the burial tomorrow." Uncle Feng replied, "Everything is prepared, teacher. Only crows we haven't caught yet." The teacher nodded. "Crows are very cunning, so they will be difficult to trap. He tried to find something to help me. If I can't catch a crow tomorrow, I'll have to find a black hen instead. This chicken has never incubated eggs before. Remember, it must be pure black from fur to toe to meet the requirements." Mr. Feng replied, "Yes, I asked someone to buy the chicken according to your wishes and locked it in the garden. We'll try to find the crow. If that doesn't work, you'll have to use chicken instead." The teacher nodded with satisfaction. Uncle Feng immediately called an acquaintance to help him find a crow to use as a burial ritual for the next day. Uncle Koi's funeral took place quickly and somewhat hastily. Uncle at that time had a powerful position and was one of the famous businessmen, so many visitors lined up from his house to the main street. Some people wonder why Uncle Koi passed away, but his 2 sons were completely absent from the funeral. Uncle Dung and Tung replaced the On and Tuan On with canes and bowed to the visiting guests. The chatter and questions of curious people began to stir. The people who worked with Tuan On and the On were all surprised because they knew for sure that both of them still went to work at the company yesterday morning. At noon, when they received information that Mr. Koi had an accident, they quickly left. Uncle Fuang saw that everyone was asking too many questions, so he briefly explained, "My husband passed away, but he was the same age as the children, so during the shroud and burial time, they had to be absent." Only then did everyone understand the reason, but there were also mixed opinions saying that doing so was not filial. They believe that parents who have lost their children must wear mourning clothes, a straw turban and a cane to pay respects. Late that afternoon, Mr. Feng received a phone call from Mr. Mao. He quickly answered the phone and heard his wife's voice informing him that he had had an accident. That was when he woke up. The incident was truly so unexpected and coincidental that it made people feel scared. The teacher's wife replied, "There is a disaster. Master Mao currently does not have enough strength to help everyone. He told the family to find a priest to cure the infection immediately. This worm is very strange, surely many people will die." Uncle Feng urgently, "How is your health now?" "I just woke up, but my leg and 2 ribs were broken. We've been at the hospital for 2 days now. He told me to immediately notify my family and take care of it early, otherwise the disaster would be difficult to avoid." Uncle Feng's voice choked up, "Teacher, my younger brother was burned to death yesterday, but it was the wrong time. Currently, my family is having to rely on the teacher to control the insects. My son is in critical condition in the emergency room with level 4 burns." Mrs. Mao panicked, "Oh my God. Why did it come so fast? My condolences to the family." However, the family was very cautious because my grandfather said 2 coffins had been opened and the other 2 were re-erected. Perhaps the loss of life will continue to happen if it is not quickly resolved. The family is also very worried right now. We also asked the shaman to calm us down. "Did you have an accident or what caused it to be so serious?" He went to worship people and said he would make a prayer, and I was preparing to set up an altar for the 49th week for my family, but unfortunately he had an accident. I was also so scared because he had to go to the emergency room and couldn't wake up, so I didn't let everyone know early. He just woke up and asked me to call everyone to let everyone know. We also did not expect things to change in such a bad direction." Mrs. Mao further advised, "If your younger brother commits an infection, it is best to send him to the temple after he has finished suppressing the infection. Absolutely do not set up a worship altar at home." All photos of the deceased were immediately removed. For several years, the name of the deceased in the house was not mentioned. "My family sincerely thanks you. She asked us to send our regards to the teacher's health. Wishing you a speedy recovery." Uncle Feng turned off the phone and was extremely confused. He was scared when he heard Mrs. Mao mention 2 open coffins and 2 more standing upright. One of the 2 coffins that Mr. Mao mentioned last time had Mr. Koi resting in it. The teacher said that 2 people would die, 1 middle-aged and 1 young man. The special thing is that young man is the same age as the rest. I was even more worried because Hon was exactly the right age for Koi. From now on, Mr. Koi always takes Hon with him wherever he goes. Many people who don't know think that Hon is his son. He hurriedly called Mr. Lin to inform him that Mr. Mao had an accident and was being treated at the hospital, and the words that Mrs. Mao had just passed on. After listening, Uncle Lin replied, "If it is fate, it is difficult to avoid, but please discuss it with the shaman. I will find a way to resolve this matter satisfactorily." The shaman is also taking care of my Uncle Koi. "I see you do a lot of spells. I have something I want to ask you. I saw that you placed 6 talisman leaves in the coffin, but during the burial, you secretly added an envelope of paper into the coffin. When I asked, the teacher said the note had cinnabar, and something else. It's hung hong, cinnabar, dia sand, dia instant, those are just to control insects. You don't need to worry too much. What you did was not wrong." "Yes. But why do I keep feeling so worried? Especially since Teacher Mao said earlier that there are 2 more coffins standing up. What exactly is a worm that is so dangerous? But before, Master Mao mentioned that my house was bewitched. Why didn't I notice anything strange before? It wasn't until I went to ask the shaman that the whole family started to panic. Ahem. Mr. Feng. In the end, do you believe me or not? If you don't believe me, why did you ask me to come? What's really on your mind? Uncle Feng stammered, "Teacher, when did you get here?" "After enough time, I heard you mention that since the day you found me, your family has been in chaos." Uncle Feng was confused, because my family is so chaotic, my mind is not normal. "I hope you don't mind." The shaman sighed, "It's best for your mind to truly believe. If you don't believe in me, tomorrow I'm afraid it won't be possible." Uncle Feng quickly asked, "What is it, teacher?" "I need someone who trusts me absolutely." "Yes. Please keep talking." The teacher pointed to the alley and then leisurely walked out onto the main road. Uncle Feng quickly gave instructions to his family and followed. When we got to the 3-way intersection, the teacher spoke. "I drew a very bad hexagram. Perhaps there will continue to be deaths." Uncle Feng's face became even more confused. The teacher replied, "I know that among the brothers, you are the most faithful." He helped me contact him to buy another piece of land next to the dead man's grave and immediately dig a fake grave. Digging fake graves? What is the purpose, sir? It's like this fake acupuncture point will replace the person who is about to lie down. Hope this is helpful. His son is in very critical condition. You definitely have to do it if you want it to not be life-threatening. Yes. If it can neutralize negative karma, then one person, not 10 of us, can do it. The teacher nodded, "Then you take care of the arrangements. Buy me 21 kilograms of garlic, keep it ready next to the fake acupuncture point. Tomorrow, when it is time to lower the acupuncture point, immediately drop the garlic into the acupuncture point. I will give you the spell, learn it by heart and then recite it immediately when pouring the garlic into the fake acupuncture point. I will take care of the rest." Uncle Feng felt ashamed because he still doubted the kindness of the shaman. His face turned red and he stammered, "Teacher, my family will never forget your great kindness for the rest of our lives." The teacher sighed, "As long as I can help people, I can do anything. Tomorrow I will use the 8 trigram formation to suppress the een trach to neutralize the many funerals and burials. I will try my best to help everyone resolve this karma. This will take a lot of effort, so I need to rest." Uncle Feng quickly replied, "Yes, then take me home to rest early. I will immediately take care of everything you advise me to do." The teacher suddenly remembered what he had just heard Mr. Feng tell Mr. Lin about Mr. Mao, so he asked, "Who is Mr. Mao?" Being a magician is also very skilled. This person, Uncle Koi, was introduced to him. The teacher nodded. He predicted things like a god, and in terms of talent, he was probably 1 level better than me. So why don't people ask the teacher to help? Uncle Feng honestly replied, "Actually, the family invited Master Mao to set up an altar for my mother, but he suddenly had an accident and just woke up." The shaman nodded. Human calculation is not as good as divine calculation. Being a teacher all your life helps strangers, but you cannot avoid your fate. Uncle Feng wondered, "I heard Master Mao talk about leading the dead to the temple. Do you know if that method is effective?" The teacher replied, "Bringing the deceased to the temple means sending the deceased there so that the monks can recite sutras and Buddha's name for the deceased to escape. However, many souls do not turn to Buddha and go home, so it will not be very effective. Unless at the temple the monks use spirit talismans to keep the spirits there to practice the path of transcendence. Currently, I have controlled the insects at home and tomorrow will control them at the grave, so there is no need to take the deceased to the temple. Uncle Feng felt more secure when he heard what he said. The teacher added, I tell you not to panic too much, this great tribulation cannot be ended yet. However, the town is as good as it gets. We must find the root of the problem in order to resolve it satisfactorily. What do you mean, teacher? That means we confirm that the person in the coffin died for a very special reason. In the future, if there are indeed more people who have to die unjustly, it will have nothing to do with the loss of the new person. We are very closely guarded. This worm cannot continue to capture relatives. However, there is a mystery in his family that has yet to be found. I guarantee that fire insects will appear and cause mischief. Now his younger brother's death is proof. Uncle Feng suddenly sweated and a cold ran down his spine. He blurted out, Master Mao once said that 7 men died in the fire. He also said the number of deaths could be much higher. If that really happens, what should we do? Teacher Mao is really very good. He knows more than me. However, did you hear him mention the fire worm? Uncle Feng shook his head. Mr. Mao said the legend of fire insect exists, but in reality he has never met it. He only said that my house was bewitched, and that he himself would come to solve it and restore the land. The magician frowned. Indeed, there was an enchantment. I've thought about it, but I don't know clearly, so I don't dare say it. Maybe we missed something. Or someone is trying to deliberately mislead us. We have to find out the root cause of everything. That day I was angry, so I went home, but his housework was always on my mind. Every night we think and it motivates us to learn. Did you discover anything? The teacher replied, similar to what Teacher Mao you mentioned said. Although I don't know the exact number of people like him, I guarantee that it will take no less than 5 lives, some old, some young, some men, some women. Everything is related to fire. The teacher paused for a few seconds and then asked, Can I ask you something? Please just ask. If I know, I will definitely let you know. The teacher nodded. Did Mr. Mayovkia say that your family was bewitched? It's a ghost cat. He said there was an enchantment on the ground with a pair of black cats. Every night that pair of cats comes home and makes a mess. A cat was beaten to death by tongue on New Year's Eve, just as the teacher predicted. There is another cat that Mr. Mao has taken away. The strange thing is that my mother's room is always closed, but the cat appears under the closet. Teacher Fap was surprised. Is that so? I've never heard of someone using a black cat to cast a spell. Perhaps we don't know it yet because our abilities are limited and the spiritual world is magical and infinite. I advised Mr. Feng, just prepare everything as I told you. We'll come early tomorrow morning to take care of everything. Uncle Feng called someone to take the shaman home. Uncle Ho also immediately returned to welcome guests who came to visit. That night everything went normally. Everyone is still haunted by the incident that happened after Mrs. Land's burial, so everyone is careful in using firelight. All candles in the house use a type of cup candle to avoid overflowing and use electric lights to replace some candle lights. Beneath the coffin, Uncle Fuang slumped down haggardly, not daring to cry out loud. He was so heartbroken that his face became haggard and his hair turned somewhat gray overnight. Mr. Koi's 2 sons wanted to go home and pay their father's funeral, but Mr. Fuang insisted. He asked the 2 of us to go to the hospital with Aunt Guy to monitor Hon's condition. The next morning the shaman arrived very early. He told everyone again what they needed to prepare for the burial ceremony at 8 o'clock the next morning. Uncle Feng and Uncle Deng took care of everything, just waiting for the right moment to proceed as the teacher instructed. At the time of the acupuncture, All those who were of the same age as Mr. Koi were advised to temporarily avoid him. The coffin was brought next to two dug graves next to each other. The teacher performed a calming ceremony and asked to lower the grave. At the real grave, the coffin was slowly lowered by people using a rope, while on the other side, Uncle Feng recited an incantation and then simultaneously dropped garlic into the grave. The coffin settled under the coffin. Uncle Dung placed 7 boiled eggs and then placed a clay pot on top of the coffin right in the middle of Uncle Koi's altar to suppress the remaining evil spirit, and then slowly covered it with soil. Shovels of soil were filled into both graves at the same time. After the grave was raised high, the teacher ordered a bamboo stake to be installed. 108 male bamboo stakes were placed on the grave. At the same time, at Mr. Koi's house, 36 bamboo poles were simultaneously driven into the ground. The teacher explained the purpose of doing so that the deceased would not return home to welcome their departed relatives. After the 2 tombs were completed, the teacher personally tied a black crow on top. Everyone gradually left. The teacher told him to absolutely not call the deceased's name when returning home so that the deceased could escape without attachment to the family. At the end of Uncle Koi's funeral, everyone was tired. Only then were the On's brothers allowed to return home. The 2 brothers were sad, but because according to the teacher's instructions, they were absolutely not allowed to call their father's name or cry pitifully, so they had to bury their feelings deep inside their hearts. Mr. Koi's pest control was completed. At that time, the most worrying thing was Hon's health and life. Everyone flocked to the hospital to wait for information from the doctor. Every time she heard the doctor inform her that the situation had changed for the worse, Mrs. Guy was in so much pain that she fainted. Nok had to stay by her mother's side since the day her brother was admitted to the hospital because Uncle Guy was often not alert enough to coordinate with the doctor to rescue Hon. Khan Nok has never believed in spiritual things. He saw that his religious family was full of ridicule, and now he was starting to feel scared. The fact that his grandmother passed away was not enough for him to believe in an invisible world that exists parallel to the world in which he lives. However, the sudden death of Uncle Koi and the accident that burned alive with Hon made him confused. He asked Uncle Feng about the so-called double funeral and then asked about everyone. When I heard it with my own ears, I heard many people mention the horror caused by the funeral worms, but they were also extremely scared. It wondered, what exactly is a worm that has such terrible power? If not, will the entire family line be wiped out? He called Nok-on to ask about it because Nok-on once said that he had a friend who was very good at issues of translation and interpretation. Nok-on asked her friend to cast the hexagram but only received a bad answer, making her even more confused. However, when he was moved to ask about Hon, he received the answer that noble people supported him. He himself didn't know whether to believe in the interpretation of the I Ching or not, so he was still inconsolably worried. Hon's health situation has changed in a good direction. Its entire skin was destroyed, but the doctor announced that its life was not in danger, making the whole family breathe a sigh of relief. At that time, Uncle Feng became more and more confident in spirituality, so whenever anyone told me where there was a good teacher, he would secretly go see it with the whole family. He also brought Mr. Koi's photo to ask him to help him examine it to see if he had committed a crime or not, and the answer that the infection had calmed him down made him feel more secure. Hon is out of danger and gradually recovering. Furthermore, Mr. Feng announced that the shaman had successfully suppressed the insects, making the whole family less worried. Uncle Feng discussed with Uncle Guy to find Master Mao again to ask him for help because the shaman said Master Mao was 1 level higher than him. Auntie Guy also agreed with her husband but was worried that Mr. Mao's health was not good. She was afraid that when she came home from the examination and could not solve the problem, she would be even more worried. Auntie Guy advised Uncle Feng to find a shaman to ask questions because he could, after all, suppress Uncle Koi's evil spirits. Maybe he is the noble person that Teacher Mao mentioned. Uncle Feng thought for a long time but still decided to go and ask Mr. Mao to show him the way because last time he said there were 2 more coffins standing up. On Sunday morning, Mr. Feng came to see Mr. Mao. He was sent home for treatment. As soon as he saw Uncle Feng's shadow, the teacher happily asked first, "How's it going? Is it true that your son's situation has progressed very well?" Uncle Feng happily replied to Teacher Mao, "Thank you, I have improved a lot." Master Mao nodded, "Your family is very fortunate to be able to escape this disaster. However, the great disaster has not ended yet. Today you came here and your family's ghosts followed and stood outside my yard. Their faces were very worried. Uncle Feng was so scared that he was sweating." Master Mao replied, "You don't need to worry too much. Your family has met noble people to help, why do you still come to see me today? Don't hide anything, teacher. The shaman that my family relied on was truly skilled, but in terms of talent, he said he was 1 level higher. That's why I asked you to help me see if my family is okay or not." Master Hao happily replied, "Now you see that my legs are crippled and I have to sit in one place like this, how can I help you? Please come and ask someone to help your family control the pests." "Is that person the one who mentioned the black cat on New Year's Eve?" Uncle Feng confirmed it for Teacher Mao. The teacher nodded, "If his younger brother dies and cannot be calmed down, he may become a firefly. I have researched about fireworms and know that they will kill and use fire to capture people. Those who are captured commit bad times and become the next fireworms, and just like that, the fireworms increase in number very quickly. If we cannot control it, it will be dangerous for the entire clan." Uncle Feng asked him how to control the fire. The teacher only replied, "Only by finding the right source can we completely destroy it." The teacher showed Mr. Feng a set of cards and told him to bring it to him. The teacher removed the deck of cards, put 2 joker cards away and then shuffled them 7 times in a row. The teacher put it in front of Mr. Feng and asked to draw 4 cards. Uncle Feng drew the heart card 4 times. He was happy. "This heart card is lucky, isn't it?" The teacher was a little surprised and then replied, "Something happened to my family. Surely someone will die from being burned by fire." Uncle Feng heard his teacher's words and his limbs fell apart. Uncle was scared. How could that be? "Hone, is that him, teacher? Is it possible that he did not commit a bad time that day, so the insects did not take him away but waited until today?" The teacher frowned. "How strange. Why does the house have no insects but keeps reporting people losing people? Is there something we don't know?" Uncle Feng was confused. What to do now? "Please quickly think of a way to help us." The teacher continued to draw other cards and shook his head. "This is not your son, this is a woman." The next person in distress was the woman. "Women? Why do you say the 7 coffins are men? Now there are more women? I don't understand what's going on here. But this dead person certainly appears on the 10 of Hearts card. So does that mean the fire worm has appeared? Who is the fire bug?" He quickly thought of a way to help our family. Hundreds of things thanks to the teacher. Mr. Mao wanted to get up and do something but suddenly sat blankly staring out into the yard. The teacher's eyes opened wide and looked without blinking. "Fire, is it real fire?" The teacher suddenly felt pain, holding his head with both hands and grimacing. I don't see, I'm in so much pain." Mrs. Mao hurriedly ran away with tears to support the teacher and asked, "What's wrong? Why do I suddenly have a headache?" "I told you. When you're old, rest. All day long he casts spells with the devil, and then one day he gives things to him and suffers. You just broke your leg and 2 ribs, and aren't you scared? Mrs. Mao complained and blamed her husband, making Mr. Feng feel embarrassed. Uncle offered to take the teacher to the hospital, but the teacher waved his hand. Go back quickly and find the teacher to help. Your house has insects. It's covering my eyes so I can't see it for you anymore. He paid attention and told everyone in the house to be very careful. Absolutely do not come into contact with fire. It's definitely a fire. Uncle Feng wanted to ask more, but he seemed unable to answer further, so he said goodbye and quickly returned. He called Aunt Guy to tell her what had just happened and asked everyone in the house to be careful to avoid the fire and minimize contact with fire. He called Mr. Lin and explained the situation clearly. Uncle Lin replied, "The shaman also couldn't call you, so he called me to inform you that there was another big disaster in your house." Uncle Feng was surprised. Did even the shaman know about it? But why do you know? Uncle Lin replied, "Your wife sent me a document asking me to perform a ceremony to exchange Hon's fate. I asked the teacher, but he said it was not effective. The teacher still kept that piece of paper and put it in the temple, but it just burned." Uncle Feng was surprised. Did it burn? So wouldn't Hon have trouble? Uncle Lin replied, "There is another note from Nok." Uncle Feng heard what happened and quickly called his daughter. "Where are you? Come home quickly for Dad. From now on, I quit work and stay at home, not allowed to leave the house." Nok was surprised. "I was going on a business trip. Why is Dad suddenly so strange?" "Don't care. Quickly return home to your father. I'm busy right now, but this afternoon I promised to come over and have dinner with Ms. Lon and Ms. Thoen, Dad. You guys are flying back in 2 days. Can I come to your side?" Uncle Feng replied, "Okay, stay at home with the girls and wait for Dad to come pick you up. Absolutely stay away from fire and cooking. Dad told me to obey absolutely." Uncle Feng quickly turned the car around and drove straight to the shaman's house. On the way, he called each person to inform them about the story Mr. Mao told them and told everyone to be very careful. It was past noon when he arrived at the shaman's house. The shaman received the call, so he sat at home waiting for Uncle Feng to come pick him up. The teacher heard the sound of a car and rushed to open the gate. In his hand, the teacher is holding a very large and thick book. The book was so old that the paper was torn and turned brown. The teacher quickly said, "I am restudying everything about your family and reading more about fire insects. I can be sure that your house is contaminated. This worm will catch people. All deaths are related to fire and the time of sin continues. Coincidence after coincidence, morning after morning. It's like multiple funerals, but multiple funerals, each death is different. The only way fire insects will capture people is by using fire to burn them to death. Everyone died from one cause, being burned alive." Uncle Feng's face was listless. He quickly asked, "What is the way to control insects? Please help my family." The teacher replied, "The only way is to find the insects and then cast a spell to control them. Normally, people will use a pregnant golden toad to train it to become a guardian spirit. Then quickly take the deceased to the temple and recite sutras for the deceased to escape and then dedicate the merit to them. Currently, we can only use the power of Buddha's teachings to transcend the insect, causing the insect to soon ascend to the Pure Land and no longer be able to maliciously capture people. That means you have to find the deadly insect to be able to do it, right, teacher? Currently, only Uncle Koi died in a fire and committed a bad time, but the teacher has already finished controlling it. So where do we go to look? Can't you see which ghosts are dead? So sorry. I don't have enough ability and talent to detect hidden criminals like you said. If we can find the exact person who died because of the worms, we will have a way to neutralize the fire worms. Mr. Feng's phone suddenly rang again. Uncle Feng heard the phone ring and suddenly got goosebumps. His hands suddenly trembled. Knock's voice rang out intermittently, "Dad, come home soon, miss. Miss Lon is gone." "Why, why did Miss Lon die? I'm so scared. Dad, come home quickly. She was completely burned black." The shaman heard it and quickly asked, "What's going on? Who died? Is Miss Lon your sister?" Uncle Feng put down the phone and was stunned. "Dead? Miss Lon? Miss Lon, burned to death, teacher. Which date and year was she born? We need to see if there are any infections or not. According to fire worm's action, your brother will definitely die at an unlucky time. She is 53 years old. So it's Dan's fault again. All those born in the year of tiger, horse, and dog must be very cautious." Uncle Feng sat right there, unable to say a word. He was in extreme pain because in just 2 short months he lost a mother and a younger brother. His son was seriously burned and was in the emergency room, but now his younger sister continued to burn to death. He took out his phone and called Uncle Tang to tell him the bad news. He and his father should return to Vietnam urgently. Miss Lon just passed away. After informing Ms. Lan's family, Mr. Feng also hurriedly returned home. The shaman stopped the time and asked the family to also perform the funeral ceremony for Ms. Lon as soon as possible to avoid unfortunate events from happening. Uncle Feng ran straight to Mrs. Lan's house, and at the beginning of the alley, he heard a pitiful cry. Knock looked like a lost soul sitting in the corner of the house. When Tung saw Uncle Feng coming home, he quickly ran over. Ms. Lon was electrocuted and her whole body was burned. "Uncle." He closed his eyelids tightly to prevent his pitiful tears from flowing out. His voice was choked. "Ms. Lon passed away at the wrong time. The shaman told us not to cry so pitifully. Everyone should suppress their pain, keep the pain in their hearts." Mr. Deng and his wife, Ms. Yen, also arrived at that time. Uncle Deng asked loudly, "What's going on? What happened in the end?" Ms. Thoen wiped away her tears and replied, "Nok was electrocuted." Just as Aunt Lon entered the kitchen, she immediately pulled her out to save Nok, but somehow she was electrocuted and burned to death in the kitchen. "Oh my God! Why is it so miserable, oh my God!" Uncle Feng felt like he wanted to collapse to the ground. He looked to the corner of the house and saw Nok was so scared that he was trembling. His face was pale with fear. Miss Yen rushed to hug him and comfort him. "How are you? Everything will be fine." Nok was even more scared. Her body trembled violently. Its head just shook continuously. Its mouth muttered, "No, no, fire, deadly, no, no." He quickly stood up and rushed out but was caught by Uncle Feng. Uncle shouted, "Calm down." Nok raised her dull eyes to look at Uncle Feng and shook her head, "No. Dead. Dead." He suddenly laughed and then cried again. Uncle Deng said, "She is so shocked, please let her rest. It's necessary for him to stay in the hospital and the doctor will give him a sedative injection, otherwise I'm afraid he'll go crazy. It is being criticized so loudly." Truly Nok seemed to go crazy. It started babbling nonsense. Sometimes he rolled his eyes, sometimes he laughed, sometimes he cried. Uncle Feng had to call and ask Uncle Lin to take Nok to the hospital and take care of her parents. In the end, Uncle Feng's family was left alone to take care of Ms. Lon because Ms. Guy had to stay at the hospital with Hone. Con Nok was also mentally shocked and had to be hospitalized. Mr. Fuang's family and his 2 sons were also present shortly afterward. Everyone was so surprised that they couldn't believe their ears when they heard the news about Ms. Lon being electrocuted and her whole body burned. Uncle Dung was worried. What exactly is this? Why did the teacher say he had calmed down Mr. Koi, but Lon still died in the fire? Uncle Feng sighed. This is really going too far. This morning I went to see Mr. Mao. The teacher said that our family had encountered a major disaster again, and the dead person was a woman. At that time, I was so worried that I called everyone to ask them to be careful to avoid contact with fire as much as possible. Unexpectedly, electricity also burned Ms. Lon like that. What does that mean? Can the teacher find out the reason? Or not? The teacher was watching, but his eyes were covered. He just told me to quickly find him for help. The teacher himself cannot help us. Uncle Dung was worried. In the end, what happened to us? I feel more and more afraid. Is fire worm? The shaman said it was definitely caused by fire worms. He researched both ancient books and confirmed the same. I just got back from the teacher's house. So what should we do now? The shaman said that Ms. Lon had passed away again at the wrong time. All those who are suitable for the ages of tiger, horse, and dog must immediately avoid going to prevent bad things from happening. How to avoid? Mr. Tang and her 2 children have just announced that they will take the earliest flight back to Vietnam. If they get here, it won't be until tomorrow night. So the shroud and burial ceremony will have to be delayed. We have no choice but to wait for her family to come home and then decide, since the daughter getting married is already a member of the family. Strange. Why was Lon still arrested when she got married? Maybe she will replace my knock. It hurts so much, uncle. We don't know exactly what happened. Even the teacher is not sure. Uncle Dung sighed. I'm so worried. Mr. Tang does not believe in these things very much. Now will he agree to follow us or not? Indeed, this is also what worries Mr. Feng. Uncle Tang's family lived abroad for many years, and they did not believe in spirituality. Usually over there, if someone dies, they will cremate it and then float the ashes down the river, letting the dust return to dust. Uncle Feng remained silent and did not respond. Your mind is confused because there are too many things to worry about. Uncle took a deep breath and replied, perhaps Uncle Tang will do as he wishes. I need to see a shaman urgently and ask him to perform a magic to calm Ms. Lan's soul immediately. First, we just have to set out solutions and solutions. If Uncle Tang agrees to follow us, it would be best, otherwise we have another alternative. However, I'm sure he will request cremation. Uncle Feng remembered his teacher's advice that when discussing spirituality, one should not talk about a deceased person in the house, so he quickly went out to contact the shaman to discuss the matter in detail. He said, cremation is fine, but when shrouded, it must be strictly disinfected. If her husband and children decide to be cremated, the ashes will immediately be brought to the temple and sent to the monks. Ask a relative to bring the photo of the deceased to the temple to entrust it to the monks to recite Buddhist sutras for the passing away. For now, we only have the most optimal way. The incident was exactly as Mr. Feng predicted. Mr. Tang's family requested that the body be cremated and the ashes scattered in the river to keep it cool. Uncle Feng suggested another solution to control the insects, but his father's family refused to listen. For them, overlapping funerals are just a coincidence, and it is because of people's rumors that they become scary. The families of Mr. Feng and Mr. Dung tried their best to advise, but they only agreed to carry out disinfection procedures during burial. Immediately afterward, a time was chosen to take Ms. Lan's body for cremation. The shaman was invited to perform the ceremony to help Ms. Lan. Just like last time, the teacher stuck 6 talisman leaves inside the coffin. Different from Mr. Koi's funeral, This time he found a set of playing cards, put some bowls and books, and spread them evenly into the four corners of the coffin during the shroud to prevent insects. When entering the coffin, the priest asked everyone to lift the coffin 3 times in a row before lowering it. When assembling the coffin, everyone must also perform the coffin 3 times continuously. Ms. Land's funeral took place quickly, with few visitors, not as crowded as the funeral of Ms. Lan and Mr. Koi. The next day, the hearse took the group to the crematorium. All familiar people of the year Tiger know it must be avoided during the funeral. Shroud and cremation. After the procedure is completed, the family holds a ceremony to process the deceased to the temple. Before that, the shaman told Mr. Feng to go to the pagoda and ask for water to worship Buddha on the altar of the 3 jewels and sprinkle it around the house to avoid the danger of escaping back home to cause trouble. After bringing the deceased's photo to the temple, Mr. Tang's family was given a talisman to keep for 3 years. This amulet has a Confucian character on one side and a Guanyin Buddha image on the other. The monks advised family members to always carry the talisman with them and to refrain from calling names or talking to family members about the deceased so that Ms. Lan would miss home and return. The teacher told the family not to worship Ms. Lan with incense for 3 years because if she burned incense, the dead would escape and return. If a zombie is trapped and escapes back home, it will be even more difficult to treat and it will be difficult to control if it continuously captures people. After taking care of Ms. Lan's funeral, Mr. Tang's family immediately returned home because his grandmother's house was a place of loss and too much pain. He said he didn't want to stay and suffer more pain again. Ms. Lan's painful story has passed, but the pain is left behind. The person who was hurt the most was Nok. It has gone completely crazy really. The first few days he was still conscious and blamed himself for not listening to Uncle Feng. He once told his father, "If only I hadn't gone back to my grandmother, if only I hadn't gone into the kitchen, if only I hadn't dropped the scissors, I wouldn't have been electrocuted. If only I hadn't done anything, Ms. Lan wouldn't have died so unjustly." Uncle Feng could only comfort him. Fate is determined by heaven, don't blame yourself. Everything is over, please calm down. No one blames me. If anyone blames me, I only blame God for not having eyes for causing a good person to die so early. I only knew how to advise and encourage him like that, but in reality I was very scared. Because if Ms. Lan hadn't died that day, the person who would have died would definitely have been Nok. No matter who dies, my sister or my daughter, the pain is the same. Nok has been home for a few days but she is always in a state of panic, especially at night. He often screams in the middle of the night and is scared and throws all the furniture in the house out the door. One day his mother also went crazy with him. In the morning he spoke and laughed normally again and it seemed like everything that happened when he went crazy at night didn't stay in his mind at all. Many times, Auntie believes that at night he is possessed by ghosts because his words and actions are not his. Every time he rebels, he grits his teeth like Mrs. Lan did in the past. Uncle Guy discussed with Uncle Feng and took him to Uncle Lin's house to worship the ghosts. Uncle Feng replied, the girl was just mentally traumatized, so when she slept, she often had nightmares, so she forgot everything about what she said and did the next morning. The doctor has said it clearly, what else do I want? Even though Uncle Guy heard the doctor's explanation with her own ears, she still didn't believe it, so she asked Uncle Lin to make an amulet to exorcise ghosts. Although Uncle Lin affirmed that Nok was not like a person possessed by demons, he did not listen. He insisted on making the amulet for Nok. Auntie secretly put that amulet in Nok's pillow, but things still didn't progress much. It seems to sleep a little better, but at night it still wakes up and screams like that. 7 days after leaving the ghost-suppressing amulet in her pillow, Nok suddenly felt like she had lost her soul. It keeps talking about the dead. It confuses the living with the dead. He even kept mentioning his grandmother. When his mother heard that, she became even more scared. That night, the whole family was sleeping soundly when Knock screamed loudly. Uncle Feng hurriedly ran to his room. It locked the door, so I couldn't open the door. Uncle called out, "Knock, what's wrong? Why scream?" Inside, Knock's voice kept screaming, "Help! Save me! Get away quickly! Save me!" Auntie urged, "Let's break the door, hurry up." Uncle Feng used all his strength to kick on the door, but it seemed useless because the solid wooden door refused to budge. I pushed it several times, but it was useless. Knock's scream sounded miserable, as if she was in extreme pain and panic. Uncle Girl reproached him, "What's the point of suddenly making a door?" He quickly used a hammer to knock on the door and leave. With great difficulty, the door was broken open. They were both confused when they saw Knock lying face down on the ground, with furniture lying around. His bed was piled high with burning clothes and paper. Knock's hand was still holding the lighter. One hand reached out towards the two of them helplessly, "Help me! On fire!" It tried to stretch its arm towards the door and then passed out shortly after. Uncle Feng quickly sprayed a fire extinguisher to extinguish the fire that was burning on the bed. Auntie helped Knock up. The fire was quickly extinguished. Uncle Feng took the car to take Knock to the emergency room. The next morning he woke up but was completely different. He couldn't even remember his own name. It also does not recognize its parents and other relatives. His eyes looked lifeless at everyone, and then he grinned, making everyone look at each other in bewilderment. The doctor came to examine him and concluded he was in shock and had temporary amnesia. The doctor said that usually people who experience extreme shock or strong mental trauma will fall into such a state of temporary memory loss. Mr. Feng and his wife looked at each other worriedly. Auntie was in so much pain that she couldn't help but burst into tears. Seeing this, Knock held her head in pain and cried out, it hurts so much. Avoid it. Quickly avoid." He kept repeating that and then tried to hit his head on the edge of the bed, but luckily the doctor caught him in time. The doctor had to give it a sedative injection and order an electroencephalogram and X-ray to check. The results came back completely normal, but his actions and words scared everyone. Especially the eyes that sometimes look lifeless, sometimes darken and then roll back fiercely. Xian went with Uncle Fuang to visit him at the hospital. As soon as he saw Xian coming to the door, he suddenly sat up and rushed forward, holding Xian's shoulders with both hands, staring into Xian's eyes and bursting into laughter. His laughter gave Uncle Fuang goosebumps. Uncle pulled Auntie Guy's hand and asked about the situation. "What's wrong with Knock? It's really not normal at all." Auntie sighed and replied, "From the moment she woke up until now, she's been like that. Whenever he smiles, he laughs like crazy. Whenever he cries, he screams the names of all the people in his family who have died. I'm sorry, but have you ever thought about her being so shocked that she went crazy? Every day it is normal, only at night it screams and cannot control its actions. After last night he turned into a different person. It only remembers the names of people who have passed away. How strange." On the side of the hospital bed, Knock burst out laughing again. He raised his hand above Xian's head and said, "Spring, do you know why Grandma named you Xian?" That Knock remembered Xian's name surprised everyone. He paused for a moment and then said, "It's because you were born in spring, but now that you're done, you won't be able to wait for spring anymore." Uncle Guy spoke up, "Knock, what are you saying?" He raised his hand to Xian's head and smirked. His smile sent chills down Xian's spine. Knock blew lightly towards Xian and replied, "Boom." Fire burns again. As soon as his sentence ended, Aunt Guy and Uncle Phuong were startled again. Uncle Phuong quickly asked him again, "What did you say, Nok? What does fire burn?" Nok burst out laughing, burned out. Auntie spoke up to reassure her. Since she woke up until now, she's been talking nonsense like that, so don't take it to heart. Uncle Phuong replied, "No. She remembers all the names of the deceased. He just recognized Xian again. Is it a sign or not?" Xian replied, "Ms. Nok's mind is probably in chaos right now, so she can't control her speech, Mom." Khan Nok frowned. "Who told you that she spoke uncontrollably? Are you crazy? You know what you just said." It answered so clearly that all three were startled. Auntie quickly asked, "So do you recognize me?" Nok turned back to look at Auntie Guy, then widened her eyes and asked, "Mom? Are you my mother?" "No, it is not. Your mother is very young and beautiful, not old like me." Auntie was disappointed, breathing a bit heavily, and then replied, "That's it, she doesn't even recognize her mother, so you don't need to pay attention to what she said." Khan Nok suddenly looked out the door and smiled. He waved Xian's hand. "Look, Grandma is coming to pick you up. Grandma is biased and only likes Mr. Xian." The remaining three people looked at the door and then looked at each other in confusion. Nok blinked her eyes innocently and continued, "Xian, when you go out, remember to invite the aunt to go with you to avoid being sad. If she agrees to come back, take me too. She also wants to stay with her grandmother." Uncle Phuong was startled when he heard Nok's carefree words. Uncle asked Auntie Guy, "What is this, sister-in-law? If something happens, I will die." Did the child have to foresee anything? Auntie was also really scared at that time. Uncle told Nok, "What did you see? Hurry up and tell your mother." He laughed, "Why do I have to tell you? This is my secret from Grandma. She said not to let anyone know." Xian asked, "Has Nok met her grandmother? What did she say?" "She said to welcome Xian to go out with her. She asked to go with her, but she told her to pick her up twice but couldn't go, so she wanted to take Xian. If Xian is sad, he can invite the aunt to go with him. She likes her grandson more than her granddaughter." Uncle Phuong quickly asked, "Is that true? What else did she say?" Nok shook his head and smiled again. He returned to the bed and sat down, then said, "It's on fire, don't play with fire." Uncle Guy called Uncle Phuong and told him the whole incident. Every time Uncle Phuong heard it, he got goosebumps. Uncle said, "I told Xian and his brother to be careful. It's better to believe Nok's words than not to believe. Nok is talking nonsense right now, but maybe it's a warning for us to avoid. I'll call Uncle Lin and ask again. He'll ask about the shaman." Uncle Phuong called the shaman to tell him everything that happened in the house that night and what Nok said. "What I'm worried about is that Xian and the aunt will be in danger, as Nok mentioned. Most notably, Nok emphasized fire and said don't play with fire." Uncle Phuong urged Xian to take him to see Mr. Fap and ask him to help him see. He stopped by the market to buy betel leaves and areca nuts, then lit incense at home and then brought it to the teacher's house. The teacher looked at it and could only sigh. This disaster really didn't know where it came from. If we can't find the source of the incident, then I'm afraid the morning is still not over. Uncle Phuong listened to the teacher and sat stunned. He remembered that a few months ago, his family was still full and happy. Yet in a few short months, several lives were lost. Moreover, the chief's two children, one was seriously burned, the other was crazy. Xian comforted his mother, "Surely nothing bad will happen, mother. You and the aunt didn't do anything related to the fire, are you worried?" Uncle Phuong sighed, no matter how you avoid the disaster, Ms. Lon would not have used fire and would have been electrocuted and burned. Do you still remember the day she passed away? If Uncle Dung had not discovered the electric wire lying in the puddle that day, perhaps Tung would have burned to death that day, or if Vu hadn't promptly put out the fire, Hone would have been burned to death that day. Indeed, after Ms. Lan's death, many strange and surprising things happened. The shaman also worried about the fire. He researched all kinds of new books and old books to learn about how insects work and how to calm fire insects. The reason he was forced to stay up all night to research was because every night when he laid down on his bed he could hear the sound of calling for help. I don't know where that sound came from. It was almost like an echo from somewhere far away echoing in the teacher's ears. There was a time when I covered my ears to sleep soundly as that cry for help kept ringing in my ears. Sometimes he thought it was the sound of a cat meowing. Sometimes he imagined the sound of a child crying due to thirst for milk. The teacher seemed to be tortured. Every night he was forced to open his book and study, just like the day he was 16 years old. That year, every night after 1 o'clock, he had to sit up and open the book to read. His parents thought he was possessed by a ghost, so they invited him home to exorcise the ghost. However, the more he worshipped, the more he babbled. He even argued with the shaman because he offered the wrong song. His family was stunned when they heard him sitting and reciting the prayers without even looking at the book. Only when his mother asked him did he answer at the lesson he had learned last night. It kept happening like that for many days. During the day, the teacher is completely normal, but at night he holds a notebook and sits in the middle of the yard, muttering to himself, studying. That notebook originally had no words, but the teacher sat and read it all night long. Many people immediately said that the teacher who was possessed or who had eaten the holy fortune was likely suffering from mental illness. If you meet a skilled teacher, you will likely become a good teacher, open a palace, and dedicate your soul to help many people. Indeed, after finishing his self-study period, he had special spiritual communication abilities. All events happening around him are said loudly. There are even people in the neighborhood who have passed away a long time ago, but the teacher can name each person. He was told about his special abilities when he was very young. His parents sent him to Fuzhou to study with a shaman in order to find a profession according to God's will. However, the teacher once reminded many people that people with special abilities also suffer in the mind because just one mistake can be very dangerous. Many people are most afraid of catching ghosts or suppressing insects because if the suppression is not done or the teacher is not talented enough, they will be trapped again. Or if the insects do not arrive, when the master dies, the insects will return and cause harm to many people. Not to mention the karma that the children and grandchildren will have to bear for those who work as spiritual guides. That night, after Fuang and his mother returned, he had a strange dream. In the dream, the teacher saw the Mandarin coming and calling him to command him to control the insects. The teacher asked where to suppress insects. The official only said, "Someone will come to ask for help later, please help that child." The teacher wanted to ask more but he couldn't open his mouth. The teacher got up, turned on the electricity, lit incense and rang the bell at midnight. The teacher's wife was surprised and asked, "Why did you ring the bell in the middle of the night? Is there anything urgent at home?" The teacher replied, "You ordered me to help a child. I have to wait for orders." He waited for several hours but no one came to look for him before going to bed. However, as soon as he fell asleep, he dreamed again. In the dream there was a baby girl. It screamed for the teacher to wake up. The teacher opened his eyes to see it standing right next to the bed and was startled. The teacher asked, "Whose family are you a child of? What are you looking for?" The child replied, "I came to ask you to open your heart and help our family." "Very unfair, teacher. If you don't save me, my whole family will die." The teacher sat up and asked, "What do you actually want me to help you with?" "I don't have much time because I have to go back to the Mandarin." During the next 3 days, the teacher told my family not to leave the house and to stay inside at all costs. If there is an unexpected situation and you have to go out, you must recite Namo Amitabha Buddha 9 times and then go out at the odd hour, avoiding the round hour and the midnight hour. When going out, definitely walk straight into the street without stopping, without looking back. If you return home, you must immediately stay inside and do not step out again. Who are you? Who is your family? If we are not familiar, how can we help? My relative just came to my house to look for you today. Tomorrow morning my family will call you again. Just tell Mr. Feng, he will take care of the rest. So who are you? In Mrs. Land's family, there has never been any mention of any children. I am their family member, but certainly no one knows I ever existed. I just don't want to watch my whole family be destroyed because of the deceased's unnecessary mistake. Please help us. In the next 3 days, someone will probably die again. If you do exactly as I tell you, you may be able to avoid disaster. Where did this drawing come from? Can you tell me? It cannot be disclosed. But if we don't talk, we won't be able to find the source of the incident. As you said, it's revenge and resentment, right? There is indeed resentment. Is Mrs. Land's family suffering from insect fire? So who is the dead person? If you think carefully, you will see everything clearly. I am not allowed to disclose. However, I rely on the teacher. You can definitely help my family. But really, I only have a hunch, but I can't see almost anything, so how can I help? Wanting to control insects is not something that can be done. If you don't have enough talent, you're afraid it will cause trouble for your family and the homeowner won't be at peace. Right. Because I don't have enough talent, my family is about to fall into death. However, the teacher can do it. I believe teacher. Well, I'm going now, the officials don't give me much time. Wait. If you know, please tell me clearly. So where does Ms. Land's secret lie? In the jewelry box, find it as soon as possible. Is it the mirror and piece of paper Mrs. Land kept? Where is it now? I don't know exactly. This story is related to tongue and... The baby spoke up to that point, then let out a cry and then completely disappeared. The magician sat up and was also sweating. The teacher muttered, "What happened? Why did the child mention tongue? Could it be that he knows something is missing but keeps it hidden? Is there anything the child hasn't said yet?" The teacher asked himself and then blamed himself. Is it because we ask so many children who reveal their secrets and will be punished? The teacher sat up and looked at the clock. It was 4 o'clock in the morning. The teacher's wife saw him waking up early and also woke up. What happened? Why is he sitting so absent-mindedly? The shaman replied, "I just dreamed of a child. It said it was a member of Mrs. Land's family." Is that the house where people died in fire? What did it dream about for you? It said to remind the family not to go out for 3 days to avoid disaster. Maybe the next 3 days will be bad days, someone in their family will die and get infected again. The teacher's wife was scared. He gave me goosebumps. Why do their children and grandchildren have such heavy karma because of how their family lives? I do not know. Normally, you are very good at examining life and death karma, right? Or have you run out of fortune and the saints no longer give you fortune? Don't talk nonsense. I couldn't see because someone was covering my eyes. Now the child reported the dream, but unfortunately, before he could finish telling the story, he was gone. The teacher's wife smacked her lips. What a pity. If only he asked a little faster, could he have helped them avoid a great disaster? It cannot be disclosed. There are certain things that people in the underworld absolutely cannot dream about because of Brahma's plan. Those who do wrong are afraid that they will suffer very dire consequences. Sound also has very clear sound rules, so you don't have to just say it as you like. So how can we help them? Oh my God. Perhaps this is the thing that gives you the most headache, right? I have never seen him read so many books before. Their karma is also my karma. I help them and consider it a blessing for me. That night at Uncle Feng's house, Uncle kept tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. He got up and smoked a cigarette, reflecting on everything that had happened in the family in the past few months. Everything began to appear when the ghostly coffin was brought home by Mrs. Lon. He wondered, could that coffin have been enchanted? Mr. Feng. There was a voice echoing outside the main door. Uncle Feng was startled and cried out. I was startled because Auntie Guy was in the hospital with Hone and hadn't come back yet, so why did she hear a voice calling me? The electricity in the house is still on. He looked around and continued listening. The childish voice rang out again, Mr. Feng, it's me. I can't see you. Who is that? It's me. Our family is about to have another disaster. Only you can help our family. What can I do? Disinfect. Come ask the shaman. For the next 3 days, you must not go out. Uncle stood up and quickly asked, what's going on? Which insect? What great disaster? Please tell me clearly. There was no response. The space is terrifyingly quiet. The clock hand ticked every second, making a ticking sound. Uncle Feng sat down on the chair, his mind confused because of what had just happened. Uncle is completely awake. Uncle mumbled, who finally reported this news? I never dreamed. The person who reported the news said to see a shaman for help. He sat quietly like that, hoping for morning light. I have never seen such a long night. Uncle Feng waited every hour for dawn when suddenly he received a phone call from the shaman. The clock then showed 4 o'clock in the morning. The teacher spoke urgently, I have something to tell you. Now his family is in danger. He must quickly inform the whole family about this immediately. Teacher. I just received the news from someone. People said I came to ask you for help. It's a girl, right? Yes. I can't see it, but the voice is that of a child, teacher. So quickly inform the whole family to avoid going out during these 3 days, lest something bad happens. Now the child said that if something unexpected happens and you have to go out, remember to recite Namo Amitabha Buddha 9 times before going out. When walking, you must go straight, do not stop or look back. Be sure to go at the odd hour, not the round hour or the extra hour. If something happens, you must stay home and not go out again. Uncle Feng replied, so now I will let everyone know immediately. All right. Remember to stay at home. I'll go over to your house to meet you and talk. Mr. Feng immediately called Mr. Fuang to tell him what happened and asked Mr. Fuang and his mother not to go out to avoid risks. Uncle Fuang panicked. The 2 Tuanon brothers had already left the house. Where are they going? Why are you leaving the house at this hour? His brother said he would go to the airport to pick up his friend. Is there something wrong? Let me call you back. What time do they leave? You two just left for 10 minutes. Damn it. The shaman just called to inform me that during these 3 days I must limit going out. If there is an emergency, you must go at odd hours, not round or extra hours. Uncle Fuang was also scared and immediately called his children to inform them of Uncle Feng's instructions. The An was driving, so Xian picked up the phone. He heard his mother remind him to be very careful and return home quickly. He replied, "We are on our way to the airport, Mom, don't worry, we will be very careful." Moms at home, be careful too. Don't worry too much. Uncle Feng called Uncle Deng to tell him what happened. When Uncle Deng heard the news, he was the most surprised. He wondered, why does our family have another baby girl? Up until now, we have never heard our mother mention the fact that we have a sister. Moreover, after giving birth to you, your father will also pass away, so he will definitely not be able to have you anymore. Uncle Feng thought about it and replied, "It could only be that I have a child outside." The day my mother became pregnant, my uncle was already 8 years old. There was a time when I saw my mother and father arguing. Mom was angry, so she left home for several months. However, after his mother brought him home, his father also passed away some time later. Mom never mentioned it again. It's been decades since that happened. Both of our parents passed away, so we cannot know exactly what happened that year. Uncle Deng thought for a while and then replied, "It could be like that. I have something to tell you." "What? Please say it." "Something related to that baby. Sometimes fathers actually have children of their own. Someone knows about that. That person has hinted at me several times. That could also be the person behind the blackmailing story that has been orchestrating the whole time." "Blackmailing you? How are things going? Please tell me quickly. Why are people blackmailing you? I thought last time you talked about business at the company." "All right. I'm letting people find me. When I know exactly, I will tell you the truth. If anything happens, you must notify me immediately. Now that our family is in mourning, let's be a little more cautious." "But why do people want to blackmail you?" "There's something secret I've already investigated. A sentence or two cannot cover everything. If I find that person, I will immediately tell you everything clearly." "All right. You have to be careful too. Please remember to remind Aunt Yen and Tong to stay at home and not go out for 3 days, or else they will be in danger. Now that Aunt Guy and your 2 children are in the hospital, what do you think? The shaman will come to your house later to talk about it in detail. The teacher said not to go out these 3 days. If the parents and their children had gone out before, they would not have violated the time as the child had instructed." Uncle Feng turned off the phone and Uncle Deng immediately turned it on for someone else. He said in a commanding voice, "Find the person behind that bitch right away. I need to meet that person urgently. In 3 days, even if you search the whole district and province, you will still have to find whoever is behind it." He listened to the other end's explanation and shouted angrily, "Am I raising you guys as puppets? Arrest that bastard and investigate. We must find the person behind it. If necessary, trap his family members to make it easier to investigate. Report it to the police immediately." I don't believe he just looked at his family member in trouble and didn't help. "Do you think a girl old enough to be my child dares to blackmail me? I want to find out who is behind it. If he doesn't confess, he will threaten his family members to confess. If necessary, hold a knife to its neck and force it to speak. As for Na's children, you don't need to worry. I have a way to solve it myself." Tung stood right at the door. He heard his father's entire story. He didn't say anything and just quickly returned to his room. Ko Yen saw her son walking slowly and asked, "Why is your face so sad, as if you had lost a lot of rice when you first woke up?" He asked his mother, if in the past my mother had been forbidden by her grandparents to marry her father, what would she have done? His mother replied, "I will convince my grandparents to agree." "Why do you ask that? Don't you have a girlfriend? Where is the baby? How old are you?" Tung did not answer his mother's question but answered to avoid talking about something else. Dad has too many secrets, Mom. What kind of secret does your father have? But if we do, it's just because we don't have to worry about it. He smiled slightly without saying anything and then walked straight into the room. Ms. Yen saw this and asked, "This guy, why are you suddenly talking so strangely? And you still haven't answered my question, who is your girlfriend? Someday I'll take him home to play with Mom." Tung is the only son of Ms. Yen and Mr. Dung. The two aunts and uncles love it like eggs, so they always manage everything about it very closely. It seems to understand that very well, so it always acts obedient. He always listens to his parents and follows all their arrangements without once questioning or objecting. He went into his room and lay on the bed, looking straight at the ceiling, thinking back to what his father had just said. It asked itself, what is the story of Russia? Could it be that Dad took action on her? Isn't she married and has children? He sat up, grabbed the phone and called his friends to ask about what happened 6 years ago, but no one knew clearly. He thought for a long time and then decided to leave home to find out the truth. Uncle Dung saw him changing clothes and called, "I'll temporarily stay home for 3 days for Dad. During these 3 days absolutely do not leave the house." He frowned, "Why can't I leave the house? Uncle Feng said that our house might encounter bad luck in 3 days, so it's best we don't leave the house. If you have any problem, try to wait 3 days to resolve it." It immediately turned back into the house, its face hiding extreme dissatisfaction. The door to the room closed and his eyes turned dark. At Uncle Feng's house, the shaman arrived very early. The teacher was carrying an old and thick book. The teacher opened the tattered, wrinkled page of the book, pointed at it and said, "I'll read this after I call you, maybe it can help your family." Uncle Feng was surprised. "What is it, teacher?" The teacher replied, "The child last night mentioned something that made me think a lot. On the day of the burial ceremony for Mr. Koi, I asked him about Master Mao. You said Master Mao came to your house to help remove the spell, right? I suspect there's something in there. You discovered something, right?" The teacher pointed to the page of the book. There is a mention of casting a spell using a black cat. However, the person casting the spell must be the head of the family. Didn't your father or your mother cast this spell? Do you know or not? Uncle Feng shook his head. "I really don't know anything about this." The teacher nodded. Perhaps his mother's coffin knew. Unfortunately, it burned down again. "What do you mean, teacher?" "I suspect your mother was the one who cast the spell. If this type of charm is not skilled, it will definitely be thrown back. Your mother has kept that secret for many years, and I guess correctly that the paper your mother told your sister to put in the coffin is also a kind of charm. Somehow I have a really bad feeling about that. Did my mother cast a spell on her coffin? Surely someone helped her. This person is also a skilled teacher. Why did my mother have to cast a spell in her house and then cast a spell on herself when she died? This is a bit unreasonable. Is it related to that baby? Why does your family have a younger sister but Mrs. Lon never mentions it? Even if she had a miscarriage, she still had to mention it once, right? I guess your father has his own children outside. I also didn't expect that child to be a noble member of your family at this time." Uncle Feng pondered for a while and then replied, "I'm not hiding anything from you. I also suspect that my father has a child outside the home. When I was 7 to 8 years old, I also witnessed my parents arguing about a woman. I vaguely heard my mother call her a devil. As for whether she had children with my father or not, I don't know exactly." The teacher nodded. "We can hold a ceremony to call the soul to talk. This ghost is definitely your family member. Teacher Mao once said he saw 2 children's coffins. Was he referring to this younger brother? The shaman replied, "Most likely so. But what does it mean to curse cats, teacher? Is this mentioned in the book?" "As far as I know, this is a way to calm the dead. It is like a kind of amulet, suppressing the evil spirits from causing harm to others." "But why did my mother have to cast a charm to ward off evil spirits? Could it be that because there are ghosts in my land that are harming my family, she did this?" Uncle Feng remembered the past and suddenly exclaimed, "Could it be that my mother suppressed my father's death? I see my mother often talking to herself as if she were talking to her father. Could it be that my mother missed my father so much that when he passed away, she cast that spell to keep his soul with her? Impossible. This type is probably some kind of wronged death. Do you remember the jewelry box story? There was at least one ghost on his land, and that ghost also deliberately wanted to search for the box. His mother had planned it out in advance and gave his sister very careful instructions. It's not like she suddenly told me to put the Buddha statue in the box." Uncle Feng listened to the teacher's analysis and suddenly became very alert. He pieced together all the events that had happened up to now. A little image suddenly flashed in his mind, but it was very vague. Uncle blurted out, "My house was on fire before. At that time I was very young. I don't remember exactly what happened, I just saw a huge fire and everyone shouting to put out the fire." "Did anyone die in that case?" "No one died, teacher. However, taking advantage of a fire, a thief sneaked in and stole a lot of money from my family. At that time, my parents regretted that their illness took a long time to recover. That's all I remember." The shaman replied, "If there were people who died in that battle, it was probably caused by ghosts residing in that land. We can find out what happened then to resolve it. Did your father get sick that day and pass away?" Uncle Feng replied, "No. When my father got well, he went away to sell goods for a month before returning. That time he came home and argued with my mother. My pregnant mother got angry and left. She left for a few months and then returned after giving birth to Uncle Dung. A few days after she brought Uncle Dung home, my father suddenly passed away." The teacher quietly listened to Uncle Feng tell old stories. The teacher's face was quiet without any strange expressions until Mr. Feng mentioned the incident of Mr. Bo, who was healthy, suddenly babbling and then went to sleep and never woke up. Uncle Feng emphasized the fact that the night his grandfather lost Uncle Dung, he cried so hard he couldn't stop crying. The uncle turned purple. The whole family had to worry about finding a teacher to save Uncle Dung. Near morning, when he became rosy again, Mrs. Lon discovered when Mr. Bo took his last breath. At that time, his body was cold and his eyes rolled back, extremely scary. Everyone could not stroke his eyes until he invited the shaman to perform the ceremony. Mrs. Lon stroked his eyes several times before he finally closed his eyes. The shaman suddenly asked, "Is the shaman who performed the ceremony for your father at that time still alive or dead?" Uncle Feng replied, "He was already very old, so he must have passed away." The magician nodded. There was a high possibility that that person had instructed his mother to cast the spell. This type of spell is extremely dangerous. The teacher did not do it directly, but instead guided his mother to cast this protective charm herself. Perhaps that night Mr. Dung saw something strange, that was why he cried. "I'm afraid that the ghost might have harmed your father, forcing her to calm down. But where that ghost came from is still a secret. Is it related to my father's other woman? If so, then I was surprised by the dreamer who came back last night. The girl said there was resentment in his family. When we mentioned that not properly controlling the dead would cause disaster, that child said something like, 'Because I'm not talented enough, my family is about to fall into death.' What do you think that sentence means? Does it mean that my family has been defeated, but because the person who was responsible for it was not talented enough, is he now being cursed by a spell? The sorcerer nodded. It could be like that, or another idea is that it was because your mother had enchanted her, so when she died the charm would also lose its effect, so she had prepared everything very carefully since then. Altar images, coffins, even charms in the coffin. Uncle Feng then nodded to show that he understood part of the story. The shaman chuckled. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to ask her about the jewelry box before she left. She mentioned tongue and other things, but I didn't have time to hear them all. Uncle Feng frowned. Is it tongue? How could it be tongue? What does it have to do with this? The child did not speak because the destiny could not be revealed. However, it tells us to think carefully and we will find the truth. So I came to find you to piece together everything to find out what we missed. Mr. Feng's phone rang. It was Ms. Thoen's number calling. Uncle Feng listened to the phone and heard Ms. Thoen's urgent voice. I remembered something about the day my mother was angry about me stealing her mother's coffin and it was discovered. She showed me the jewelry box, which was in there. There was also a piece of paper that my mother said was a map of her buried assets. My housework was so busy that I forgot about it. Uncle Feng replied, Did Mom hide her assets? Right. But the day I opened the box, I couldn't find that map anymore. I don't know if my mother will change to another position or not. That day I opened it and saw where my mother buried those jars. 3 were buried in a triangle shape around the grapefruit root with a radius of 50 centimeters. He asked someone to dig it up to see if there were any secrets inside. All right. I'll have someone dig it up later. One more thing, my Vu had a nightmare again. I tell everyone to be careful. Last time he dreamed about Uncle Koi, but I still wasn't scared. All right. He is discussing with the shaman about the solution. If anything happens, he will let her know. Yes. He carefully rang the kitchen. Because I saw Vu say he dreamed about a house fire. I'm so worried, bro. My family is in mourning. I don't know when it will end. Uncle Feng turned off the phone and thoughtfully thought about what Ms. Thoen had just said. Uncle Lam mumbled, Mom's map paper was also lost. Even the piece of paper my mother put in that box disappeared. Did someone intentionally steal it? If so, are the jars my mother buried underground still there? Uncle Feng really wanted to go to Mrs. Lan's garden to check to be sure. He decided that after 3 days, he would definitely notify Uncle Dung to come and dig up the jars his mother had buried in the ground. I always hope that Mrs. Lan is the one who carefully prepares everything for me, so there will definitely be something arranged in those jars buried underground. Uncle Feng asked the teacher. Vu had just had a nightmare that the house was on fire, so Ms. Thoen called me to warn me to be careful. Could you please help me interpret that dream? I'm just afraid that dream interpretation will burn again. When Uncle Feng heard his teacher say that, he became even more worried. He sadly replied, Is there really no way to save my family? So many people are already in mourning. He boldly told the teacher, if my mother had prepared so carefully, she would have fully planned every step. In addition to that jewelry box, my mother also had 3 jars containing her life's possessions. Ms. Thoen just called to tell me that she had given me a map of where to hide. Could there be any more secrets in there? Because my mother and Ms. Thoen didn't get along before, she rarely talked. However, she chose her to advise on everything. The magician thought for a long time and then replied, We need to check those 3 jars. Who knows, maybe there are other secrets in there. If we're lucky, we'll have the answer. The teacher wondered again. The child told him not to leave the house for 3 days. Or 3 days later we will come together to check that jar to make sure it is safe. Uncle Feng replied, I don't feel secure. From the moment I heard Ms. Thoen's news, I felt like I was on fire. Let's go now. It's already 11 o'clock, so it's reasonable to start. What did Uncle Feng think, so he did that? The two called Uncle Deng to go to Mrs. Lan's house to check. Uncle Deng replied, I just heard that you are going to her to offer food. I will come with you and I will wait. The three people walked towards the grapefruit tree. The shaman stood and watched for a long time and then asked, This grapefruit tree has no fruit, why did the family leave it? Uncle Feng replied, This grapefruit tree was planted by my mother, so she regretfully kept it as a souvenir and did not want to give it up. One time I bought another grapefruit tree to replace it, but she was angry, so I had to let someone else plant it. Strange. Does this grapefruit tree have any other secrets? His mother's house always has strange things that surprise people. Uncle Deng asked, Ms. Thoen didn't say the exact location, did she? Shouldn't we dig around this grapefruit tree? Uncle Feng replied, Ms. Thoen only opened it to take a look. The radius around the base was 50 centimeters, buried in a triangle shape. You said you should bury it in a triangle shape, but not in one place? Yes. She told me to bury it in a triangle shape. I think my mother was probably afraid of losing her if buried in the same place. The magician frowned slightly. Did she ever cast a spell? Uncle Feng was confused. What is it, teacher? I suspect your mother did that on purpose. Each of her arrangements is not without reason. Let's dig. The three people dug for a long time before finding the jar Mrs. Lan had buried. It is a small jar that in the countryside people often make fish sauce and then bury it underground, only to take it out and eat it after a while. When I opened it, I was completely surprised because there was nothing inside. Uncle Feng was confused. Is the jar empty? What is my mother planning to do? You still have a real map. Could it be that you just buried the jar? Mr. Deng took the mai and adjusted it to the remaining position and continued digging. Sure enough, at a depth of about 50 centimeters, he hit another ceramic jar. Uncle Deng shouted, I see, a jar just like the other side. Uncle Feng and Uncle Deng gathered together to dig up the jar. The very light jar was exactly the same as the other jar and was also completely empty. Uncle Deng wondered, Mom left the map behind in empty jars? Or has Mom changed the location of burying these jars? Uncle Feng took the apricot tree to the remaining position. I don't believe it's just that the jar is not like that, there must be something. He quickly dug up the third jar. This jar was similar to the other two, but when opened, inside it was a small ceramic jar with a pattern like an incense bowl. Uncle Deng tried to open the jar, but the shaman stopped him. The teacher said, Be careful, in ancient times, people used jars like this to hold gods and spirits to protect the dead. If I'm not mistaken, your mother used it to subdue someone. If based on this layout, I'm afraid there will be a fourth jar. The two Feng brothers looked at each other confused. The shaman walked around the grapefruit tree for a while and then slowly said, Under this grapefruit tree there is definitely a secret. Or more surprisingly, perhaps under this grapefruit tree is a set of remains. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, Uncle Feng's phone call startled all three. As soon as he pulled out the phone, Uncle Feng's weak voice rang out, Hey brother. So miserable. Brothers. The had to be hospitalized. Mr. Feng's voice was so choked and broken that Mr. Feng had to listen closely to fully understand what his sister-in-law was saying. Uncle panicked. What is that? What is up? Why are you hospitalized? On fire. They were seriously burned. Hey bro. Where are you now? I run to the hospital, please come help me immediately. The shaman saw that the situation was becoming more serious and spoke up. Everyone went to the hospital to see how the boys were doing. Uncle Dung wondered, so how do we handle these boxes? The shaman replied, the box has already been dug up. If there really is a god in here that protects the dead, it will probably lose its effect after such a long time. So let's temporarily bury this box underground until you guys finish solving the problem, then we'll find out if there really is a skeleton buried under the grapefruit tree as I predicted. I'm just afraid that this ghost has already escaped. Uncle Feng was surprised. Was it the same spirit that entered home the day my mother passed away? The magician nodded, that's highly likely. Or maybe there is another ghost lurking on this land. I hope my prediction is wrong. Uncle Dung sighed. One death is already difficult to deal with. If there is another death, I don't know what will happen. The teacher replied, if this resentment is really serious, then I'm afraid your family's disaster will come from here. The teacher thought and then suddenly clapped his hands. That's right, last night the child said there was resentment in your family. Is it referring to this? If so, we can quickly find the remains and everything will be clear. Uncle Dung replied, then let's do it. If we find out one day early, we will avoid disaster one day early. Uncle Feng and my family go to the hospital first. I'll call my tongue guy over here to help. I will go to the hospital later tonight. The shaman also agreed with Uncle Dung's arrangement. The teacher asked Uncle Dung to prepare a large handful of incense and a lot of gold notes for him. Uncle Dung called Tung to his house. He saw the roots of the grapefruit tree being dug up and was confused. What's going on, Dad? Why did you dig up your grapefruit tree? What's wrong with Mr. Thian and Mr. Xian? I think we should go to the hospital with them. Uncle Dung replied briefly, maybe under this tree is a set of remains. Our job is to find it. Tonight my father and I will go to the hospital later. If we find this skeleton, he will comfort us and our family will avoid further accidents. The hospital already has mother and child and Uncle Feng. Tung was even more confused. How could there be a skeleton under the grapefruit tree? Uncle Dung replied, so if we dig it up, we will immediately have the answer. The shaman performed a small ceremony and then recited a few incantations. Then the teacher took a large handful of incense and placed it next to the grapefruit tree. Outside in the garden, there is a light breeze causing the incense stick to burn. Uncle Dung panicked. Teacher, the incense is burned. The teacher took a deep breath. It's okay, it doesn't matter if it burns or not, what matters is the smoke. The teacher mentioned the new smoke, which attracted Uncle Dung and his son's attention. Sure enough, the smoke did not rise high but swooped down to scatter evil on the ground. The shaman nodded. There is no doubt, below is definitely a skeleton. Uncle Dung immediately picked up the spade and dug down. Each layer of soil was rolled out as hard as chunks of sausage. Uncle Dung was surprised. Why is the soil here so hard but the soil in those jars is soft and spongy? The shaman replied, it's just possible that someone dug up that jar first. I believe your mother never buried an empty jar in the ground. Tung asked, what's inside that jar, Dad? Why was she buried here? Or is it a jar of fish sauce that she brought to Earth? Uncle Dung replied, according to Ms. Thoen, she buried her accumulated assets in there. Dad and Uncle Feng Dao are all empty jars. Tung glanced at the small ceramic jar. So what's in there, Dad? The shaman replied, it is a guardian spirit used to ward off the dead. You shouldn't open it. Teacher Tung nodded. If I open it, will it be dangerous? Seeing answered, if you open it without performing a ceremony, the spirit will escape and harm others, or the person who opened it will be haunted by ghosts. Suddenly, Tung shivered slightly, sweat poured down his forehead. He used his hands to wipe the sweat and then held the hoe to continuously dig into the grapefruit roots. Uncle Dung wondered, what's wrong with you? Why is your face suddenly so pale? Tongue replied, I'm okay, Dad. Let's quickly find the remains as soon as possible. Not long after, Uncle Dung's shell hit an object because it was very hard. Mr. Cuck's hand stopped because of the thing on the ground. He shouted, Here he comes. I've hit on something. It is very hard and is located under the shell. The shaman was happy. Good. It's good now. Please dig it up quickly. Uncle Dung and his son continued to dig down. Another clay jar was exposed. Uncle Dung was happy. It's another jar, teacher. I must have dug so hard that it cracked. The teacher replied, Just bring it up and we will go tell the authorities if there are remains down there. A moment later, Uncle Dung and Tongue also brought the ceramic jar to the surface. The shaman said, You two go away, I will open this jar myself, to avoid evil spirits from entering everyone, it will be extremely bad. He prepared a lot of joss paper to burn for me. Stick a large handful of incense in the ground and then burn the code. The teacher came closer, picked up the jar with one hand, mumbled something, then gently opened it. Inside was indeed a skeleton. The bones were black and almost rotten, but the skull was still intact. The teacher looked and replied, This is the bone of a tall man, but this skeleton is a bit strange. Uncle Dung called to tell Uncle Feng what happened. Uncle Feng was happy. Okay, quickly call the authorities to hand over the remains to them. We also quickly carry out a procession to leave that land with peace of mind. Uncle Dung asked, How is the situation over there? I'm in serious danger. Maybe they were burned as badly as my home. But how can I get burned? I heard from our girlfriend that the four of us went to dinner. At the table next to them, they were eating hot pot and asked to turn off the stove. The staff carried a can of alcohol and lit it in the stove, then the fire broke out into the guests. The employee was so panicked that he picked up the can of alcohol and threw it far away. Unexpectedly, it was the On's brother and sister, causing both of them to suffer severe burns. Oh man! Why are the employees so stupid? What if the alcohol catches fire and is thrown to someone else? Uncle Feng sighed. The staff and guests at that table also suffered burns but were minor. My two grandchildren are seriously ill, Uncle. Uncle Fuang is planning to send them abroad for treatment, but it's dangerous right now and the hospital won't agree. Okay. I'll let the authorities know first. I'll let you know if there's anything else. Uncle Dung quickly informed the authorities to check and then handed over the remains to them. The shaman quickly performed an offering ceremony but could not speak to the unfortunate deceased. The teacher told Uncle Dung, Perhaps this ghost has some injustice, so he is resentful and does not want to resolve his grievances. We spend more time researching. Uncle Dung replied, What does that mean? Vong won't leave, teacher. So what should we do? I will perform the ceremony again to talk to this ghost. We will exchange conditions with it. If this person agrees, it will be simple, otherwise you will have to cast a spell to trap the ghost for protection. I still want to die voluntarily, then I will be reborn smoothly, no more resentment. The teacher performed the ceremony again and used yin and yang to talk to the ghost, asking him to leave that land. Sure enough, he quickly agreed. The teacher happily replied, Okay. I will take you to the temple day and night to listen to the monks chant sutras for the day of liberation. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, please let me know in your dream. I will definitely help you complete it. The shaman's bouquet of incense sticks in the ground and the smoky smoke suddenly caught fire again. The teacher looked at the burning fire and was happy. This death is truly better than the truth. Mr. Dung was surprised to see that the smoke that had been lingering on the ground had now risen high, following the wind and spreading around. The shaman nodded. He agreed to leave here. Perhaps this ghost has been imprisoned here for quite a long time and wants to leave. Tung asked, but why is this skeleton in my garden? Uncle Dung replied, maybe it's a long time ago, we don't know exactly what happened. Tung replied, it's from our grandparents' time, right, Dad? Or from your grandfather's time? I heard that in the past, many landlord families died due to epidemics. Maybe this person is the same? The shaman replied, have you seen the people who died from the epidemic and were buried in your garden? Tung's thoughts became confused. It responded reflexively, so it's a family member? The shaman replied, it could be like that, we don't know the truth so we can only guess. If it is indeed the remains of an ancestor, it must have been reported a long time ago. I guess this person is probably not. Tung suddenly asked, so what about that porcelain jar now, teacher? The shaman replied, the remains have already been taken away, that jar is no longer useful, we can just take it and drop it into the river. If you release it yourself, leave it there and we'll go back across the river and release it for you. That night Tung followed Uncle Dung to the hospital. Uncle Phuong cried for his 2 children until he was dry. Perhaps you are in pain that cannot be any more painful. Uncle Koi tragically died in a fire. Currently, my 2 sons are also seriously burned and in critical condition. Miss Yen cried, I'm so worried, brother. Every family is so sad. I wonder when we will end this disaster. I'm just worried about my family, if something happens I'll probably die, I don't have the endurance like Uncle Phuong. Uncle Feng consoled, don't worry too much. Everything will have a solution. Ms. Yen replied, I'm very worried. His house also burned down. Uncle Koi's house also burned down. Ms. Lan also died in the fire. Currently, Ms. Thoen's house and my house are still unharmed. I'm just afraid it won't forgive us. Uncle Dung shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Where there is such thing? I keep thinking about random things. Uncle Dung's phone has an incoming message. He opened the phone to read the message and was lost for a moment. Uncle Feng clearly saw the change in Uncle Dung. Uncle pulled him to a corner and asked, can you tell me about the story you hid from me before? Uncle Dung replied, we'll talk later, this is the hospital so it's inconvenient to talk about that. I can only tell you that I already have information about the blackmailer. But what are they blackmailing you about? Could be related to the dead person buried under the grapefruit tree. Please say it clearly. Did that person know the dead person well? Maybe so. Besides, that person knows our family's past. They also have documentary evidence. This is related to the regime. Since it's an old story, why are you worried about being blackmailed? Uncle Dung sighed, you don't understand, if things get out we might lose everything. At that time, Mr. Koi was on the rise, his son Nak, and the On all had ambitions to follow the military. If the old regime is dug up again, what will happen? Uncle Feng frowned, what about old landlords? Isn't it already over? Why is someone still mentioning this? Yes. But there's something you don't know. The industry of brothers the On and Nak, or Uncle Koi's career, will collapse if the story of our parents working for France is exposed. It's not natural for me to do that. My company has a guy named Douay, whose grandfather used to work for the French. He had just graduated from security school when people accused his family of selling the country. The boy was expelled from the party and his diploma confiscated. It was like going crazy after that incident. I met him wandering at the border gate, so I gave him some money and advised him to start his life again. Later, I accepted him into the company to work. So are you worried that Uncle Koi and the children will be like that? There are millions of jobs. If you don't do this job, there will be another job. They are all smart and optimistic kids. Do you think they will think negatively? Uncle Dung remained silent and did not respond. Uncle Feng continued, do you remember the day our family was denounced? The whole family thought we would be pushed to the bottom of society, but our mother still stubbornly supported us and raised us to become human beings. Do you see any families in this area as prosperous as ours? Why don't you think outside the box to get blackmailed? Are you so big that you can be so foolish at times? I just think simply giving them money to get that evidence back will protect everyone. Unfortunately, their greed is bottomless. Now our family has become like that. Uncle Koi has passed away, my knock is crazy. Mr. Koi's 2 children were so seriously burned, so I don't think he needed to worry about blackmail anymore. If they like to denounce, let them denounce. Don't waste your time trying to find out anymore. Uncle Dung sighed, that person deliberately targeted our family. He knows everything about our family very well. Not only the matter of our parents, but also the matter of all our brothers, or the matter of the children, he investigated very clearly. And I have something else to hide from you. Maybe I need to explain everything clearly, otherwise I won't be able to eat well and sleep well. Especially, I don't want me and Tung to have any more misunderstandings. Uncle Feng frowned. What else are you hiding from me? Tung Lam is not my Tung's son. Why are you talking about this now? It wasn't before. You heard me say everything first. Actually, it was an unexpected incident. The boy is indeed our descendant, but he is not Tung's son. If he's not Tung's son, then who is? Don't tell me he's your child. The boy can never be your father's son. The baby's father is someone else. Tung spoke from behind, startling both Feng brothers. Uncle Dung turned around and immediately met his son's deep eyes. He was about to ask, but Tung spoke first. How long do you want to hide from me? Is it possible that in your father's eyes it doesn't mean anything? Tung turned back and said to Mr. Feng, my father is definitely not Tung Lam's father, and I am not that boy's father either. Why do you say that? Tung looked straight at Uncle Dung and replied, I know everything. In fact, I always wait for the day when Dad calls me into the room to talk like 2 real men. Unfortunately, that day did not come. I'm thinking, will you always only see me as a 3-year-old boy? Not. I didn't say it because I didn't want you to suffer or torment yourself. In particular, I'm afraid that we won't be able to find common ground. That's what Dad thinks, not what you think. Uncle Feng quickly spoke up, so what is this story all about? Can you two tell me clearly? Tung replied, I said it clearly. Neither you nor your father is the father of that boy Tung Lam. The baby's father is someone else. Right now that person is in the emergency room over there. As soon as Tung finished speaking, both Uncle Feng and Uncle Dung were surprised. Uncle Feng exclaimed, how is that possible? Who is? Uncle Dung also spoke at the same time, why do you know this? Tung replied, I know more than you think. However, I don't care why you know that anymore. Uncle Feng asked Uncle Dung, so you knew everything but deliberately hid it from me and everyone? I have my own reasons, so I can't tell everyone the truth. Uncle Feng shouted, even from your blood brothers, do you hide it? Tung replied, my father would rather let me be discredited but is determined to protect everyone. Don't blame my father anymore. Uncle Feng, so who is the baby's father? Why do people do that? Tung replied, it was Mr. Xian, he was the one who forced Na to get pregnant and gave birth to Tung. The reason why my dad did that was because Na and I were in a relationship at that time. If pregnancy does happen, it is a normal thing between couples who love each other. However, if it were Mr. Xian, things would be different. He broke the law and will definitely go to jail. If that happened, his life and career would be over. This time the person who was shocked was Uncle Phuong. When he heard the story, he immediately collapsed to the ground. Why is it like that? Uncle Dung quickly came forward to help Uncle Phuong. Sister, why are you out here? If I don't come out, how long will everyone keep everything from me? He raised his head to the sky, his red eyes lamented, oh my God. What happened to my family? In the end, where did I go wrong to deserve this kind of retribution? My husband passed away, my children's life and death are unknown, and even my grandchildren are no longer there. After all, it all falls on us. Tung quickly helped Uncle Phuong to the stone chair. It's comforting, it's over anyway, bro. Now I have to stay healthy and take care of them too. Uncle Phuong cried. It seemed like all the pain he had pent up for so long suddenly burst out. Tung sighed, no one wants something like this, uncle. Uncle Phuong sobbed and said, please, tell me, what you know. Xian is not very shy, he is too shy to talk to girls. Why, did it cause such a thing? Uncle Phuong also nodded and signaled Tung to explain the situation clearly. Tung took a deep breath and slowly recounted the story of years ago. At that time, Na and Tung were a pair of school lovers, pure and innocent. Both study well and are loved by everyone. After graduating, the two promised each other that they would take the banking academy exam together. Very few people know the story of those 2 days. During one conversation, Tung happily told Xian and Hon about that girl named Na. Xian also met Tung and Na several times. No one knows that Xian likes and pays a lot of attention to his younger brother's girlfriend. Everything went smoothly until the day Xian invited Tung and Na to visit a friend's house. That day things happened when everyone drank a little too much. Because Na couldn't drink alcohol, she only took a few sips of beer, but she got drunk first, so she was helped into the bedroom to rest to relieve fatigue. The remaining group of 8 people includes Xian, Tung and 6 others, 3 couples in love with Xian's friends. Tung was also drunk without even realizing it. When Tung woke up, he saw that he was not wearing any clothes lying next to Na in that room. After that incident, Tung believed that he had crossed the limit with Russia while he was drunk. Na woke up unexpectedly, but because she loved Tung, she didn't get angry or blame him. Na proactively said she would take emergency contraceptive pills because they were both too young to consider becoming parents of children. Moreover, everyone knows that Uncle Dung will stop them if at that time the two declare that they are together. 1 week later, Uncle Dung suddenly arranged documents for Tung to study abroad. The documents were prepared and urged by him, so Tung had no reason to refuse and obediently obeyed. Na knew about it and happily advised Tung to go to school. Na promised to wait for Tung's return and they would both strive for their future. Tung left. Na discovered she was pregnant, so she went to see Tung but was stopped by Uncle Dung. He harshly forbade and asked Na to cut off everything with Tung. He absolutely wanted to cut off all ties with this girl because he discovered that the pregnancy was not Tung's but Xian's and was afraid that because of her, the Xian-Tung brothers would turn against each other. Uncle Phuong spoke up. Clearly when he woke up, Tung was lying next to Ms. Na. Why is it my Xian? Uncle Dung replied, that house has surveillance cameras installed. But I met him and asked him clearly what happened that day. In addition, Xian intentionally put anesthetic into Na's glass of water. I confessed this to my sister after discovering that my friend used the camera to blackmail me. Tung replied, my father had to spend a large amount of money to buy back that camera to protect Mr. Xian. My father also arranged for me to leave Vietnam to avoid the complicated relationship with Russia. My father himself also spread the news that Na had a child with me due to the incident that day, and then used the excuse that his family was not able to support him and forced Na to give up the child. Your father hired someone to put pressure behind Na's family to force her to choose to abort the pregnancy. My father was also the one behind the news that Na was getting married to cut everything off with me. However, it's unfortunate that she chose to move to another area and have a baby. Maybe deep down she still thinks the baby is hers, so she named him Tung Lam. Uncle Feng asked, so everything was arranged by you alone? So why did you act ignorant the day I asked to find you? Uncle Dung explained, I have indeed lost her information. I thought that if she left like that, everything would be resolved. It wasn't until later that he asked to look for me that I rushed to look for her. I'm not such an evil person that I chase and kill people's way of life. Uncle Fuang was miserable and blamed himself for neglecting his children, causing Xian to do such a terrible thing. However, now the two brothers say their lives are in danger, and there is no point in blaming them. Uncle Fuang sadly replied, I'm sorry. Because it's the fault of parents like you for not teaching your brothers properly. Your children have been wrongly accused for so long. I apologize on behalf of Mr. Xian. Tung replied, when I found out, I was very angry. However, in the end, that is the fate of each of us. Moreover, Mr. Xian is also very sorry. He still went to the hospital and asked doctors to help Na recover. He was probably at a loss for a moment before that unfortunate thing happened. Uncle Dung immediately asked again, you haven't told me yet, why do you know this? Tung replied, because someone sent me that video. Is that bastard? Or someone else? I don't know who it is. However, they target their family for no good purpose. I know you have your reasons for doing this, so I keep waiting for the day you will tell me everything. Uncle Dung clenched his fist until his veins turned blue in anger. If I knew who was behind it, I would definitely live and die with it. He blackmailed me several times because of that sinful video. The first time it was that bastard, he didn't say anything. The next time it was definitely someone else. This person's movements are mysterious. Its purpose is definitely to want our family to fall apart. I'm trying to find out who's really behind it. Everyone is finally talking clearly to each other. After all, Tung Lam is still the great-grandson of Mr. Bo and Mrs. Lan. The only difference is that the child's biological father is Xian. Everything seemed to be over. Everyone told themselves they would bury that secret in their hearts. 2 days later, Xian breathed his last at the hospital. It was indeed lost at exactly the same time as the shaman said. The whole family quickly carried out the procedures to bring it home and then quickly invited the teacher to come back and disinfect it. In a short period of time, Master Fap had to rescue Ms. Lan's family 3 times without being stunned. What I'm most afraid of is having multiple funerals and funerals like this. A family's loss of one person was tragic. Mrs. Lan's family lost 4 people in a few short months. 1 person was crazy and 2 people were still alive but were almost completely destroyed. The number of people who died increased, and the number of remaining people gradually decreased. Partly because everyone has to take turns taking care of the sick. Up to that time, Mr. Dung's family was the only family that had not suffered any loss of life but had lost a lot of bribe money and money being extorted by bad guys. His business was also constantly disturbed by people. His family was in a deadlock with long-term investment businesses being robbed or replacement contracts constantly being manipulated by someone. Uncle Dung worriedly talked to Tung, recently our business has been continuously disrupted by people. Dad is worried that someone is playing tricks behind him. Maybe this person is the one who blackmailed us. Tung replied, that may just be our one-sided reasoning, but I also think with you. I also want to know who that person is. Why target us like that? Do they have some grudge against our family? When Uncle Dung heard the mention of deep hatred, he frowned slightly. Tung quickly discovered it and asked, "Did Dad think of any object? Could it be that woman?" "Who do you think of?" "Which woman?" Uncle Dung told Tung the story he had collected over many years of searching for information due to blackmail. "I was convinced that that person was intentionally trying to destroy my extended family, so they spent a lot of effort to find out everything, no matter how big or small, about my family. They can dig up Xian's stories, or stories from Mr. Bo's time, and Mrs. Lon is definitely not a simple person. After all, the person who wants your family to fall into ruin can only be someone who has a very deep hatred for your family." Tung sat quietly without saying anything. In his head, he already had plans for a plan to find out who was behind everything. Since Xian's story was exposed, Tung and Uncle Dung have opened up to each other. Uncle Dung did not want to hide everything, so he confided frankly with him. It also no longer feels like the relationship between father and son is distant or separated by secrets. Many times he blamed himself for being weak and not talking clearly to his father to remove the barrier between father and son, so that for many years he had to live like a shadow, relying on his father without daring to speak up and show his testimony. "Me," he frankly suggested, "I have a very good idea. I wonder if you will agree with me or not. Just say anything. The story of our family being blackmailed, if they are targeting our extended family, why are they only putting pressure on us? Why didn't they go to Mr. Feng or Mr. Koi? It's as simple as blackmailing Mr. Xian. Why did they send the video to me and to Dad? Why didn't they send the video to Mr. Koi even though they knew that he would spend an extremely large amount of money to protect Mr. Xian, an amount that far exceeded the amount their father had provided them? Or if they want to expose the past stories of their grandparents, why not go directly to Ms. Nuk or Mr. Xian and his brothers? Have you ever thought about it?" Uncle Dung sat quietly thinking for a long time, then replied, "What do you want to say? Do you suspect that person was aiming directly at Dad?" "I didn't mean that. I want you to analyze the incident in a little more detail. I feel like this person is very close to us. And I guess correctly, that person understands very well everything that our family has just approached on our side. It's very possible that it's someone familiar with your family or someone close to your family, so everything, even the smallest, will understand very well." Uncle Dung listened to his son's analysis and sat silently thinking for a long time. He leaned into his ear and whispered, "Remember to check your phone and then get up and leave the house right after." Tung also left the house a while later. Mr. Dung turned into a coffee shop right at the intersection and called for a long time before leaving the shop and going straight to the company. Tung texted his dad, "Maybe you guessed right." Uncle Dung read the message over and over and then sat absent-mindedly in the company for a long time. He called a friend. "He sent me someone who is really trustworthy and good at computers to come to the company to help me for a while." The other end of the line hesitated. "Is something wrong? Why did you suddenly come to my side to borrow someone? I rarely ask you for help. Now I have something as small as a fingernail and you still have to ask why." The other end of the line laughed and replied, "Okay. Okay. But the person I brought over was a girl. Are you afraid your wife will be jealous? Girl or boy doesn't matter. I need someone I can trust. Okay. Come here. I sent the treasure to you. If you have anything, just leave it to the baby. Con Gwyn is a bit shy, but I assure you that I can trust you almost completely. I need someone I can trust absolutely. Even you yourself sometimes don't trust me, so how can you trust my daughter absolutely?" The girl named Gwyn is also the daughter of Mr. Dung's friend and was sent to help him check the computer system. Unexpectedly, when did Mr. Dung's server computer get infected with a virus? Uncle Dung sat absent-mindedly, leaning his head back against the chair and sighing. Tung sent another message. Maybe Dad needs to review Mr. Dewey's profile. When Uncle Dung heard Dewey's name mentioned, he was startled. Dewey is a young man who joined the police force, but because of his grandfather's legal traces, he was suspended from work and had his diploma confiscated. He frowned slightly. Why? Why am I so good to you guys but you guys turn around and bite me? The old saying about beekeeping is not wrong at all. He told Gwyn to arrange everything in the office and then quietly go out. Dewey's file was asked by Uncle Dung to investigate. Surprisingly, he didn't study in Nin like he said. Another truth is that he is a genuine IT person. Receiving the information, Uncle Dung felt like he had lost his soul. No wonder the company's computer system is easily infected with viruses. Even many of the company's contracts were easily stolen. All of the company's business partners were taken over by the secret person behind it and disappeared without a trace. After a whole month of internal investigation and rechecking the books, Mr. Dung suddenly discovered the painful truth that the project he invested in to build a high-rise building and shopping center was a ghost project. The young man he trusted for nearly 10 years suddenly stood up and stabbed him in the back fatally. He thought that if he saved people's lives and supported them in times of difficulty, he would receive his sincere affection in return. However, everything was beyond his expectations when people single-handedly arranged for him to fall step by step into a mud puddle with no way out. I was in despair when I received the bank's decision to sell the company's assets. I couldn't even keep the house I was living in. The incident was covered up so secretly and so tightly that he could not have imagined that one day, on his way to work as a director of a construction company, he would sometimes find himself without a piece of land. The incident where Mr. Dung's family suddenly fell into bankruptcy, resulting in a pile of debt due to contract compensation, made his family crazy. Tung quickly relied on his relationships to try to carry the load, but he couldn't help himself. Too desperate and blaming himself, Mr. Dung ran away from home to an unknown place. Tung discovered what had happened and called Mr. Feng for help. Uncle, where has your father been since yesterday? I tried searching but couldn't find it. Please help me. I'm afraid my dad will think too hard. I'm also rushing people to search. How is your mother? I paid a little attention to my mother. Sometimes mother and child moved back to their grandmother's house to stay temporarily. Wait until everything is resolved satisfactorily and then move on. Yes. My mother is fine. I'm worried my dad will be too shocked. My father's career that he had built up for decades had suddenly gone up in smoke. All right. I also stepped up the search. I will give my all. Your father is not a 3-year-old child, so I believe your father is alert enough to face everything. My father trusted Dewey too much, so he let himself be deceived like that. I personally didn't expect him to do such a terrible thing. Because my father trusts his eyes too much. However, I was afraid that there was someone else behind. That Dewey alone won't be able to knock out your father's company so easily. I don't know. However, I also think he has accomplices. He set up a perfect background and circumstances to approach your father. He even sacrificed himself for nearly 10 years to stick with the company to secretly plan. Did he ever have any grudge against my father? Uncle Feng thought for a long time and then replied, it's possible that someone had a grudge against your family and arranged for him to stay in the company to take revenge. A light flashed in Tong's head. The blackmailer. He probably knew who the blackmailer was. Your father deleted that video, so why did the blackmailer have it? It could only be that Dewey restored the deleted file, then copied it again and passed it on to his grandchild in an attempt to create discord between father and son and cause family turmoil. Who in the end wants to stare directly at your family? It seems that person has spent a lot of effort setting everything up. In the end, does your family have any grudge against anyone? The unanswered question is the concern of Mr. Feng's brothers. Everyone heard the story of Uncle Deng's family for a few days and was as confused as a thread. Uncle Deng's debt was so large that Uncle Feng and his brothers had to help him bear the burden. Fortunately, the compensation amount had been paid in full, so Mr. Deng was not prosecuted. However, the mental shock was so great that he lost faith in life, so he left. Uncle Feng and Teng mobilized all their human resources to search, but to no avail. A week after Uncle Deng left, Teng and his mother moved back to Mrs. Lan's house. At that time, it was the only place where the mother and child could reside. The house is cold and gloomy. Teng keeps having nightmares every night. He screamed helplessly as he witnessed his father dousing himself with gasoline and setting himself on fire. Bright red flames enveloped his father's body. He tried to save his father, but the fire burned his whole body. While he was struggling in the fire, suddenly a cheerful laughter appeared next to him. He tried to suppress the burning heat of the fire and strained his eyes to look closely at the face emitting laughter. It was extremely scared when it saw that the person standing there was none other than its late grandmother. Her laugh is very scary. It forgot that it was being burned by that hot fire. He stammered, "Why do you want to kill our father and children?" Her voice replied, "Because you are my grandchild. She wants you to come with her. You will be very lonely up there." He panicked and shouted, "Don't. Grandma. Save me." The smile rang out and then quickly faded away. It woke up suddenly. The sweat it exuded was as wet as bath water. He rushed out of the room when suddenly he saw the shadow of a person quickly leaving the house. He strained his eyes and tried to look but was startled because that person was none other than his mother. He wondered, why did Mom go somewhere in the middle of the night? Why is Mom walking out of the house at this hour? He looked at the clock on the wall. It was only 1 o'clock at night. He mumbled, "Could it be that Mom has found where Dad lives so she suddenly left the house at this hour?" It refuted the question it asked, "Not true. If Mom finds Dad, she has to wake me up and take her to find Dad. Maybe Mom has something else important." He was about to follow when his phone got a call. He was surprised when the caller was Uncle Feng. It answered quickly. On the other end, Mr. Feng's voice was panicked. "Have you found any information about your father?" "I haven't yet, Uncle. I've searched but no one knows where my father is." "All right. I stay at home. From now until the end of the next day, you are not allowed to leave the house for safety." "What's going on again? Do you have any information about my father?" "Are not. But I just had a nightmare. I saw your father burned by fire. In my dream, I saw you coming to save my father, who was also caught in the fire." Teng was startled and had goosebumps because Uncle Feng's dream was exactly the same as what he had seen earlier when he was dreaming. He asked again, "Did you see anyone else in your dream?" Uncle Feng replied, "Yes, I saw my grandmother." "I asked you, why did you want to kill my father and me? You answered because I'm your grandchild, right?" Uncle Feng was surprised this time. "Why do you know?" Teng replied, "I also had the same dream. As soon as I woke up, I saw my mother had quietly left the house. I was thinking about following you when you called." "Your mother? Why did your mother leave the house at this time?" "I want to follow along to find out. Has my mother ever found my father?" "Stay at home, don't go out to avoid danger. I'll call your mother to see if anything's going on." As soon as Mr. Feng hung up the phone, Teng felt a sudden coldness behind him. "I felt the cold feeling from my head all the way down to my feet." He shivered slightly and looked back. immediately meeting the bright eyes of something peeking out from behind a custard apple branch in the corner of the garden. He took a breath and turned on his phone's light, only to hear a rustling sound, and then the sound and eyes disappeared. He went back into the house, turned on the lights, and waited for news from Uncle Feng. After Uncle Feng hung up the phone with Tung, he immediately called Ms. Yen. The bell rang 3 times in a row, but Ms. Yen did not pick up. Uncle Feng worriedly called a few times in a row and then heard a slightly sleepy voice, as if he was sleepy. "Hello, are you calling me in the middle of the night?" Uncle Feng was surprised because Tung had just said that Ms. Yen had secretly left the house. So that sleepy voice is clearly lying. Why did Ms. Yen have to do that? Uncle answered, "I just had a bad dream, so I was so scared that I had to call you to let you know just in case. Be careful not to leave the house or you will be in danger." Ms. Yen's voice was panicked. "What's going on? Who told you the dream again? You make me so worried." Uncle Feng replied, "Just stay at home and avoid going out and you will feel secure." "Yes. Thank you. Please leave early," Ms. Yen said, and then turned off the phone. Uncle Feng wondered, why did she lie? She has always lied. Don't you know? The sudden voice rang out, making Mr. Feng goosebumps. He looked around and saw no one, so he asked, "Who is that? Who just said that?" "It's me. Don't try to find it. I don't see you." "Is that you? You warned me last time, right? Who is she anyway?" "You are my sister. However, only 2 people know about my existence." "Who knows?" "My mother and a midwife know." "That means my mother died when I was born and she hid it from everyone, right? Can you please tell me everything? What happened to our house?" "I can't say. I'm about to go. To solve this mystery, we must rely on Tung and his mother. Remember carefully that she is not an ordinary person." "Why is it related to Tung and Ms. Yen?" "Because Tung indirectly caused all the incidents. Just ask clearly and everything will come out. He's worried about his father, so he'll definitely tell you about it." "Why? Can you tell me more clearly?" "I got to do. Right now our family is in too much pain." "Is it related to the person who died in our garden?" "Who is that? Who died? Who exactly is the fire worm?" "Someone will tell you about that. Tomorrow at exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon, if you invite the shaman to perform a ceremony to ask your ancestors for permission to exhume your grandfather's grave, you will understand. Remember to worship at the grave, not at home." "Impossible. Grandfather's grave is a grave. If we exhume that tomb, it will affect the entire family. It is better to have a heart attack that can be relieved and calmed down. If you can't do it, you're afraid they'll all perish. Moreover, if you don't move, others will move. Whatever the advantages and disadvantages, you can balance them yourself." Uncle Feng tried to ask a few more questions, but the space became silent as usual. Uncle shouted, "Come back here quickly. I still have many things to ask you. Could you please give me a little more time?" The space was completely silent. Uncle Feng took a deep breath and dialed Tung's phone. "Go to sleep, don't leave the house. Tomorrow you stay at home, I will come pick you up and go to work. Don't reveal the story about us finding out your mother left the house at night. Your mother probably has a temporary reason for not being able to tell us." Uncle Feng did not sleep all night. He lay with his hands on his forehead, thinking carefully about everything. "I'm still wondering what that girl said to me. I don't know what secret Tung has hidden and why he indirectly caused all the trouble for the family." The next morning, he got up very early to discuss everything with Auntie Guy and then called to make an appointment with the shaman. The teacher was not very surprised because at night he was also told by someone in his dream. That person also reminded the teacher to help Mr. Feng at all costs to exhume a grave at 1 p.m. Uncle Feng came to pick me up early. Auntie took care of preparing all the ceremonies. The shaman approached the tomb, placed his hand on the edge of the tomb and shook his head. If this tomb was excavated, it would be very dangerous. However, why in my dream did she ask me to dig her up? It's a grave, right, teacher? As far as I know, graves are not allowed to be touched but only to pay respects to the grave. The shaman nodded. Yes, this tomb is very warm, the trees are so green, it is definitely a tomb. If the grave is disturbed, the descendants will encounter disaster, but if the grave is not disturbed, the cause cannot be found. Uncle Feng replied, the child last night told me to ask you to excavate this tomb. It says very clearly that when we excavate this tomb we will learn the truth. But it will usually be done at night or early in the morning. Why instruct us to do it at noon? Do you find it strange? But we'd better follow suit. The teacher will perform the worshipping ceremony and ask permission first. If my grandfather's spirit is holy, he will let us know. The shaman pondered for a long time and then began to perform the ceremony. The family's private cemetery is built beautifully and neatly. Uncle Feng carried a large bouquet of incense to burn incense at each grave in the cemetery. The shaman's side read a prayer asking for permission to break ground at exactly 1 o'clock noon. After the shaman finished asking the yin and yang 3 times in a row, he received the consent of the deceased, so he nodded in agreement to allow the groundbreaking to excavate the tomb. Because the tomb was cemented, the surrounding bricks expanded, causing it to crack open long ago. Ms. Lan's family held the grave several times and then rebuilt it, but the bricks were quickly torn apart, creating gaps running around the grave. The team of workers found by Mr. Feng quickly removed the upper part of the mausoleum. However, when the body on the mausoleum was taken out, the ground under the grave seemed to suddenly expand rapidly. The soil moved and slowly extruded until inside the grave there were hundreds of small animals actively digging up the soil. The gravediggers looked at each other in bewilderment. One person spoke up, "We have heard people say that graves should not be touched. I wonder if you have any good views or not." The teacher approached the upper mausoleum and carefully pulled out a piece of red paper carefully wrapped in plastic but had 1/4 of the corners damaged by termites and replied, "This tomb has indeed been touched by someone before." Uncle Feng was surprised. "What do you mean?" "This grave is my grandfather's grave. From the time of his death until now, it has been several decades without any reburial." The teacher held up the paper for Mr. Feng to see. "It seems like people want us to find this object." The workers stopped and waited for the magician's orders. The teacher walked around the tomb, touched the stone at the foot of the tomb and nodded, "A spell to calm the dead." This person indeed calmed the dead and used a type of embalming substance to water the grave regularly, causing the grave to heat up. And the earth expands like a congealed tomb. They misled us into thinking that this tomb was real so that it would not be reburied. Uncle Feng was then shocked. What was the purpose? Why did people suppress my grandfather's death and then deliberately create a fake grave? This ghost should not have been able to return to dream for his descendants because he was held here by a magic charm. Luckily for you, the amulet was attacked by termites, so if it was no longer in its original state, its effectiveness would be reduced, so death could escape. It is similar to the enchanted death under your grapefruit tree. Who made this amulet? This tomb was rebuilt by my mother several times. Could it be that my mother killed my grandfather? If you want to know what's going on, we'll hold a ceremony to pay respects to the grave and call out to ask about it right here. Uncle Feng wondered, "Are you summoning the dead here? How can you call someone in the middle of the afternoon?" There must be a reason for the death that only occurred at noon. You have to trust your sister, right? The girl who revealed her secret will definitely be punished. She sacrificed herself just to want his family to be protected. At that time, Uncle Lin's two sisters had just arrived. Uncle Lin quickly asked, "Teacher, is everything as you predicted?" The teacher showed the red amulet to Mr. Lin. "That's right. I have found the evil amulet here, and have also neutralized the amulet because the amulet was destroyed by termites." Auntie spoke up, "How could anyone be so evil and unvirtuous?" The teacher replied, "This person probably has a very special relationship with his family. There may be some problem. I hope there will be an answer now." The workers were allowed by Mr. Feng to leave because there was no need to excavate the tomb anymore. He paid them the wages and promised to come back 3 days later to help build a new tomb for his uncle according to the shaman's instructions. There are 4 people left in the cemetery. The shaman asked everyone to calm down so he could perform the funeral procession. Very quickly, Aunt Guy suddenly felt cold. Uncle trembled. The shoulders are heavy. The shaman urged her to relax and stop thinking about random things.